And we are now live here at the Parallel League, Open 3. We are casters here over at the desk. We have here Kinto and the caster formerly known as Free Tip Scout, the Factor. Guys, if you're gonna be typing over at the chat, make sure it's the Factor, guys. The Factor. The Factor is right here. And and top 16 here at the Open 3. And it's gonna be exciting, guys, because there is gonna be a lot of points going around, some cash prizes as well. But it has been an amazing day one. Yesterday we have two groups, A and B, and they've had a lot of challenges. But we want to see, of course, who has joined here in the tournament. But before we do that, guys, let's welcome our casters here. Wait, gonna be putting myself centered. I just keep on moving, guys. I'm sorry for that. But we have here Kinto man. I would like to ask, how have you been playing Shotgun Patch? Before I ask the Factor here, how is it for you so far?
Well, we at Paragons did a really nice meta review with Lambi, where we broke down everything that's been going on in the meta after the shotgun patch. There's been many changes, especially a new beginning for Gafar once again. Many cards like the Peacekeeper have been doing some damage, the Fungal Grenadier, to talk about like the lady of the moment, Irene also has been completely crushing the meta. It's become super popular card, played in every game, every deck basically. We have seen also a slowdown on Kathy after the Machinist nerf, that it can't take the Bloodhound transport and start the rushing. Nice has also taken some damage. And Cipius, as you might be aware of, has become even more powerful now with a Convergent Mass. Irene has also made Cipius incredibly powerful. But yeah, that's essentially a bit of a summary of what we're going to be watching here in the new meta after the shotgun patch. Really exciting. So yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to change it a bit, the question for the Factor here. The Factor, how do you think that change will have its effect on the tournament scene?
The change of the shotgun patch or the change of a specific card?
Yeah,
I mean, to be honest
patch,
with you, I mean, to be honest with you, it was probably needed because we've been kind of seeing the same. We've been seeing a little bit of innovation coming to these tournaments, but I think in large parts, everyone's pretty much been playing the same meta, and we've kind of been looking for different ways to play different decks and to just try and just mix things up a little bit. And so I think that we will see more different decks coming to this tournament. I hope we do anyway, because otherwise what was the point in the shotgun patch? And I think we have already seen and heard some of it in the qualifiers. So yeah, it was needed, and I think it's going to be a nice stopgap to take us towards Deception, where we eventually then get a whole new release of cards, and then the meta really gets a big shake up. So I've been enjoying it so far since I've been playing it. Like as Quinto says, Sippy, just when you thought Sippy, you were done with him, he comes back, he's even stronger. So he's still quite tricky to deal with, and it'll be interesting actually to see whether we go back to like Sippy being the deck that gets banned quite a bit, because we had that a few months back, didn't we, where we hardly saw Sippy, and Sippy ended up becoming the Skippy deck. So he got that nickname. But really interesting, good change from the team, and really curious to see how players are using the new shotgun patch to theory craft some interesting decks and bringing what they think are the decks that can win them the points and the prizes.
That's right.
Excelsior. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, man, I'm amazed as well, because the shotgun patch might not just be like a bird shot. It looked like a box shot to me. It went in straight into the meta, poking holes into like different decks, and just brought out a new level of competitive players, or a new level of competitive decks we might be seeing today. But we're just getting ahead of ourselves. And just give a shout out to the Parallel League. We have the same jerseys right here. Show your primes, guys. We're here. Oh,
there you go.
Yeah. These are the jerseys. that we got from the parallel Prime Championship, and I hope you guys got your own too, like with the name at the back. And if you have it, like just type it out over the chat, and just to give it some support as well. Kinto, can you break down the matchups today?
Yeah. So we're gonna see a match between Soraa versus Zaratustraa as the first match of the day. We have to say that Soraa was a winner recently, and Zaratustraa is coming back after winning that. I believe that was the Major 2 that he won. Then we're watching Lambi Series versus Sparkling. I think this is a bit of a rematch. Am I wrong?
Yeah,
From
it's
some
possible.
of other tournaments. I think I remember something around that.
Yeah.
Mid Value versus Comfortable. Diesel versus Harold. Egorik versus Reshinov. BlizzconJan versus Very Fat Cat. I believe these two know each other. They have practiced together, if I'm not wrong. We're seeing Ranon, this is a new name for me, versus legendary Manus. And to end it all, it's going to be Jadel versus Lazy Guru. Really nice matchups that we're going to see today of some incredible players of this game.
That's right. Those are the players. Thank you for that, Kinto, for that breakdown, and of course for the prizes and the points today, which is actually the main.
Themselves as much of a head start as possible at this early point in the season.
That's right. Like if you don't know, guys, just a short recap. If you get the top 5 number of points, you will be going to the next Parallel Prime Championship that will be coming next year, right? And it's an amazing event, and it's a different it's a different format, like from what we had in the previous season. So it's actually a good change that is one of the ways for you to get the top 5 points, and a lot of points are going through this open 3, and we hope that these guys get get far further into their points rack right now. But you know, in the first game, or in this first game, Kinto already mentioned we already have 2 champions. The recent champion that we're going to be having is going to be Soraa, and of course Majors champion as well, Zaratustraa, coming back from whichever hole he came from. Like he has been like he has not been in the previous tournaments, like the previous championships that we are having here, like minors and opens. We're seeing him again, which is a good thing because he just he's getting to the groove of it. And it happens, guys, and we are excited to see him yet again. And guys, with that, do you want to see wait, before we go into the deck list, any predictions from our casters here? Which decks you want to see played in this tournament? Let's start with Kinto.
Well, I definitely want to see Gafar. Probably want to see some HO that was being played around lately. I mean, I couldn't say, like, some good players were playing HO in the ladder lately. I'm not sure how it performs at the higher levels, but I'm sure it has some chance. Either way, I want to see some Gafar, definitely something different than what we see usually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
I
want to
pretty
see
much
some
echo
Gafar
that.
too. How about you? Yeah,
Yeah, I was going to say the
the
same.
factor.
Like, yeah, no, yeah, I was going to say
Go,
the
go.
same. I've come up against Gafar a lot on the ladder, and it's been quite nice to see people jumping into Gafar more now because it has just got overnight very, very strong. So it would be a
Mhm.
shame if we didn't see Gafar, um, because I feel like that's become one of the success stories of the shotgun patch. But
Right.
if we didn't see Gafar, I'd love to see an Acio because that's just always been a
Yeah.
very interesting deck. There's not really another deck like that in parallel. And so it's
Hmm.
very unique and it's very exciting as well because when you go up against it, you're in a race, right? And so if you can
Right.
win that race, you can stop them from pulling off their massive win con. If you can't, then we're in for a real treat live on the stream. So yeah, either way, it's a win-win for us. But yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully we see either Gafar or Acio. Yeah, that'd be nice.
I would just want to say, guys, near Gafar, wherever you are, if you're not playing Gafar right now, I'm really sad for you. But yeah, some people have their Nehemiah picks, possibly or Gafar, and I want to see that work as well. No, maybe Shoshana, but not in this meta as of the moment. And let's break it down because we're gonna be having our first matchup today, and it's going to be Soraa versus Zaratustraa. And with that, we're going to be seeing their deck lists first. Let's start with the first deck right now. And as we're waiting for the first deck, guys, we would like to thank our sponsors for making this happen, especially to Echelon Prime Foundation for this tournament, the Open 3 for Parallel Prime League. And this is the first deck we're going to be seeing. It's going to be Sora's Nehemiah. Let's go with the factor for the first deck. Nehemiah, break it down, boy.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one because the Helm of Avig Door was a Battle Pass card that when it was initially released, there was a lot of excitement around it, but then it just was not quite the right meta to be able to get the right use out of it. And the card itself has then received a change as part of the shotgun patch. So now a lot more Earthen players are looking at it seriously, and it can really help to kind of enable that extra ramp, which to be fair, Earthen don't necessarily need, but any extra ramp that they do get just means that they can start to ramp into those, again, bigger, more scarier units, which Earthen are known for. So this is a really cool deck. What's interesting about this as well is that there is a relic in here called Spoils of War, which you don't see players use very often, and so
Yeah.
that could be quite interesting for, I think, for our viewers as well to check that card out. Hopefully we do get a nice opportunity to see that relic come down. We're also seeing as well the Miasmancers beginning to work its way back into decks, and we see that Soraa has one Miasmancer. Often you just need that acting as that sort of tech card just to prevent lots of musters that you're not ready for, or you are just trying to delay as much as possible so that then you can set up your own big musters to then put them in a position. So it's nice to see that come back. And then of course we see Cyrene as well. One of my favorite Earthen cards is the Fungal Grenadier, and so I'm really happy that this card got a nice buff in the shotgun. And again, there's just one copy of it in the deck, so it's again very much using this particular deck as more of a tech card rather than a card which the deck is built around. So really interesting build, and taking advantage of some cards which we know are tried and tested, and then some cards which have now become a bit more relevant because of the shotgun patch. So really interesting.
Yeah, really interesting too. Like, we are not seeing a lot of effects here. I remember Gafar almost always brings AC mobilization. We don't see that
Mm.
in this deck. They want to be more consistent in what they put out. And yeah, this is the first deck we're gonna be seeing. Nehemiah, no Gafars yet. But let's see the next deck of Soraa. And as we are waiting for the next deck of Soraa, guys, again, this is a single elimination best of 3 ban 1 deck conquest. And this came from a Swiss matchup during day 1 in groups A and B. And now the next deck is going to be Neve. And we're going to be having the fact, or rather, Kinto break it down for us. Bro, can you do it, man? Kinto, let's go.
Yeah. Once again, here we see a Gosen now that has been quite buffed at 4 cost, 3/5 unit from the shotgun patch. This latest buff has made Gosen playable now. We also see Cyrene Trophy Hunter. That's basically included in every deck now. It's such a powerful card that you just have to include it everywhere. Once again, now after the Ramajin Researcher has been nerfed, basically, we're seeing more Brand's expertise in Neve decks. And also here you see an Unseen Allies, which is a card that can work for Neve at some points to just replenish board and take that tempo back for it. So yeah, really interesting deck. After the shotgun patch, nothing has changed too much for Neve, but yeah, overall really good.
Yeah, really surprising too. They don't have like a stabilized shard. There's like three more units than the usual 12. But yeah, this is a good change coming from the shotgun patch. But let's look at Sora's next deck, and I think this is kind of a suspense. Oh, it's Scipius. Okay, Scipius. Okay, this is gonna be different. I'm not gonna be letting Kinto break this one down. I'm gonna give this to you, the Factor. Can you break this down?
We can indeed, yeah. So the big man is back, Sippy, with a vengeance. We can see that in this deck we have one genetic correction, which is often quite a card that you see a lot in Ace decks. So the genetic correction, just 1 copy. I think it's quite a nice card just to have in there that allows you to just deal with a unit that is just too difficult to deal with on the board. So it's a really, really powerful card if you save it and use it in the right moments. We're also seeing as well, of course, as Quinto mentioned, Cyrene Hunter, Trophy Hunter is in here. So if you thought that Sippy couldn't get any worse, just imagine adding a Cyrene Trophy Hunter battle ready unit. It's just another big additional weapon for like Sippy to use in his arsenal. Also quite like in this deck the fact that we have the 2 Master Poisoners are still in here. Now, I actually was thinking that with the nerf to Master Poisoner that we might see significantly less of them. In this instance, Sora's thinking that he still sees a lot of value in them, so he's actually opted for 2 still, and we were seeing a lot of 2 copies prior to the nerf, so that's kind of interesting. And then what we also see, of course, is we've got the usual suspects in here, like the Razzers, we've got the Reliant Gammas, only opting for 2 though here. And of course, we must mention the Convergent Mass, which when this gets going is just a nightmare, because then you really need to try and finish and close the game out. If you don't do it quickly, then you're just going to be facing units that come out bigger and better, and combining that with other units in this deck and relics that can just buff the board overall, you can just start to deal with a lot of damage that can become overwhelming. And as Sippy likes to say, overwhelming, isn't it? So yeah, good deck,
Right.
really strong.
Yeah, really strong indeed. Like Cyrene just being brought to a Sippy deck is like the new Idean Hammer. The better Idean Hammer. The one that you can bring out
Yeah.
using Triumph of Europa. I don't know, man. It's so good. And let's go at the next deck. And it's going to be, it rhymes with Sora. It's going to be Zaratustraa. And we have here the first deck. It's going to be New Dawn. Okay, different from Neve. Let's listen to Kinto as he breaks it down.
Yeah, many cards here that are not the usual. As a first glance, definitely Zaratustraa here going with a New Dawn, I believe, to counter Earthen. This is a deck that it's being used a bit in ladder to be able to counter all the Gafars and Nehemiahs mostly, but the win rate still has a bit of a hill to climb. So we see Cyberdeck console here for Zaratustraa, Ceres, the Cyrene of the Eclipse, Gosen, Cyrene Trophy Hunter. We can see the Dark Repose, which is a very powerful card for New Dawn since all the pings. that can be done with the Paragon makes it so that Dark Repose is a really powerful card for it. Going with the 3D Molecularize. Overall, really nice and complete Nudon deck. I wonder what are going to be the bans here. I suspect Zaratustraa is going to be banning CPUs mostly. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that very interesting New Dawn deck. Very different as well. Finally, we see New Dawn coming back, but let's see the next deck that Zaratustraa is going to be bringing into the tournament. Let's see. And the factor, another Skippy deck. How does this fare against Sora's deck?
So the difference, one of the big differences here is that Zara is actually not opting for any Master Poisoners. Instead, he is increasing the amount of genetic corrections. So he's going for 2, whereas Zara was going for 1, and then he doesn't have any Master Poisoners whatsoever. Other than that, the decks are very similar. We can see, Subjugates, the Magnas, just a lot of the usual suspects, and you see that he's going for an additional Reliant Gamma 2, which is, I'm quite a big fan of that card because it is a threat that you need to try and deal with quickly. So yeah, there's not a big difference here. I think if we see them if we ever see a mirror here, then it could be really interesting whether those differences make the difference. So the differences in the deck actually favor one or the other. But yeah, it remains to be seen whether we're going to see this deck from Zara, but yeah, it's pretty good, pretty solid.
Right. So we have one more deck from Zaratustraa. Let's see. And this is going to be the next one. We are looking at the Kathy deck. Kinto, can you break this down quick for us?
Yeah, for sure. Kathy is playing now trying to figure out somewhat of a burn deck. We see the fleet support back in action after that buff from the shotgun patch. We still see the Bloodhound transports here, even though they are nerfed basically by the Crimson Fleet Machinist. A lot of really one costs going with the Red Sand Scout also, a new card being seen here. Once again, a lot of damage there with the Crackshus, Catherine's Expertise, Orbital Strike. So this is a burn deck, basically. Let's see how it performs. This is really interesting to see. Probably very good in tournaments. So yeah, really nice.
That's right. Look at bringing the burn back here into this tournament. And guys, just before we go into the match, any hot predictions? What do you think? The bans are out, and it's going to be Sora, Scipius, and Zara's New Dawn, Zaratustra's New Dawn. So, man, this is quite
Sora
interesting. Yeah.
Sora knew he was gonna get something banned.
Yeah, and you were talking about this a while ago, Kinto. Like the counter for Earthen could possibly be the Shroud, the New Dawn, with the Cyber Deck console. But Scipius being banned out of the lineup, it looks like kind of baity. It's like the ban bait. What do you think about this, guys? Let's start with the factor. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think probably Zara's gonna be a little bit disappointed that he lost his New Dawn there because he would have. I think the way it's been built, he would have liked to have used it. He's gonna maybe need to rely on. I think it could be a little bit tricky for him to get past the Earthen deck, if I'm honest with you. Although we know that Sippy can do quite well against it. I think for Zara, like the fact that he has lost his Sippy will be a bit of a blow to him though too. But I agree with you. I think if you bring Sippy, you think okay, it could get banned. So you then have to make sure that your other 2 decks you'll feel very confident in. And from what I know with Soraa is that he's very good with both Earthen and Shroud. So he will not be phased at all that he has lost his Sippy, even though we did see him win in epic fashion in the last open with it.
That's right. And yeah, guys, thank you for that. The factor that we're going to be starting with the first match of the Parallel Prime League Open 3 with the 2 champions, Zaratustraa and Soraa. Let's give it to our casters, the factor and Kinto. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much.
Really interesting how Sora knew that his counter was going to be Nudon, and he right away I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, right away bandits.
Yeah, he just didn't want to entertain it at all. He's like, no way. Like, he probably just saw it and thought, no, I am absolutely never having New Dawn come at me. But this is great for him, isn't it, Quinto? Because the fact that he has his own Shroud deck, this is the perfect matchup, you'd have to say, for Soraa against Zaratustraa here.
Yep. So, moving on into the hands of each other, we see that Sora is starting. Will he go with that embedded agent right away? Yes, he is. Um, really interesting hand for Zaratustraa right now.
Hmm. It's actually pretty strong, isn't it? His opening hand. He's got a lot of the one drops already. He's got the Magna, which is always nice to have in your opening hand. I think for Soraa, when you look at his hand, he does have the Dominion, which of course you're going to need against Sippy, and he has the Erasure. But what's slightly concerning for Soraa at the moment is that the Adira is not super useful, really, and it's almost he's drawn that too early. He does need ideally to get some kind of a either saboteur or some sort of relic removal, and then of course he needs to find Martyr, because if you do all of that and you just are able to contain Sippy for as long as you can, you still need to find Marlier eventually. So yeah, he's going to be looking to, I think, bank the Adira here. He just drew her too early. Would you be banking the Adira, Quinto, in this
I mean,
matchup?
Adira, it's not like Adira can get some great stuff out of CPUs overall.
Mm.
Yeah, it could help, especially bringing in, for example, a Triumph in any case. But I think it's too early to have it in hand.
Mm.
So Sora just went out and bank it in this case. This is an
Yeah.
opportunity for Zaratustraa here to just drop a board. But we see a Dominion in Sora's hand. So let's see how this plays out, actually, because this Dominion might be able to deal with everything that Zaratustraa is about to drop.
I quite like the prospect of the two Reliant Gammas, getting those on the board so they can start to get big. It's quite attractive. So yeah, and then you've also got the Princept as well. I like his hand. He's got a good start here. And you'd probably have to say the one thing that he is missing that you often would expect a Sippy player to have, because it's, they always seem to have them, would be the relic, the
Yeah.
genetic density replicator. But we don't see that yet, but that's okay.
Is
So is he going to go for the
Zaratustraa
double
competing here?
gamma?
Oh
Is
my god.
he competing? I'm not sure what's
Is
going on
he
here. I mean, I think that,
is he
yeah,
going to
I think
commit the Reliant Gammas? I mean, yeah, he
yeah,
does.
yeah.
This is gonna be a cook for Soraa. This oh my god. This Singularity Steward is about to get juiced up.
It is, yeah. It's perfect for Soraa here. I mean,
I, yeah.
it's perfect for sure. It's going to put his Stew in a great position. The great thing here as well is that if he uses the Dominion and clears the board, buffs his Stewie will be able to just about get out of reach of the Magna. I think the change to the Magna was a good one as well,
Yeah.
because it meant that you just couldn't lose, say, like a unit like the Stewie, from taking all the damage. So he's doing it. He's doing it, and it's just a good play.
Yeah.
This is the
So he's
perfect
gonna
time to do
go
it.
with only 1 damage, since he basically does the same and takes less damage from his Singularity Steward, effectively making it a 6/5. He doesn't care about hitting face in this scenario, banking the no snitching. Next turn, he has that erasure to deal with the Magna, most likely. However, for Zaratustraa, a Cyrene in his hand would mean him banking it for a Tabula combo, most likely.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's right. It was quite interesting just watching Zara's reaction there, because I don't know whether he was expecting an early Dominion or a Dominion as early as that, but then when it happened, he kind of had a little look at the camera and say, "Oh, okay, like we have a 6/5 to deal with already, on 2 energy." So, and he doesn't really have a way to deal with it right now. So, yeah, he's gonna have to, play his next move very carefully. What would you be looking to do here in this point, Quinto? Do you feel like it's Magna doesn't do anything necessarily here? Genetic
No,
density
but
replicator?
either way, being able to ping the Singularity Steward with a Magna, even if the Magna's gonna get removed, I think it's a good idea. Since you want to chip in some damage onto it to then finish it off with whatever you can get out. For example, from a Triumph, Zaratustraa is about to bank. Yeah, it's about to bank the Siren, as we mentioned earlier, to get those combos right with the Tabula, most likely.
Yeah.
Dropping the
And
Magna
there it is,
here, just to chip in some damage.
which is, probably ideal for Soraa because he's already got the Erasure, which is nice and set up to deal with the Magna and keep his Stewie alive. But I agree. I think it was probably the only play for Zara at the moment they could have done there. And Zara actually just draws another embedded agent, which, to be honest, not really the best cards, best units in this matchup. So that's likely going to be a card to bank after this turn. And does erase the Magna and takes his Stewie to an 8-3. So he can now slam for 8 damage, taking him down to 22 for Zara on his health. Good start for Soraa here. This is kind of what you want. You almost want to just be able to get one Stewie constantly buffed up and not really give your opponent the opportunity to establish on the board, because that's the problem, isn't it, Quinto? Once Sippy start getting on the board, it can be so difficult to keep up with them.
Yeah, however, the turns are counted for the Singularity Steward.
Who's playing the embedded
Zaratustraa
agent?
is approaching a Tabula play and a Triumph of Europa play, gets the second Tabula. And with the high density generic replicator, he might be able to just start buffing, deal with this embedded agent easily. Forced to bank a Tabula, he wants to play the Recruiter, it seems, to start cycling his deck and getting more options. Yeah, he's going for it. He's thinking about it. I mean, what else can he do? Playing the Tabula or banking it? Banking it's always not the best idea because of blocking out the CPU's muster. But in this case, he has to go with it and probably play CPUs before playing his Tabula. Might be the way he goes forward.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Oh, he draws as well an Exalterator. Doesn't quite have the board for it yet, unfortunate, but he does also get a Subjugate. Subjugate's good. Very good. And look at that for Soraa. He gets another Triumph. So if anyone watching, you really need to kind of wait until your opponent plays a Triumph before you play a Triumph in this matchup to get the best out of it. But this is not too bad still, because he can keep his Stewie alive for another turn. He can Life Siphon the Recruiter and then take his Stewie to a 10-4 and then slam for 10, taking Zara down to 12. And then he's going to be, close to getting him done. Yeah.
Tough spot for Soraa because he might want to use this Life Siphon right now. He knows, Magna is actually in Soraa's Singularity, so he knows that Magna might not be a threat. So saving this Triumph of the Lost in order to counter and punish the Triumph of Europas might be the best way forward. However, he's thinking about doing just more damage to the face, getting that damage done. Leaving Zaratustraa at 12 health here.
It's not ideal from an energy perspective because you do leave 4, you basically float 4 energy and don't do anything with it, but it just means that you are presenting lethal on potentially the next turn, because of course Zara doesn't know. But if he finds another Erasure or another Siphon, he's then got the game. So I think that was really decent. He just has to go for it. He knows that against Sippy, if you just try and get it one as quick as you can, because the longer it goes on, the more damage you're going to eventually take, and they will eventually overwhelm you as well. That's the thing with Sippy.
Yeah. However, this forces Zaratustraa to probably go with Tabula Siren. I wonder if Zaratustra is gonna go for it before playing Cipius. I don't know. He's gonna go for the Triumph of Europa here, in fear that Soraa might have that Triumph of the Lost.
Yeah, I mean that's a
So
consideration, isn't it? I
it's gonna
mean,
be
yeah,
a
technically,
really interesting turn here. Depending of
yeah.
everything's gonna depend on what Zaratustra plays here. It's going for the Tabula, getting that
He's doing it. Here we
Cyrene
go.
right away. This Irene might have to just clear the Singularity Steward
Yeah,
by itself. A
definitely.
6/6 is gonna die. The other Tabula is now Zaratustra already played a Tabula, so his CPUs. I think his CPUs will just be able to trigger the Recruiter.
Hmm.
Mostly in the Recruiter Muster, since it was the first played before the Tabula, and then become a 0/1 Tabula right off the bat.
Yeah.
So that's essentially places Zaratustra in a difficult spot here. We see Soraa just baiting out a Triumph of Europa, so he could Baron Triumph of the Lost here. Cyrene might be a problem, definitely, if Zaratustra decides to go with it.
Yeah, it's an important decision, isn't it, for Zara? Because in a way, he does need to repopulate the board and try and overwhelm, which would, in theory, mean getting the triumph going. But in doing that, you know that if your opponent then has, if Soraa has the triumph, which he does, he's then going to be able to at least get the well, potentially. That's the thing. Potentially get the he's doing it. Potentially get the Cyrene. So what is he going to bring out here?
He has the ability to drop a big board, definitely.
Yeah,
And
he's doing it.
I mean, there's a reason to do that now, because now with Cyrene, Cipius has the reach to actually deal that last remaining damage if there's a case of a bunch of dominions being played by Neve. So he's not afraid. Zaratustra is not afraid of just dropping a board. He knows that he has an answer already in his waist, that if Triumph of the Loves comes in, he will be able to do that last remaining damage and get that reach needed for lethal against Neve.
Yeah, this was perfect actually from Zara, just being able to get the standard recruit. What have I missed there? Oh, he's got the exalterator. Nice.
That X-Rater leaves Zaratustra at lethal already, if nothing is done here by Soraa.
Well, the issue that Sora's got is that he almost needs a Dominion now, and he doesn't have
Yeah.
it. So I feel like he needs to go and look for it. Because if he doesn't, I don't see how he can stop the lethal, as you say.
Probably forced to play
scheme
Brand's
here-
expertise here. Either way, he can play it and play Triumph in any case. But I don't know, like, the Triumph actually won't do anything. A Triumph of Europa,
No.
he might have a Magnine. Well, no. He only has the embedded agents and the Singularity Stewards, which are not really
Not
an
enough,
answer
not
here.
enough.
He needs to search for that Dominion, deal that 5 damage to every unit, or just 4. Let's see.
Was he actually doing? Okay, this could be interesting. Is he doing it? He's gone for the Triumph. Wow. Okay, I wasn't really expecting that, but let's see how this one pans out then. So, getting the genetic replicator, density replicator down.
Probably get
Maybe he's
Amalia
thinking
here.
he can get Amalia. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't. Okay, so this isn't a great. This is not a great triumph at all.
Everything depends on what he gets from the Baron. From the Baron proc after the Triumph of the Lost here, gets another
Yeah,
Triumph.
another triumph.
Oh my god.
Is a shocker.
This is
Yeah,
bad.
it's a shocker. Yeah, it's terrible. I mean,
So
I
another
wonder if
Triumph
he's
won't do
regretting that.
anything.
No.
Just plays at Brand's expertise.
And the
in search
kicker
for a
now will
miracle.
be if he gets the Dominion.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
to be fair, yeah.
this is, well, Zaratustra is gonna get the win here. An X-Rater on his board is just gonna do lethal damage already. That's gonna be it.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Look at that.
So
yeah,
much
5-4
damage.
for a 1 cost. Incredible.
Yeah.
So this is
It's
what I love
10.
about this matchup, is that for the first 5 or so rounds, it actually looked like the game was massively going Sora's way, and now just having failed to kind of capitalize, he actually ran out of steam a little bit. He did get the brand's expertise which he needed, but the issue was that losing that singularity steward, he just couldn't quite get enough of that damage done, and the siren when Zara played it was perfect. Here we go. Comes down, gives a huge buff, and this should be the game.
Yeah. X-Rater. The Drussian X-Rater once again. Getting that, replacing Killbox basically.
Yeah, it is. It has, isn't it? It really has. Yeah, such a powerful card.
I mean,
And
now
it's
with
very. It's,
all the tokens being able to go back to the waste after that patch,
yeah,
definitely makes it more viable, since you can just drop a bunch of 1-cost units, have more units to be able to benefit from the X-Rater. So definitely makes even more sense now to play it.
yeah, absolutely. It's actually become even more important when you're playing a Shroud that you just try and banish absolutely everything, even the tokens, because you don't even want the tokens to come back now. As you say, like, they can just get buffed out of control, and what you thought was an insignificant token that you could have just ignored or dismissed ends up being something like a 5-4 or 4 damage, and with enough of those on the board, it can really put you in a position. So the first win goes to Zara here in the best of 3. So first blood drawn. What do we reckon the next game's going to be? The next decks for Zara, and also, well, we know the next deck for Zara, sorry, actually. But what do we think the next deck is going to be for Soraa?
I would say that Soraa is just going against Markolian, probably going with Earthen, definitely.
Yes. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. It'd be brave, wouldn't it, to maybe not go Earthen and go like with his Neve deck? I think that would be brave, because it's not a good matchup at all. Despite Kathy getting slightly weaker, although the burn hasn't, of course, and we know that Zara has the burn deck. So, yeah, I feel like that would be incredibly brave if Soraa decided to go with his Neve deck against Zaratustra's burn. Yeah, I'm expecting Earthen here from Soraa. And if we see that, would you be favoring Soraa?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
I mean, the whole point. I think Soraa is in a difficult spot, definitely, because now he's gonna have to face this Markolian deck that's a burn. It's usually easy for it to deal with Neve in a reckless way. Like, you can definitely go for it and land an easy lethal. So, I mean, if Soraa gets the win here with Earthen, then it's gonna have to face Zaratustra's burn deck with his Neve one, which I think places Soraa in a disadvantage there. That's really my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do. Yeah, I agree. I think if I was Soraa, I'd also be thinking the same, that I'd be needing to try and at least get the next win here, and I'd feel like my best chance to do it would be to use Earthen against the burn deck, which now Zara has to just get that one win with. So yeah, what's been your favourite change so far though, Quinto? Just whilst we wait for the players to get ready for the next match, what's been your favourite change? And they are ready. Here we go. Quickly then, what's been your favourite change of the shotgun patch?
I think Siren, definitely. In a card like that, to just get the spotlight now has been refreshing, definitely. Really like it.
And Yeah, I agree, man. It's
because
been
it's a
such a
card
big
that every deck
thing.
can use, so it's a buff for
Mm,
everyone basically.
yeah, totally agree with you, man. And there you go. Look, we called it. So Soraa bringing Earthen to the party against Zaratustra's burn. Is he going to get burned for it, or is the theory going to pay off? We're going to see now. Let's have a little look in a minute to see what the starting hand is for Soraa. But for Zara here, that's actually not a bad opening few cards in his mulligan. Opting to keep the Rummaging Researcher. Oh, 2 Crimson Fleet Machinists and 2 Crack Shots split between a Rummaging Researcher. What an interesting opening hand for Zara.
Yeah.
And, for Soraa, pretty good. Kind of curve there. Going into the Alvaro, into potentially the Moonlit Star. And then, of course, he's got the Terror Gliders that are still a menace, actually, aren't they? The Terror Gliders. We often forget about them because there's been so many changes, but the Terror Gliders are still providing so much value for Earthen. So yeah, here we go,
Yeah.
Alvaro on. And actually, to be fair, the Alvaro is probably the best card he could have hoped for here against the burn deck, right?
Yeah, it's a good card to start dealing some damage. However, usually you want to see later in the game, since if you get some tempo going and manage to do some damage, but overall it's really good to start chipping in some damage to Zaratustra with the Alvaro. Right now, Zaratustra is in a spot that he actually needs to start building up a decent board before Ace Force come in, or other stuff like the Moonlit we see in Soraa's hand, for example. Really difficult here. We will need to see a setup for Zaratustra, or he can just drop a bunch of damage with the fleet support, I assume, and the orbital strikes and all of that. But essentially, he needs to start doing some damage to face. This is what is needed right now for Zaratustra, especially.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
yeah.
I got to say as well, I must mention it because I've always loved the Crimson Fleet Machinist as a card art and also how the card worked. But the new kind of Prime World variant card art. So what we can see here is so cool. I really love it. I think it's great. It's a nice flex as well to have that Prime variant. Right, so pretty much what we expected from Soraa. His curve has been quite natural, just going from Alvaro into the Moonlit. He's just drawn another Moonlit, and he does have, funny enough, and actually quite importantly, he has also drawn Relic Removal, which he is going to potentially need against Zara's burn deck.
Yeah.
I think one of the cards as well that's interesting. I've been keeping an eye on it because I was a little bit surprised that Zaratustra kept the Rummaging Researcher in his opening hand, and I'm wondering now, because he kept it, is he looking to play that? But he doesn't really need to. He's already got tons of cards in his hand, so I'm wondering whether that's going to be the card that eventually gets banked soon. But then I wonder whether it was the right call to keep it in the first place. What would be your play here, Quinto?
Yeah, definitely play that no snitching against the Moonlit, even if he's taking some damage. Start hitting face once again. Probably drop that Scimitar Captain, or even the Rummaging Researcher, as you were thinking about. Here is trying to clear this Alvaro. That definitely is going to do so much damage to him based on his strategy. Then goes for the Scimitar Captain to clear a random, discard a random card from Soraa's hand, and it was a Moonlit, right?
Yeah, it was.
Another Moonlit. Yeah.
I think there was a good turn actually for Zara. I really quite like that. He's been able to clear a threat, the Alvaro. He was able to silence the bigger threat technically based on the curve, which was the Moonlit, because you really didn't want the Moonlit to get big. And then of course for Nehemiah, who's now coming down, you didn't want that Moonlit to turn into a 6/6. So you done well to clear those units or nullify the threats, and then trigger the assault from the Scimitar Captain, and of course just keep the card advantage. So really good play, good start from Zara so far.
Yeah. And these cards, the Scimitar Captain and the Red Scout Bike, both have evasive, so they can attack whatever they want.
Yeah. Perfect cards against a defender-heavy deck like Earthen here, for sure.
Yeah.
We have seen as well fleet support just come in, so this is one of the main drivers of this deck, this burn deck.
Yeah.
You want to be, especially with the buff that it got as well. I think it's a really interesting buff from fleet support, and it's funny actually, isn't it, Quinto? Because it wasn't that long ago that there was big calls for the card to kind of get a nerf, and it did, and then now full swing. It's then got a buff as part of the shotgun patch, and just brought the burn back. So, what do you think about the change to the fleet support deck, or the fleet support card, should I say? Good, bad? Was it needed? What's your opinions?
Yeah, he's not even using it here. I mean, it's good, but Sarah knows there's a relic repurposing being played by Soraa, so he, at this stage of the game, he won't risk just dropping it and getting it removed, lose a turn basically. So Zaratustraa is just trying to set up a good board here. Probably using this Kathy's expertise to clear Nehemiah as quickly as possible before things get out of control. He can use his Scimitar Captain for that. Going in with the Bloodhound Transport, which can also chip in some damage. And yeah, I mean, still, it's a tough spot. A tough spot here for Zaratustraa because of all the answers and things that Earthen might come up. So let's see what Soraa draws here. He's definitely had that Terra glider in hand.
Oh, it hit it. Oh, did you see that? Oh, wow. Oh, did you see the look at the expression as well on Zara? It hit his Scimitar Captain. He really didn't want to lose it. Such a low chance to hit it, and it hit it. Oh, wow. And that's the power of those Grove Guardians, isn't it? Is that they seem quite insignificant and quite not so great, but those pings, if they ping the right thing, they can really bail you out, and they did. Amazing.
For sure. And now Soraa top decks this Irene, perfect unit to top deck for Soraa. Has that Terra Glider also prepared there to probably summon a Titan. This Cyrene, are we seeing Cendrillon here? Just to get everything out of the board?
I think I would be very tempted to do it, yeah, because I would not want the Cyrene to stay alive, to be honest with you. We want to be killing that as quickly as possible. So yeah, that probably would be my play. You could also, I mean, you could argue that maybe, Kathy could be interesting as well, because you could potentially clear, for example, the 0-2 Grove Guardian, but I don't like that as much. I'd prefer the plays where you can play Kathy and there's quite a clear path in front of her. He actually opts Zara to go for the Wong here, which I also think is a good play, right? Just see if you can get some other different options. You'll still have something to deal with the Cyrene the next turn. So not too bad at all. It does mean, though, that Cyrene's going to have another opportunity to build up another counter. But so Zaratustraa doesn't seem too bothered about that initially. What would you have done? Would you have played the same there, Quinto? I'm curious to get your play thought there.
I mean, definitely Zaratustraa needs to set up some board. Leaving Cyrene here is definitely a bad idea. However, his options were just play Wong, try to find some answers. But overall, I don't see how, like, Zaratustraa has already banged most of his burn. So, and he hasn't been able to deal enough damage to Soraa to face, so he could utilize that burn to reach lethal. So yeah, I mean, now he gets a Shaymak. definite good card here for Soraa to get to replenish his hand that it has been top deck after top deck.
He has, isn't it? The luck is
Yeah.
with him at the moment on these top decks. Definitely. Yeah. Ideal card for him right now. And you're absolutely right. I mean, despite this being quite a burn deck for Zara, he's actually been opting to not go for it. And I think that's the right call because you do want to be trying to get some good units established as early as you can. But your point was perfect. He has not been able to make enough damage to the face to Zara. He's only taken him down by 3. And, when you're banking your burn and you're not doing enough damage to the face, like early on against Earthen, usually you'd be saying, okay, well, at least the burn cards could at least get me over the line. But banking a lot of those early on means that it could struggle to kind of get Sora's health down. Sorry.
And here, like now we see the new change for Ramaying being replaced by these spoils of war. Really easy right now for them to trigger flourish, get those draws going in. Now Soraa sees that formidable presence that Aurora Fungi places him in a spot that he could reach lethal. Zaratustraa probably gonna be forced to play this Cendrillon. He's hovering at it, seeing it as his only option to clear this board. The Shamak will remain, and he will be left out with probably just a Bannerman. That's the only option he will be able to play here because he will have to use his Wong to remove the Shamak.
Yes, he will. Yeah, so then he can do a full clear on the board. Yeah, he's going to take, he's taken 3 damage there as well. So he's going to be down to 13.
And look at that. Zaratustraa with these Ramayan researchers not being able to play any of them.
No.
Still figuring out how to do things, gets the orbital strike, still a lot of health to go. Now we're gonna see this Moonlit start
Yeah, top the health up a little bit by an extra 2, get that Aurora Fungi down on what's already quite a big ever-growing unit. The Moonlit, one of my favorite cards actually in the game. I think as a defender, it's the way it works is brilliant, and if you can upgrade it with a Moonlit, it's just a real pain. So yeah, I mean, the play here for Zara, he's got the 2 rummaging researchers. If he's using him, what's he using him for at this point? That's my question to you, Quinto.
I mean, he still has 18 cards in his deck. Definitely, if it comes down to the later turns, if he manages to cycle his deck enough, he might find some combos with a fleet support. I'm not sure exactly since this burn deck is quite new again with some changes. Still not nearly as powerful as it was when the times of the artillery spotter, Harf getting like free effects and stuff like that. So I wonder how he's gonna manage to do this because before it was like your opponent could have been a Shoshana, for example, at 40 health, and you turn 10. If you had the combo, you would be able to clear it. But now it's quite a bit more difficult to do. Definitely Soraa here. Still isn't seeing his big answers. Zaratustraa has managed to regain the board. The Fungal Grenadier is an option here to start dropping that DK and not let Zaratustraa build any kind of board. Soraa is also close to lethal with a couple of formidable presences. He's saving them in his hand. He knows that Zaratustraa has no defenders to block, for example, 2 formidable presences. Place Zaratustraa in a spot that he might not be able to recover. So yeah, saving that
Yeah,
for
do you
mirror
feel like?
presence right now.
Yeah, I was going to say like he was hovering over his bank there, thinking, do I really want to float for energy here when I can play the Formidable Presence, or do I want to save it actually so that when I have another one, I can play them both? He's actually going to play it. He doesn't want to float it. I don't mind this at all because I feel like you can play Formidable knowing that there's not going to be an answer to them. You can get the
Yeah.
damage in, and then if you just draw another one, great. I mean, you just want to keep putting the pressure on, I think, here, right? So I quite like this. I think this is cool.
Yeah.
He might even actually tag one of them into the rummaging just so that you can whittle that down a bit. But I would be very inclined just to go straight face here with all of them, take him down to 7 health. And then you really are presenting kind of lethal, very close actually. Oh, look at that as well. What a great card to pull. Gets the Premier Conduit.
Yeah.
Which is going to be fantastic, of course, when we look at Zara's. He's got the solitary confinement, which would be absolutely useless, really, against the Primary Conduit.
I mean, Zaratustraa is a formidable presence of way of dying here. Definitely, we could see a fleet support already. The relic repurposing for Soraa is in hand already, waiting for that fleet support to drop. But Zaratustraa decides to keep on cycling his deck, searching for some answers. Probably will see a crack shot into Scimitar Captain. Here gets the Logistics Mastery, which is another answer, basically.
Yeah, I feel like he's got some really nice cards in his hand now. So he's got ability to burn, coupled with the ability to compound that burn through some of the relics. But he's so low in health, he needs to be able to get that done quickly.
Goes for
That's
Guerrilla
good,
Warfare
though.
to choose. Definitely,
Yeah.
I believe he's gonna go for that relic repurposing. No, goes for the Primea. He doesn't care about the relic repurposing. He has 2 fleet supports, has the Logistics Mastery. I think he's waiting for a clear combo. I'm not sure how is this gonna happen, because Crackshot plus Logistics Mastery plus even double fleet support is still not enough.
No, it's not. It's not, but it would be. It would put a lot of pressure on Soraa because if you look at Soraa's hand, he's really struggling now for cards, isn't he? Just having that relic repurposing is fine, but he needs, ideally another unit or formidable. Formidable is going to win it. So if he top decks are formidable, and we have seen Soraa with the top deck, he doesn't get it. I was going to say, would it be the commentator's gift there of giving him it in his hand? He doesn't get it though.
So Zaratustraa is closing in for some type of combo. Soraa hits face. Soraa keeps the relic repurposing, gets a Terra Glider. These Romain researchers are gonna survive. Gets a mercenary gunslinger. This is there a combo here?
There is a combo. I mean, he could play, for example, the fleet support. He could play the logistics mastery. Go for crack shot. He can
go for orbital actually.
Yes, he could do this too.
The fleet support reduces the first effect displayed.
True. Yeah, very true.
But it's still not enough.
It wouldn't be enough.
Like, I mean, he can go for it. Kill the Fungal Grenadier, basically.
Yeah. I think time is against him. He just needs to almost go for it here now. He's down to 3 health. He needs to just say, okay, I'm not going to win on the board. I was never going to win on the board. Now I just need to try and do a sneaky one and steal it with loads of burn.
Solitary confinement. He's going for a Cathy here, I think, just to set up some damage before dropping the combo, the burn combo. Yeah, goes for Cathy and keeps the rest in hand. Oh my god. Attacks face. So it's gonna be a formidable presence here for Soraa. What are we gonna see here? Because the next turn is gonna be lethal here. For Zaratustraa.
What are we gonna get?
Are we seeing?
No. Oh no, the worst card you could hope for in this situation. You are literally looking for
It's
3 damage.
yeah. I think this is gonna
Oh
be it
my.
for Zaratustraa in a quite exciting way. Is there a battle ready earthen card? No, no, really, not really, right?
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Oh, that's
Oh, but
useful though.
some heals,
That's
some heals,
useful. Yeah, it
some
gets.
heals.
Oh, and another orbital plus the siren comes in for Zara. Wow! Look at the cards which have just come in there. That is
Yeah.
incredible. He's got everything in his hand here to get this one.
Oh my god.
So he's
But
going to get
this
healed for 5 here.
this acolyte of Shoshana is gonna heal for 5, create another one. He's gonna be able to use relic repurposing on himself, get 20 damage. The Romain researchers are not gonna be able to attack, so it's gonna be dependent. Gets another relic repurposing. Oh my god. So I'm not sure. Is this lethal already? So double orbital with logistics mastery is not lethal, and fleet support is basically the same also.
But wouldn't it be lethal if Kathy hit face as well? So if he
Well,
played fleet plus,
if Kathy hits face, I think it's not lethal neither.
is it still off? Okay.
Yeah. Probably Zaratustraa is gonna have to set it up again with Cyrene dropping up a board, using orbital strike on a unit, something like that. So he's thinking. He knows that he doesn't have lethal. Places
he's really
Soraa in a
short.
spot to find his next formidable presence. This acolyte of Shoshana is definitely a good answer. Like, was probably the perfect
It was amazing.
drop
Yeah.
here
Really.
for Soraa. The
Yeah.
heals, the second unit. Okay, so we're gonna see Cyrene. Okay, logistics mastery, fleet support right away. Okay, no,
Going for
Cyrene.
Cyrene. Okay.
Yeah. The thing is that, Zaratustraa is gonna concede.
Yeah.
There was no answer.
He nearly had the great escape there. He nearly done it, didn't he? Against all odds, it looked like he was about to die there, and then he nearly pulled it off. That would have been so incredible.
He
Wow.
was about to cook because at 14 health, yeah, he could have done it. But Soraa managed to clutch there in the end with the acolyte of Shoshana healing, and then some with the relic repurposing on his own relic for a bit more health. Everything counts at that point. So yeah. Really,
what a game!
really
What a game, Quinto.
interesting. I wonder if Soraa knew that he was. I think he was I think he knew that he needed an acolyte of Shoshana, and he got it at that spot. I think that's like not even a Terra, like going for a Terra, like a Titan or a Terra, like nothing else would have been better than an acolyte of Shoshana.
No. Yeah, he needed a heal. So if he intentionally went for that and he high rolled there and then for the exact card that he was hoping for, that was incredible. Yeah, the GOAT play. Yeah, that was fantastic. Because as you say, like if he hadn't got that, then it would have been a game that would have gone to Zara, and Zara actually then would have gone to the next round. So, wow. As it happens, we're going to the third game, and it's going to be the third and final deciding game. And this isn't actually ideal now, is it really, for Zara? Because we were talking about this. It's great that he's got himself back in the tie, but now he has to go and beat this burn deck as Neve, and we know that is really tricky for Neve to do. Can he get it done? What do you reckon, Quinto? I think we're going to see a different strategy, first of all, from Zara, where he will be looking to just try and prioritize a ton of burn.
It will all depend if Zaratustraa manages to set up a board here, like really early on, and Soraa is forced to Dominion like a maniac. Then it's going to be really easy for Zaratustraa to just get lethal with all of his effects. He has orbital strikes, Kathy's expertise, crack shots. He has units like Cendrillon that can deal damage to face. He has
Cyrene.
Irene also. He
Yeah.
has
Kathy.
Kathy.
Let's not forget about
Kathy
Kathy. Yeah.
herself. Mercenary gunslingers that can actually deal cheap damage. So, I mean, this is gonna be really difficult. Soraa is gonna have to play it like really well in the sense that not taking too much damage, hope and get some
Mm.
luck to be able to get the tempo going without having to rely on his dominions. So,
Yes.
yeah, that's essentially gonna be the match.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the tricky things I think for Neve players in this matchup against Kathy is that if you're going to start using Dominion a lot, you really need to do so ideally with Malia in hand, or then try and rapidly find Malia, because then she can bail you out. But if you're just Dominioning just to try and prevent and keep on top of the board, that is all that's going to do is just make sure that you kill yourself quicker and you do your opponent's job for them. So here we go.
Yeah.
Third and final game for these two. Who will make it through to the next round and take one step closer to those juicy league points and that $1,000 prize pool for first place? Let's see. Zaratustraa is going to be playing as Kathy here with his burn deck, and then Soraa, of course, is playing with Neve as Shroud. And this is actually a pretty good, so far, couple of cards to keep in hand, I think, for Zaratustraa. Would have been nice if you'd have seen a Bannerman, perhaps, as well. Maybe some kind of a low-cost effect. We haven't quite seen the end of his mulligan, but we'll see his starting hand. We'll see his starting hand in a second.
I believe Soraa has a Singularity Steward and a collateral damage right now in his hand.
Yeah. I actually quite like as well that he found that collateral damage because he knows that's going to be really important. You can't get burnt against this this burn deck. You have to make sure you find a way to stop that. Are we seeing duplicate screens?
Yeah, we're seeing still the mulligan hand scene.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. Zaratustraa already dropping in a Machinist with the Bloodhound Transport. We see in Soraa's hand the Life Siphon. Really, really nice here. 2 collateral damages. Probably not what you like to see. Like, I mean, Soraa kept one of the collateral damages, got the other from the mulligan. So, yeah. Wonder if he's just gonna go here for a Singularity Steward. Zaratustraa definitely has some answers with that no snitching in hand. Can play 2 units on the next turn, which are the Trigger Happy Trooper and the Red Scout Bike. So he's gonna be able to fill a board. No Neve's Dominion inside here for Soraa. So this is what we're talking about. Zaratustraa being able to drop an early board. And yeah, Soraa is forced to just search for that Dominion. Brand's expertise, no kick, and pays the kickback even. He's
desperately looking for it. And this isn't really what you want to be doing so early on in the game. You almost just want to be able to get some units on the board and challenge on the board as much as you can and then go to the Dominion. But he's not been able to find it. He's also paid the kickback, so Zara's been able to get an extra card. And it just gives Zara now the opportunity to just keep building the board and making life even more difficult, doesn't it? So not the best start for Soraa there.
So, I mean, this Trigger Happy Trooper will be protected, and the Red Scout Bike will be protected too. Everything here, like a Dominion doesn't even clear this board, so this is already looking like a really bad spot for Soraa.
I can tell you now, as an avid as an avid Shroud player, this is a worst case scenario where you're at turn energy of 3 and you've already got a board like this, and all you can do is single target removal, which fine, you're going to be able to get rid of, a 3/3, but you still have. This is nice to actually be able to get rid of the Crimson Fleet Machinist, but it's damage limitation already, and it's still not getting you on the board.
Ghosan is actually really good here. Just being able to drop something on the board. Zaratustraa is already running out of steam, not getting the units that he needs. Forced to bang this no snitching, probably
Mm.
going with a Bannerman and a Bloodhound, most likely dealing some damage. If he goes ahead and decides to trigger that crack shot, Egosan here will be perfect for
Mm.
Soraa.
Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it, actually? And it's set up to do that, isn't it? Where you could play, Bloodhound, you could play Bannerman, get the crack shot, buff the Bannerman even more. It's so set up for Zaratustraa to do that.
Yeah.
And I feel like
So
he maybe wouldn't necessarily be thinking, okay, like I need to be thinking about Gosen so early on at this point, because I think his priority would probably just be try and get as much damage in as early as I can,
Yeah.
uh, with the units and the cards that I can. So let's see if he does it.
So he's
Bloodhound's
going
going to
for
get
good damage here. It's dropping a whole board. I think, yeah, he's going for the crack shot also.
Yeah.
This is already around 7 damage that this Gosan will heal and do back to Zaratustraa.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's going to necessarily be enough to clear units, though. It might be able to clear one or two, maybe one. He is going to
Look
do
at
it,
that.
though. You're
Oh
right.
my
It is
god,
the
the
play to do it.
perfect moment. The perfect
Is he going to
moment
be
to
able
drop
to
this Gosan.
clear? Is
Where
it going to be able to
Zaratustraa,
clear? No.
yeah. It only does half the damage. I thought,
It
yeah.
does half.
So,
Yeah, it does half.
yeah.
So I was wondering, would it be able to clear one? It didn't even clear one. So yeah, he really needed to take a lot more damage. You always needed the fleet support to be on there. You needed to take some big damage to the face from like a Catherine's Expertise or a couple of crack shots. Didn't quite take enough damage for Ghosten to be properly effective. But he has finally been able to get a unit on the board, which is the main thing for Soraa. He's been struggling to get there. He's finally got something on the board now. It could be a little bit too late though, because we might see here, for example, Kathy coming down, just to keep the pressure going.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a Kathy here. Wondering why bank the Cendrillon. I think definitely Zaratustraa is just trying to get a setup eventually with the fleet support and the face damage from effects. Now we're gonna see a Kathy dropping here. Oh
He's going fleet
no,
support. I like
he's
that
setting up the
too.
fleet support right
Yeah,
away.
I don't mind that. I quite like that actually. That's really good because he's presenting tons of problems now. He's like, you have to remove fleet support. You know you have to, otherwise that's going to kill you. You also
Yeah.
have to remove my board. So choose one because you can't do both at this energy level. And it's just such a problem for Soraa already.
Yeah,
And
and
another
the
fleet
second
support
one,
comes in. What?
take
Oh,
your
look at the
lead.
cards.
So yeah, it's gonna be collateral damage.
But he loses out here, doesn't he? A little bit on the board. He can still, to be fair, he can still get a Void Trapper down, which isn't bad.
Yeah.
He's going to bank the embedded agent. Not even going to play it from the looks of it.
Okay.
He's always going to bank the next collateral as well. He should play the embedded agent here, surely. Just try and get. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. I prefer that more. Nice. Okay.
Ooh. Scimitar Scout Captain. So here it's a lot of damage still being presented by Zaratustraa if he decides to go face drop Kathy, for example. Even in the case of doing Kathy's expertise, leaving Soraa at 2 health if he goes with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Because the other way around would be clearing the embedded agent, dropping Kathy, probably clearing the Void Trapper.
Yeah, I really don't want to be
Or just
giving.
dropping that
Soraa
fleet
unit.
support again, like a maniac, and waiting the next turn to just Kathy's expertise again. Okay,
I
he
think we
probably
need to.
goes with Kathy here.
Yeah, I think we need to definitely be quoting you on that as the tournament goes on. Drop that fleet support like a maniac.
Oof.
That's got to be
Yeah, this is it. Zaratustraa is gonna get it. There's no way to recover this. There's no way.
It's super hard. No, there isn't. No. Yeah. And this is why this matchup is absolutely awful. or Neve, you just take so much damage. There's so many threats
much
you have to
damage.
deal with. They're so quick. They're so quick on the board, and then they've got the additional flexibility to basically beat you off the board as well.
Yeah. This Kathy's expertise is just gonna do the job here. He even has a mercenary gunslinger in case
Yeah.
of in case of an
In
emergency.
case of emergencies. Yeah. Love it.
Oh my god.
And the sad thing here as well is that he's actually drawn Malia, hasn't he, Soraa? So he's just not going to get
Yeah,
an
but
opportunity to
he
use
hasn't
her.
even been able to do damage to
No,
himself. So
no. But I
getting
mean, the
that
Malia would
corrupted
have given him a little bit of heal,
bloodhound
but yeah,
transfer. Yeah, Soraa knows that there's basically no out from this one,
yeah.
and this is gonna be it. The
There you
Kathy's
go.
expertise to the face.
Wow.
Zaratustraa
So there
with
we
his
go.
iconic absolute no celebration there.
His iconic no celebration. Love it. We didn't see the cat. We did see a cat from Zaratustraa, didn't we, last season? But we didn't see it this time. But yeah, Zaratustraa, who was
Yeah.
the first major champ, is just defeated the current open champ. So yeah, really, really interesting, wasn't it? That whole series there. I mean,
Yeah.
it was kind of interesting as well in the second game because that looked for a long while like it was going to go to Zaratustraa. But yeah, just back and forth so much. Did you enjoy that one, Excelsior?
Dude, yes, really enjoyed. I was actually rooting for Soraa during the first game, but after that, like, there was a lot of chatter over at Parallel TCG Twitch, and like he should have used treacherous scheming. Other people were saying like you should have used the 5 cost card. Like, dude, everything was like on the line there, depending on how Baron Squire would perform. And like game
Yeah.
two, yeah, back and forth again. Still, Sora won that one. Zara won the first one, and then game three, this was a bad matchup, guys. Like time and time again, I think I have a 40% win rate on Kathy as Neve, and it's very reactive and very exciting, guys. But like, man, just a short correction on what the factor said a while ago. It's Sora won the previous minor tournament a while.
Oh, the minor.
while
Apologies. Yeah,
back.
the minor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That's right.
The won the previous minor, and of course this major winner, Zaratustraa, like good start for him. He just like he's like nonchalant about it. Like that's how you keep composure. Get you saw it, and maybe after off cam, it's like yeah, like yeah, brought that out, man. But yeah, man, that was a great matchup. With that, with Sora and Zaratustraa, great match, not a clean sweep and a back and forth, as you said a while ago. The factor it went with a 2-1, favoring Zaratustraa. And guys, we just noticed that we got muted a while ago for the bracket breakdown, and we want to run it back just so you know what happened during day one, and we'll give you a short explanation. Let's get back into it, to that breakdown into the points. Now, in the Parallel Prime League Open 3, we had two groups right here between between the Group A and Group B, and we have here Sora as Group A winner and Jatael as Group B winner. So Group B top seed, so to speak. So how it works is we got here the Group A and Group B top seeds. Group A first, top seed. Group B first, Group B second, top seed, and so on and so forth. So we have the total top 16 players here: Soraa, Jatael, Egorik, Diesel Noi, Meat Value. We have here BlizzconJan, and we've had also Ranon, Lambi Series, Sparkling, Manos, Very Fat Cat, Comfortable, Harold, Rashanov, Lazy Guru, and Zaratustraa. And dude, I was like, that was an amazing day one, and we've had them over the brackets as well. And there you go. Again, Sora won. Oh wait, I got corrected, dude. Again, I'm sorry, man, for this. Sora.
I need to correct you now. Yeah, I need to correct you.
Like, dude, everything was jumbled all over my head. Like all of these champions, they were really, I mean, at least there were we know that they were champions, and Stan corrected the factor. Open 2, he won Open 2, so it's like an amazing win. But we'll probably see him again over the next tournaments. But this is going to be an exciting matchup that we're going to be having for round 2. We've had more of the players already rounded up, and it's going to be can you guess, Kinto, who is going to be the next matchup that we're going to be having? Who do you think?
Which are gonna be the next bands you meant?
Yeah, no, next matchup, next players that you want to see for round 2.
Well, don't we know we're gonna watch Egorik and BlizzconJan?
Yes, dude, that's like, yeah, of course, we're gonna be seeing BlizzconJan versus Egorik, and with what happened here over at the bracket, of course, let's have Kinto give us a short breakdown as to what happened during round 1. Kinto, let's get at it.
Yeah, so we saw Zaratustraa get the win there. Sparkling wiped Lambi in their matchup, 2-0 for Sparkling. Comfortable, beating Mid Value. Diesel is out against Harold. Egorik beating Rechenov, and BlizzconJan wiping out a very fat cat. Ranon, oh my god, the new guy here, Ranon, going 2-1 versus Manos, and then Lazy Guru beating Jadel. So the round 2 match is gonna be Zaratustraa versus Sparkling, Comfortable versus Harold, Egorik versus BlizzconJan, and Ranon versus Lazy Guru. Really nice, really nice matchups.
Yeah, really nice matchups indeed. We have a top 8 already ready. And for those of you guys who are just watching in, we have a new format right here. And we came from Swiss over at day 1. And now we have Conquest BO3 single elimination. No more double eliminations, guys. So just one life for our players right here. And they're fighting for a bunch of points. And, any predictions, or I'm not sure if you have your Sanctuary website open, guys. The Factor and Kinto, like what decks do you think they will be bringing? Let's start with the Factor.
I honestly don't know. I mean, as I say, I would like to see Gafar and Asio. I would like to see it. So hopefully one of these has brought them. I have not looked at the decks, so I'm almost keeping it as a bit of a surprise. But yeah, if we saw Asio or Gafar, I'd be happy either way. If not, then it would be interesting to see what else they've brought, because we've seen, like, for example, Sippy. There are some variations on the Sippy, whether it be a couple of cards, less tech cards, more units. There's also a really interesting Sippy deck as well that uses Sippy's expertise. And so I'm interested whether we see that. But yeah, either way, I'm just curious to see what the guys are cooking up. Bringing to this open.
That's right. Yeah, I'm kind of curious as well. And without any spoilers, Kinto, what do you think? What do you want to see in this next matchup between BlizzconJan and Egorik?
You're giving me a warning right there. I mean, once again, like I want to see some Gafar, probably some Augencore. I would believe there's some universal decks still being played around. But mostly, Gafar, something new, really. It's for example, we were close to see there a Nudon going in, but Soraa new counter. Either way, managed to get the win overall. So something spicy. I would like to see.
I mean, I would add as well that I know that. Yeah, I was going to say, I would add as well that I know that BlizzCon massively plays a ton of Neve, and he's got a really, really good Neve deck. I've actually played a lot against that Neve deck. If he has brought Neve, I'd be curious. I would expect it to be the Neve deck which he has been largely running on the ladder. And if so, we'll probably see him do very well with it. But yeah, are you going to tell us now, Excelsior? Have you set us up? Yeah, are you going to tell us?
Yeah, we got you covered, guys. You might be happy or not. I don't know, man. But we're going to be having the next decks coming from our players here. Round 2, BlizzconJan versus Egorik. Let's start with the first deck right here, right now. Let's go. And it's going to be Egorik with the Neve deck. And, we got some mentions a while ago from the Factor a while ago. Neve, what do you think about this deck, man?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the Shroud decks, especially the Neve decks, have not really changed too much from the Shotgun patch. They're pretty much the same as they were pre-Shotgun, apart from we're seeing, for example, Unseen Allies is coming a little bit back into the fray, as we saw earlier on, and also, of course, Cyrene. So other than that, this is a deck which, if you've been watching previous tournaments, will be very, very familiar to you. It's got some ramp in there with the take it or leave it and the stabilized shard, and then it's very unit shy, so you're really just trying to get to Neve as quickly as you can. You're not necessarily trying to win board, you're just trying to play as many effects, and of course the relic, because a lot of people forget that the relic and also, of course, also upgrades, they count too, but there's no upgrades in this deck. So yeah, this is not much different from what we've seen. It's tried and tested, and that's the main thing.
That's right. And we see here the stabilized shard already needed to pump up or even ramp him up to where he needs to be. Because one thing I found out is if you're using, or we saw Neve's Dominion already nerfed, so having the extra energy is needed as well. But let's look at the next deck that Egorik brought to the table. Here we go. And yeah, okay. This is going to be the next deck that has been brought, and it's going to be a Cathy deck. And let's see if you see any difference right here, Kinto.
Yeah. So, different from the Zaratustraa deck, we see no Bloodhound Transport on this one. We see also we see the Cathy's Rallying Cry, the Solitary Confinement, Improvised Tactics, a Collateral Damage here, a Harf. We see again the Romanian Researchers, but overall pretty similar to the list that Zaratustraa was running today. Heavy on the 1-cost units, going into the burn strategy by the end of the game. And also we see an artillery bowling in this one, and no Cendrilion, I believe. Oh yeah, there's a Cendrilion there. Anyways, yeah, overall burn, Cathy burn. Excited to see how this works out again in this round.
Yeah, Cathy burn indeed, and see Red Sand Scout as well. Another good addition, and we can see the classic Improvised Tactics coming back into draw, and it's amazing to see that we see some of the alpha cards. And just a quick update, guys, not to spoil your bans, but Sippy has been skippied. Okay, so that means we're not going to be reviewing the decks of that have been brought out by these players, which are Sippius, both Sippius. So we're going to be going to the next deck that has been brought by BlizzconJan. And we have here BlizzconJan and, the Factor. What do you think about this deck?
Wow, it's almost exactly the same, isn't it, to Egorik's
it
burn deck? Is it exactly the same? It looks exactly the same. I don't see a difference here at all, actually. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting that both of these guys have come in. Yeah, there might be one or two differences, but largely this is the same deck. So if we get we are going to get a mirror. That's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top. It will often come down to who's drawing what they need to at the right times. But yeah, both going hard on the burn. Again, it's kind of interesting to see it come back, isn't it? The burn deck in a slightly different guise. So yeah, you should pilot this well, BlizzCon. Yeah, he knows how to play this.
Dude, if I remember correctly, BlizzconJan is the top of the leaderboard right now with 3,000 points, right? So, dude, this guy must be carrying this deck to perfection. And he also has 3 orbital strikes instead of 2. So, and look at that Catherine's Rallying Cry, man. He doesn't care for Catherine's Rallying Cry because he only has 1. Who does that?
Yeah.
BlizzconJan
Yeah.
does that.
Well, that's what I like about this. Well, that's what I like about this deck because it's very much just saying I'm going to go purely for as much burn as I can to face, and I'm not too
Yeah.
interested in just trying to win as much on the board, which has often been the case when we saw the unit Cathy decks, where you then would need, like, say, 3 Catherine's Rallying Cry because it allowed you to populate the board and keep the pressure on the board. But these decks are very much like, what's going to give me the best way to win as quickly and efficiently and as ruthlessly as possible? And that's why we see tons of just direct damage. We see, it's impressive, and I love the crack shots that these are coming back because I think a 1 cost that can be cast and hits for 3, so you can effectively do 9 damage. It's just a huge
That's
amount
right.
of damage to do when your opponent starts with 30. So really cool, man.
That's right. Really cool indeed. And he's going to take a crack at it over at this next round. Let's look at the next deck of BlizzconJan. And we have here, oh man, Neve. Okay, let's listen to Kinto here with this Neve deck.
Yeah. So in this list, we see the stabilized shard going with the embedded agents, heavy on the singularity stewards, Baron Harv, only 2 void trappers, and well, the rest really similar to the legendaries, classic ones, Malia, Deers, Irene, and Wong. Going with 2 no snitches, heavy on the take it or leave it to get that Neve early on. Going heavy also on the brand's expertise to get that cycle going. Only 1 collateral damage. Not really caring much about those relics since I believe he's just banning CPUs, for example. Heavy on the erasures and treasures. 1 Eclipse Fade. Once again, we see the unseen allies. Only 1 copy and the classic 2 copies of Triumph of the Lost just for maintenance. I mean, yeah, pretty standard list, really complete. I like it. This seems like a really consistent list. This is gonna be able to just get the job done.
That's right. Let's see if this will get the job done indeed. And I'm seeing like 3 copies of Brand's expertise, which means he wants to draw as much as he can, as early as he can. And also, take note, guys. Brand's expertise, if it gets the RNG, remember this. I think you know this. The factor you get
Mm.
2 cost, 2/2 heal for every 1 summoned. Right?
Yes, you do. Yeah, yeah. You
Yes,
get
yeah. Sometimes.
you get the student, don't you? Student of Shoshana.
Yeah, this yeah, Sushana. That's right. And look at this, man. And BlizzconJan and Egorik are right here, and we have the bands out, and it's both Scipius, as we mentioned a while ago. And no, man, any dude, and looking at these mirror matches, and you saw like both of these decks, man. Like how do these perform in your like scrims, in your matches over at the ladder? How does it go? How will it go? How do you think it will go? Let's start with Kinto.
Yeah, I think that the best scenario from both of them would be to just go into a mirror for both matches, where essentially you win the Shroud match first and then try to end it up with Cathy. I think whoever wins the Shroud matchup will be able to get the win overall. I think it's how I see it, since these are both really similar decks, and the Markolian one seems to be exactly the same.
Yeah.
And Markolian, I believe, as we saw in the last matchup, is favored. So okay.
Wait. Oh yeah. Mirror match is definitely gonna be the start right here, and we see 2 mad generals right here over the first match between BlizzconJan and Egorik, round 2 here at the Parallel League. Open 3. Let's take it to our casters yet again. The Factor and Kinto. Game 1. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually not surprised really that both of them have opted to choose Cathy here because you want to get the first win under your belt, right? Get the first win under your belt, and just kind of put the opponent under a bit of pressure. It is going to be interesting that whoever wins this one is then going to have to start using their Neve, and then that puts them at a disadvantage. I do agree with Quinto. If you can win your Shroud match, then whoever does win that one is likely going to be going ahead. But it's so interesting as well that they both pretty much brought the same decks and they had the same mentality to both ban Sippy. I think we're in for a treat here. I really do. So here we go.
Yep. Egorik going in with the Crimson Fleet Machinist. Now we're probably going to see BlizzconJan do the same, most likely, banking that Orbital Strike right away. Too early to have it in hand. All the Red Scout bikes are in BlizzconJan's hand right now. Egorik has 2 units to drop here. Proc that Kathy is passive. Going with a no snitching right away on the Crimson Fleet Machinist to prevent it from buffing the Red Scout bikes. This is interesting. Going heavy already with a 2-3 Bannerman and a 2-4 Red Scout bike. Wow.
Yeah. Nice aggro start that you'd expect and you'd want to have, right? Playing Kathy. It's actually quite cool though for BlizzCon because even though it's been a good start for Egorik, I do like that he's got a lot of 1-drops which he can play here. So I don't think he's in a bad spot at all. It's also interesting, isn't it, that since the nerf to the Crimson Fleet Machinist, it's interesting to see now players have started to lean towards the Red Sand Scout, so that then the Crimson Fleet Machinist can call in a low cost vehicle like that. So just interesting to see a slight tweak to the meta there. Yeah, good start from both players, I think.
Yeah. This kind of places BlizzconJan in a good opportunity if Egorik starts trading, since eventually BlizzconJan will be able to use his artillery bowly in a good way.
Oof, that's quite nice.
This is a good Kathy's rallying cry with the Bannerman. Greetings for Mars with the BM right away.
Yeah. Especially when he knows that he's only got 1 copy of the rally cry himself. So yeah, interesting.
Oof, the Bannerman
That's
being able to
great.
clear that Red Scout bike. Now, BlizzconJan is very far off, even with this artillery bowly, since the Crimson Fleet Machinist won't be able to do the job. Egorik once again with a BM doing the GG. I guess he knows he's already in a nice spot here. There's nothing much that BlizzconJan will be able to do here. That no snitching early on from Egorik on the Crimson Fleet Machinist was key.
Yeah,
and there we go. BlizzconJan still fighting.
He can
for
get rid of
board
the 3-2.
managing to to get that Bannerman that is buffed right there. And someone regaining the board here. Egorik gets Irene to top it off. To pile on the BM. There he goes with the Kathy strike, Kathy's Paragon.
Yeah, I like this.
Chipping some damage. Actually, he has not even chipped any damage whatsoever. Still leaving. Okay, so this is what I was saying. Now BlizzconJan has the opportunity to use an artillery bowly strategically to clear this board right away. However, it's too early since already Egorik has the Kathy and probably getting a Cyrene at some point next turn. Well, not at some point, next turn, basically.
Okay, this is quite nice though. He needed a way just to be able to clear one of these units. So getting the gunslinger here to clear, say, the Bannerman. I'm assuming that's going to be the target here. You don't want that getting any bigger. Yeah, that's great. And then you've been able to still get some units on the board so that Kathy potentially hits into one of them. And then you're forcing your opponent, if they want Kathy to have a free run, they've got to try and start to trade into units. So here we go. Cyrene, nice curve here, coming straight in after Kathy. You can easily use the Cyrene here to either clear the half, clear the 3-3 Trigger Happy Trooper, and then be able to clear, for example, something like half. Is he going half? I think that's the play, isn't it? Yeah. Take just 1 damage on Cyrene. Yeah, and then use that to kill the 3-1. Lovely, really nice actually. And
Yeah.
then he's going to have a
I
free
wonder if
path
he's
here
gonna
for.
trade this Trigger Happy Trooper here with a Mercenary Gunslinger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
He was at 5 damage right to the face on BlizzconJan. They are both running burn decks. Egorik hasn't seen any of his burn yet. So being able to chip in damage all along is really good right now for Egorik.
Oh, it hit face.
And
Okay, look at that.
yeah. Oof, Egorik with the Wong right now. It's probably one of the
Wow.
best top decks he could get. Being able to choose that reach in lethal effects.
The Siren gets buffed as well. Oh, lovely.
Siren got buffed. Being able
Absolutely
to,
lovely.
yeah, pinging in the Cathy in case his Cathy manages to kill it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then just go face here,
Carry
isn't
into
it? Go face.
and
Yeah.
BlizzconJan
and that's
just
it.
concedes.
Yeah, he knew it. Yeah, he knew it was just too much to deal with, wasn't it? They both had really great starts, but my word, Egorik just had the better draws. He had the better cards in hand. Fantastic. I mean, so first blood goes to Egorik there, and that means really that he has to now switch to his Neve deck. And this is where it becomes interesting because BlizzconJan can just go with the Cathy deck again, and I'm pretty sure he will. He does not need to switch to Neve to take that mirror on. He knows that with his Cathy deck, that should be able to get the job done. So
Yeah.
let's see what he does. I mean, he'd be mad almost not to, wouldn't he, Quinto? Or am I mad saying that?
I think he goes with Cathy definitely against Neve. There's, I mean, I would say there's no doubt about that. However, it's interesting how Egorik went with the no snitching right away on the Crimson Fleet Machinist because that was key. He knew that he was gonna have to start trading his own units and preventing BlizzconJan from having his vehicles buffed in health by the Crimson Fleet Machinist was key for BlizzconJan to having a chance to survive the board. And there you go for the mirror.
Okay,
I think BlizzconJan wants to win this mirror.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess this plays out in what I was saying in the beginning. Whoever wins the Shroud mirror is the one who takes it. So, I mean, going right away into the mirror basically says it all. In this case, if Egorik wins it, he just takes the round. In the other case, BlizzconJan wins it, he probably has the higher chance to get the round with Cathy against Egorik's Neve. So
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here we go. We can see for BlizzconJan, he's got Void Trap. He's actually got Malia already. So there's always a little bit of a tricky spot. Do you keep her? I don't think you do, and he hasn't. So he's decided to redraw her back into the into the deck, sorry. And then he's kept the Void Trapper. Now, I know BlizzconJan, he loves his Void Trappers. And what's really interesting in the mirror is that sometimes in this particular mirror, playing your units is often kind of not the way. It's a bit of a weird one because you need to be building up that Neve board by playing effects. So it's going to be interesting to see how aggressive each players go on the board, or how reactive they go to be building up the Neve win con.
Yeah. So you say we're not seeing a board development in this matchup anytime soon. That's what you're suggesting.
No, I think that with Egorik, with the hand he's got, I think that it lends itself to be developing a board because he can go, Stewie into Void Trappers, and the Void Trappers are such a great unit to be playing early on to keep generating and almost creating those copies. But I know with BlizzCon, he does not mind at all giving up a little bit of the board and just being reactive, just playing those effects. And one of the things I've seen with him is that he tries to race as quickly as he possibly can just to get to Neve. So I would not be surprised if we start to see the take it or leave it. Here we go. There's one already. So he just likes to get there as quickly as he can. and he doesn't
Yeah.
mind if he's a little bit weaker on the board in the early stages.
Yeah, now we see a no snitching here for Egorik and probably a Void Trapper. So yeah, no snitching. And then a Void Trapper would be key. Like if this Void Trapper survives, which I don't think BlizzconJan will let it survive. However,
No.
if BlizzconJan gets another take it or leave it here, I think it will survive and things will just go snowball for Egorik.
Yeah.
A Void Trapper getting that Adira and it's over.
But I mean, this is actually kind of it doesn't look super great, but when you look at it, I mean, BlizzconJan the next turn, he can, erase if Egorik plays the Void Trapper, which we're suspecting he will,
I
and he
mean, yeah.
does, then it's nice and easy for BlizzCon because he plays the Erasure, and then the turn after, he just basically take it or leave it into a
We
Dira,
see
and
like
he is
BlizzconJan sees a take it or
golden.
leave it here.
Here we
I
go.
said it.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah. There you go.
told you. I told you, my man. So now BlizzconJan is gonna be forced to bank the Adira. Yeah,
Oof,
he doesn't
yeah,
have any
it's a rough one.
chance here.
You never want to be really banking that, but yeah, you have to, don't you? There, you can't allow the Void Trapper to start hitting your face and taking an Adira.
Well,
So,
this
yeah, if you're
stabilized
forced
shard
to do that.
here for BlizzconJan is really nice. However, not being able to use. So, I mean, dropping an early Neve, but without playing anything, it's kind of weird. Egorik
Yeah, it
has the tempo going, gets the Malia to start shuffling and cycling his deck.
Yeah, I mean, with BlizzCon here, whatever he draws, here we go. He can
He needs to
bank
bank it
that.
now.
Yeah, he can
And he's
bank that.
not gonna be able to deal with this Malia, not even
No.
with the Singularity Steward by itself. He's in a tough spot.
Yes.
That take it or leave it.
Yeah.
I can't believe he actually drew the take it or leave it again, which is what
You
I was
called it,
saying.
yeah. You called it. And you know what? He's still got another one, hasn't he? So if he draws another one, he's just going to be racing to get towards his Neve, so he can get the Neve down.
Yeah.
But here we go.
So
Oh,
Egorik blocking any sort of development. Life Siphon, thinking about it, actually. Like, I mean, the take it or leave it is fine, but once again, like, if he takes the Life Siphon, forcing BlizzconJan to just bank whatever he gets there, not being able, like, BlizzconJan without being able to actually use his take it or leave it in a nice way, since he has only played one effect, dropping a Neve early with only one effect is kind of. I mean, he will get some tempo going, but I don't think he will
Yeah.
manage to.
It's not ideal at all, is it, in this? Because
Yeah.
you're going to be dropping a Neve with no extra units of any value against what could possibly be already a decent board. Look at that. That's painful as well. Yeah, that's painful. He's had to bank the Erasure here, which would have been quite nice to keep hold of. But he does have a Triumph, which has come in.
Yeah, forcing BlizzconJan to basically float a lot of energy here. A Triumph, as you said, is a really good piece, since whatever Egorik plays here will be just countered by the Triumph. So it all depends. It's not like Egorik has too much stuff to actually play here for a Triumph to. Like, overall, both of them have been in a stalling situation where they are stalling the game. Not much happening here. With the Triumph.
So this is like one of those situations where, with the cards he's got in his hand, BlizzCon knows that, like, okay, the board's slightly getting away from him. He doesn't really have any great stuff to be playing, so I need to start playing some meaningful effects, because then on the turn after this, he can just go into a Neve, and playing a 5-cost effect in addition to the stabilized shard means that at least he can go Neve next turn if he wants to. And he will get a decent board.
This is a nice spot here for BlizzconJan already.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Played the Triumph, played a Treacherous, played an Erasure. Egorik going again for this one. Getting the stabilized shard also to do something there to get that early Neve also. Being able
And
with
again,
this embedded agent.
yeah, so BlizzconJan, I'd be really surprised if BlizzconJan does not go into a Neve on the next turn. I mentioned before this game, he just often likes to rush and race towards getting to Neve as quickly as he can. And given how tough it's been for him to kind of get on the board, he's had some difficult draws. And also his opponent, to be fair, Egorik's made it really difficult. He's been stifling him, hasn't he? He's been restricting his play. So, like, getting the Neve down is probably his most viable next play. But look at the board here for Egorik. Pretty good so far.
So are we gonna see
Ooh.
it? BlizzconJan just using this life siphon right away,
There we
banking
go.
Cyrene. He doesn't care about it. He's going for the
Yeah.
Neve. He's going for Neve right
There we go.
away. It's
Yeah. Yeah.
and let's see. Can he get a Cyrene actually?
No, because it's a universal. So you don't get
Yeah.
universal. Yeah. Oh, he does get the. I like that. Okay.
It's a
Okay.
Romus.
Yeah. Not the greatest, but he'll take it definitely.
I mean, what
I mean,
what did Romus give?
well, yeah, that's the key. What has it given?
I think he gave Battle Ready.
Oh, it was
Huh?
evasive. No, it gave evasive to
Oh, evasive.
the 2/3. Yeah.
Okay, so Egorik force here to play the minion. He can actually play it in a way. No.
You can.
Yeah, he can actually play it in a way that this Singularity Steward survive, I think.
Yeah, they will get buffed if he plays it correctly.
So he's getting the banish here with the embedded agent.
Yeah.
Buffing one of his Singularity Stewards. No, none of them got buffed, actually.
Okay, here we go. So Eclipse Fate on the 5/5 Romus, and then here we go.
Getting the big
Dominion,
Stewie.
surely. Yeah, Dominion.
The big Stewie.
Lovely.
Oh my god, this is gonna be a cook for Egorik.
Yeah.
BlizzconJan with the brand's expertise.
Yeah, this is actually one of the downsides, isn't it, of like racing to a Neve against another Neve? Because if you do it against, for example, a New Dawn, they often will be so far away from being able to use a demo. But against Neve, you know that they can potentially just do this to you, and then you're actually just providing the fuel to fire up that Stewie, and that's what's happening. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a 14-7. He's one turn away from winning this here. Incredible.
Yeah. And Egorik still has his Nymph, has that stabilized shard, so he can play it eventually. Probably, BlizzconJan. Going for the take it or leave it to see if he gets another one. Yeah. There we go. Double take it or leave it from the Baron. Egorik already with the GG emote.
He's loving those at the moment, isn't he? Oh, okay. So there's a triumph, but unfortunately, because there's already been an effect played. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a little bit of a shame, isn't it?
BlizzconJan just concedes Egorik with
Wow.
overwhelming victory in both cases against BlizzconJan. So
Clean sweep.
who is Egorik? Like, is he new into the game? I think he's first time I've seen him also.
No, he's been competing. He was competing a lot last season as well. Yeah, he has been competing, but I think this season we've not necessarily seen Egorik
He won an open
so far in a lot of the tournaments. So yeah, it's nice to see him back again. It really is.
Egorik won minor one actually, so he's not new at all. He won minor one. Wow.
Well, there you go. Thank you for production for that. Yeah, amazing win as well. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Because if you think about it, in this particular matchup, and we talked about it. In fact, Excelsior, you mentioned it. BlizzconJan, he's been like powering the leaderboard all season. He's got that huge gap. Everyone knows he's this young prodigy. He does very, very well. Lambie often bigs him up. We've heard, of course, Muka big him up as well, because Muka used to coach him and said that technically he's very, very good. Mechanically, he knows the game really, really well. And Egorik's just absolutely rolled right through him. So great stuff from Egorik. Congratulations.
Yeah, great
Really?
stuff indeed, man. Going straight to dude. Before I cut you off, sorry, I'm sorry, cut you off, Kinto. I would like to say, Egorik. I don't know if you know the reference, man. Pickle Rick. Yeah, Egorik just did it, man. He just did it for me. It's amazing. It's amazing to see him getting to straight 2-0. Comparing to the 3-1 that we got a while ago, it was really fast. Oh, you were about to say something, Kinto?
No, I just gotta say that Egorik dominated. Did some nice plays, especially in the Markolian mirror, snitching on the machinist. That was key to win the match. Then, funny enough, BlizzconJan got that second take it or leave it, preventing him and forcing him to bank his own Adira, I mean. And then with Treasure scheming, Egorik managed to just keep on piling on the fact that BlizzconJan couldn't bank anything else because of the take it or leave it. So he really played to his outs. He really used any sort of advantage he had and pile on it. So really well done by Egorik in this one.
Yeah, really well done indeed. It was actually really good scheming right there. Imagine bricking your opponent and just forcing them to use the Tiolis right there, take it or leave it. Even though you've had an early Neve, it doesn't even mean that you're gonna be winning already. Especially with two Singularity Stewards on board, dude. Respect the stewards. That's what I've been always saying. It's stewards can get really, really big if you set him up correctly. And Egorik just showed it. Those two stewards, even though one is already down, you just need one for that perfect crisp oh man, spicy Dominion right there. Amazing amount of damage. Yeah.
But I want to say just quickly as well. Sorry, I want to just add to that, because one thing we didn't really mention is that Egorik had a board, but let's say he didn't have a board, right? When BlizzCon played the Neve, what he did have was a Dominion. Now, if Egorik didn't have that Dominion, and that Neve board came down, he would have been in trouble, because he would have had no way to deal with that wide board, and then he would have had to try and find the Dominion. So, if you go early with a Neve, you have to almost hope that your opponent does not have any kind of board clear. If they do, it doesn't really pay off most of the time. In Egorik's case, he just was able to stifle his opponent. He was not really pressurized to play stuff. He was taking it nice and easy. He was in control. And then when that Neve board came down, he wasn't fearing it, because he already knew I can deal with it, so it's no problem at all. Yeah.
That's right. It's actually a testament to his name, Dominion. He established Dominion during that turn with Neve's Dominion, and that's actually a good point right there, the factor. And with that, guys, we're gonna take a short time just to review the bracket, and we want to show you what happened during round 2. And the previous match that we watched a while ago was Egorik and versus BlizzconJan, a really, really, really quick match as compared to the previous matches that we've already seen. And it went in with a straight 2-0 with Kathy win and then a Neve win, which is actually really quick. And with that, guys, okay, before we go on and start the next round, we're gonna be having a short break, and when we come back, we're gonna be seeing our next guest caster, Chaotic Flux or Q Flux, to be appearing on your screens. And we're gonna be saying a short goodbye to our casters right here, Kinto and the Factor. And again, don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back in a few here for the Parallel Prime League Open 3.
Wow. Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
agent activated.
It's really game on now.
Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Parallel TCG, now on mobile. Download and play today.
Wow, like they are building this world and I want to be part of it. Like I want to be playing it.
Make sure you go check out Yumio because they got some awesome stuff coming on.
Got a PSA 10 charge. I didn't realize it was gonna be from the new set. That's freaking awesome.
It gets another Adira. Adira into Adira again.
God. Are you kidding me?
G-Mon's running it back with the double Adira.
But Sam, you know, in the Web3 gaming community, you're very well known, and I think that extends to the parallel community as well. But there might be, you know, some people in the parallel community that aren't as macro on Web3 gaming. So do you want to just give like a little bit of background on who you are, just in case the people don't know?
Yeah, no, by all means. I'm sure many of them haven't quite heard of me. I'm sorry if I annoy you on Twitter with my daily tweets. That's my bad. But if you haven't been initiated to me saying Web3 gaming is inevitable every day, yeah. So my background's primarily YouTube. Me and my brother spent 7 years building the #1 dance channel in the world. And then 12-year-olds on TikTok absolutely kicked our ass. And so we were both sort of like, well, what do we do next? My brother loves music, so he went into DJing, he went to music school. He still does dance and still operates the channels that have like, I think combined like 50 million followers between TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. And then I decided to pursue video games because I was always a diehard, passionate video game player, primarily Blizzard games. Tried to be a pro StarCraft 2 player, failed miserably. That was a fun time. Loved Hearthstone, never tried to go professional, knew I didn't have the chops, got severely addicted to World of Warcraft and Diablo 2. And then I found Web3 gaming and I was like, oh my God, like I know all this stuff about content and there's just this really interesting blend of like emerging technology and video games, and nobody's really making interesting content. It was just a lot about like, here's what I think is going to make a lot of money next, and that's still really prominent. And those people, I'm not no shade, but I was like, what if I just make interesting content about like with the Web3 gaming industry, and sort of make it for thought leaders and founders and VCs and stuff, as well as the consumer. And so I launched Gamified just over 2 years ago, which is my flagship Twitter space. Oh yeah, shout out to Ali wearing the hoodie. Love you for that. I also launched a show called Rumble, which is no longer with us. Another show called Simplified. A show called Alpha Wolves. Co-founded the Wolves DAO with Peyton, and the rest is history. So now we do a bunch of live events. Recently came on as the CMO of the Farcade, which is an AI and gaming startup that aims to be the TikTok of video games. And I could ramble on, but I think that's probably enough.
That's definitely piqued my interest right there. Real quick, we're going to segue into that because, with Parallel releasing Colony, obviously an AI, simulation game, like, what do you think is going to happen to the gaming industry with AI? Like, honestly.
I mean, so many things, to be honest. I mean, it's a $200 billion industry, which I know a lot of people talk about, but like music is 40 billion. So it's 5 times the size of the entire music industry. And there's so many different wrinkles and nuances. Like specifically, we're focused on hyper casual mobile gaming, which for a long time has just been awful. Like there was actually a golden age of like Angry Birds came out and Flappy Bird came out, and surprisingly, a lot of bird games really did well. But like that was like an incredible time to be like a mobile game enjoyer. And then the whole like free to play wave and hyper monetization just sort of took over, along with performance ad marketing, just absolutely like dominating the landscape to the point where the discovery for anything that's actually interesting and unique and not hyper funded by these really big conglomerates is just like impossible to find and impossible to enjoy, and therefore it's not really made anymore. So I have a lot of ideas on how Colony is going to change things. I'll talk about the Farcade for a second. The Farcade basically changes like 3 fundamental things. One is, instead of having to go to the App Store, download new games, wait for it to download, open it up, instead it'll just all be on a feed because they're web games. So fundamentally, they don't need to be installed. So barrier number 1, friction point number 1 removed. That also means you don't have to uninstall them when inevitably you hate like 45 or like 80% of what I download. I get rid of in the next like couple hours. The next point is you have one login, so authentication, a single time, and then you can play as many games as you want. And then the third point is you can actually make and distribute your games too. So using AI and vibe coding, which I know is like kind of corny and not always in vogue. You can make your own games, distribute them on the same platform without needing to, I don't know the guy that runs Monopoly Go, or like have a cousin at Scopely, or whatever people have to do right now. So we think those 3 things are going to massively sort of overhaul the entire mobile games industry. Colony, I just plan to spend way more time on the toilet and just like watching these little dudes and frantically checking my phone every like 30 minutes so that I can figure out what's next. And I think like the rise of thinking games is going to come back. Right now, it's really hard to find a game that piques your curiosity for more than like an hour or two. I'm playing the Bazaar right now, which Reynad, please, for the love of God, fix the UX. It's fucking terrible, but the game is incredible. Like the tones of the game is absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, a shout out to Reynad. I love the dude. He's great, but the UX is just like atrocious. And so I think that we'll find this really beautiful marriage of like, you don't have to have super complicated gameplay to be able to have really in-depth, interesting game mechanics, I hope.
Oh, is that lethal?
Is that lethal?
Agent activated.
It's really game on now.
Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Parallel TCG, now on mobile. Download and play today.
Wow, like they are building this world and I want to be part of it. Like I want to be playing it.
Make sure you go check out Yumio because they got some awesome stuff coming on.
Got a PSA 10 charge. I didn't realize it was gonna be from the new set. That's freaking awesome.
I was raised by the wolves, ain't playing fool. Run through the night, playing with your life. 1, 2, 3, whoa!
It gets another Adira. Adira into Adira again.
God. Are you kidding me?
Gmon's running it back with the double Adira.
And we are live here at the Parallel Prime League Minor, or rather, Open 3. I'm always saying minor because that's the previous one that we have had, but it's Open 3 here, and we have our new guest caster here, Q Flux. Q Flux, how are you doing, man?
Doing good, sir. Just excited to watch some high-level parallel gameplay, see some of the cutting edge of card gaming on planet Earth and beyond.
Dude, it's like, are we doing ASMR casting right now? So he's
Definitely not. I just can't help it because my voice is so beautiful. You got to have world-class everything in parallel. That includes commentary.
Yeah.
That's why you got me.
Yes, that's right. And we're happy to have you here, man. Like, not just world class, space class right here,
Space
especially with
class.
that Prime hoodie. Man,
Yeah, bro.
dude, like, what was your favorite match? Oh, I like that Prime hoodie, man. I should have worn one, but I'm also getting that Prime League.
Flexing.
That's my outfit right now, and we're we're gonna be casting amazing matches today, or amazing match today. And dude, did you watch the previous matches, like round 1, round 2? What was your favorite moment with the previous matches?
I just see a lot of huge singularity stewards, and it gets me depressed as someone who plays mostly Cathari and maybe a little bit of I don't even know what else, like Marco. I don't know, just all these big singularity stewards. I'm depressed. I was listening to some heavy metal feels. I need to watch the Shroud player lose. I'll try to be not biased, but in my head, I have to admit I'm tired of getting beaten up by giant singularity stewards when all I'm trying to do is play Asio and hit you for like 45 damage in the face. I think that's not so unreasonable. So that's how I'm feeling.
No, dude. Like I understand you, man. Like I understand you from the receiving perspective because I'm the one dealing the damage right there as a Shroud player. But yeah, no worries, man. But before we go forward, let's look at back at the bracket that happened a while ago and see how it went. And now our first match that was casted, we saw the we saw the player Zaratustraa move forward against Soraa with a 2-1, and round 1 also sparkling one with Lambi series with a 2-0, comfortable against Meat Valley with 2-0 as well. Harold 875 against Diesel Noi with a 2-1.
Come on, I'm waiting for Diesel's gonna win one eventually. I'm telling you, y'all watch out.
Dude, he's like making content as well, so I'm happy that he's already going all in. And Egorik, but the one we saw a while ago, goes 2-0 against Reshanov and defeating BlizzconJan as well at round 2. He's going 2-0s, man. What do you think about that, Q-Flux?
Egorik is not to be messed around with. Like, he has taken down one of these opens before. He is always on the ladder. To him, here he is taking down Reshanov and BlizzconJan. I mean, Jan is like one of the most fearsome, respected players in the game, always working with Lambi and Fat Cat. He also Yan took down Fat Cat. Like Ego is just in these tournaments. He really shows up. So he's like, I don't know the word, but he's that guy who kind of comes in quietly and just absolutely destroys everyone he comes up against. He's scary.
Yeah, he's like Rick, man. He goes in and there's like shoots guns, never gets damage. Everything.
Rick and Morty, Rick.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
okay. Like I will put it in as much as I can because Egorik is just right there. And of course,
Egorik is like dropping the lightsaber straight down, and he just goes through the whole world and through the like nothing stops him. That's right. A good metaphor.
Nah, nice reference right there, Q-Flux. And we saw here Rana as well move forward. Oh, hey, now we got a nice. We're back to us, man, and we got a nice review right there of round 1 and round 2, and we saw a bunch of matches as well. We saw like different decks, and we have yet to see Gafar. How does that make you feel, Q-Flux?
Sad. We all want to see Gafar. I started parallel with Gafar, but it's okay. I believe if we don't see him today, we'll see him soon. I mean, what's so fun about this tournament, all the games we've seen so far, as you're talking about, is like the shotgun patch happened. And at first it was like, okay, is it going to be Burn Kathy? Is it going to be... I got to learn to stand still, by the way. I'm getting used to this broadcast. Burn Kathy, Skippy, this, that. Is Asio going to pop off? And the truth is, yes, Skippy is strong on the ladder. I'm not denying it before the sweats all start typing in their chats. Flux is, yes, Skippy's strong. But I really feel like the amount of fun decks that are at least playable and interesting and worth exploring has gone up a lot. Veen and Muka with the card design approach that they're continuing to innovate on is just turning this game into something where you can really do anything. And so this tournament represents that to me. New ideas, variety of decks. Asio, like Diesel told me when he got knocked out, he's like, I lost to Asio because that's my favorite deck. And I'm just like, yeah, boy. So I just feel like we're seeing... It's been a long time, and the game started so strong. The bones of the game, the foundation is amazing, but we are really seeing Muka and Veen just continuing to improve the game and taking it from not even from good to great, but from great to amazing. The card design and the design philosophy is so good, and everyone knows because Veen's talked to everybody in the game, and so has Muka. They're so communicative. So we're just seeing the results of good work over time. And for anybody who's like, Parallel's unbalanced, they don't care, the salt side, I would just say you're clearly wrong on the at least with the
Yeah.
shotgun patch. This is a really good patch. So that's what this tournament represents to me. It's just like celebrating how good this recent balance patch was. Shout outs Bean and Muka. It's so fun to see all this.
Yeah, shout out to Veen and Muka, right? And Muka is already on the chat, Twitch chat as well. It's like looking at this patch baby, and it's like, okay, let me see how my patch baby is growing up into the competitive scene, and like seeing how these cards work. And I have to say, like, Cyrene is probably like the most played, man. I have been a victim of Cyrene, Qflux. Like a 10 damage to the face with a Cyrene. Dude, that's like it. You know why? Because the my opponent got my copy of Cyrene and played it from hand, and also played it from the singularity. Like,
I swapped it.
No, don't do that. Don't do that to me. Give me 10 damage from the card that was benefited from the patch, dude. That's
when they play
devastating.
Cyrene. When they play Cyrene and they hit you for 5 and you're like, oh, okay, I got this. And then like singularity back hit you again. It's like you're boxing and the first hit hits you and you're like, spit the blood out, split out a tooth. I'm fine. That wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
And then they hit you again and you're just like, nope, dead. Like on the ground. Like that's what it feels. It's like, come on, I took 1 hit, but you can't I can't take 2 hits from Mike Tyson. It's just too much. But I have a question for you. Until broadcast tells us it's time to go to the match. But I have a question, because I'm curious. Cyrene feels, and chat tell me as well. Cyrene, and I think that's the right name. I was saying the wrong thing. I think that's right. Cyrene is the big 5 drop. Cyrene is so strong, but I don't know if I'd say she's too strong, because it feels like it's giving something good to the game's play pattern, which is it's a strong reactive tool. Yes, it can be aggressive. It can hit face. But what it really does is kill 1 unit and then use its ability to kill a second unit, and then it's still on the board presenting a threat. So it gives you a tempo spike and a swing. And since it's available to everybody, I would basically ask you, do you think it's overpowered, or is it just a fun, really strong card? I'm leaning towards the latter, that it's just fun and strong.
Dude, I'm leaning towards the latter as well, because it's universal. Everybody can use it, and nobody is actually biased in any parallel. So, man, that's just me talking. And Qflux, good question right there. But we have to review some of the decks that these guys are bringing to the table. Let's go to Egorik's deck right now, and let's get into this matchup. Okay, let's start with, of course, your Ekahari main. Let's go with you.
Yeah, he's got 2 of these. I'm sorry we're talking over a little bit because of delay, but dude, two genetic corrections. I've been a believer of this. Jeremy, Nomega, I'm not sure. I don't think either one of them is running 2 genetic corrections. I think Lambie said he hates it, but he runs it anyway. I think genetic correction is great, and that's where my mind goes here. It's a standard Skippy, but I'm just looking at that tech option, and that's his answer for Nehemiah, for a Brand in theory, for a Gafar, for big threats that, I think genetic correction ×2 is really good. Other than that, he's got the Convergent package. He's running the Domina. He's running the Mass. Of course, Cyrene goes so well at Tabula. The Drusian. Standard Skippy and looking quite strong.
That's right, standard Skippy indeed. But of course, with the Gen Core already getting 2 hits, let's see how well it works. Let's look at the next deck from Egorik. And as we were waiting again, thank you to our sponsors for making this happen. Echelon Prime Foundation, definitely getting all that support for these tournaments. And I'm going to be getting this one, Qflux, with the Cathy deck that he is bringing to the table. Again, guys, this is one of the decks that only has one Catherine's Rallying Cry, giving it a sense that they want to do the burn instead of the unit-heavy deck. And you can see it over right here with the presence of Logistics Mastery and Fleet Support as well. And you have the presence of all those effects right here. Specifically, you have the Catherine's Expertise, Orbital Strike, and you have like a bunch of crack shots, which I have not seen in a while. Not a lot of crack shots in the previous iterations or previous patches, but having these already present makes it worthwhile, because this is the burn to watch out for. And let's see who gets burned by this deck. With the next deck from Egorik, let's see. And it is going to be the Neve deck. What can you say about this, Qflux?
Well, Neve is one of the most interesting decks in the game. You have so many interesting cards that affect the play, whether it's Baron, whether it's scheming and all the mind games around that, Eclipsed Fate. And, you know, he's got the 3 coins and the 2 snitchings. So, like, that's a lot of zeros. You got to not get screwed by the coins. But overall, it's a standard list. We see Cyrene, we see the Malia, we see the Baron, the 3 Dominions, lots of draw with the expertise, lots of removal with the siphons and the erasures, Eclipsed Fate, like I said. Most interesting to me is a choice to run exactly 1 Unseen Allies, 2 Triumphs of the Lost. It's just like, that's a very low amount of those cards. You do see people run more sometimes, so he's really leaning into the early game. Barely anything above 4, especially on the spells. So I'm curious to see how he plays it. With Neve, it's always an opportunity, a privilege to get to see great players run this deck and really see how they play it, because it's just such a strategic, deep deck to pilot.
Yes, indeed. Like I'm seeing more strategy right there. And talking about Cyrene, I'll call back to what we were mentioning a while ago. It looks like it's going to be a reactive card, man. You see it right here. It's already present in a spell, or rather an effect heavy deck. So yeah. Dude, Cubeless, this is gonna be it, man.
Even in Burn Kathy, even in Neve, if those 2 decks are running Cyrene, those are the most spell heavy decks we got, then that just goes to show. Because it's easy to see it in a Skippy or even an Asio, because Cathari likes to run 30 plus units. But when you have a deck that runs 25 effect, 25 out of 40, that's like 60% of the deck, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it still runs Cyrene as a 5-drop. Cyrene is definitely an auto include, apparently in every deck right now.
That's right. And now let's look at the next deck, and it's going to be from Egorik's opponent. It's going to be Ranon. Now,
Brand. Okay.
Personally, I don't have any info about Ranon. We're going to talk about it later, but we're going to look at his first deck. It's going to be a Brand deck. Dude, Brand! We finally see a Brand. We see New Dawn, we see Neve, we see Brand, and this is going to be an interesting play, because this is usually a unit-heavy deck. And as we can see, we have 18 units on the board, and of course, effects is going to be 19. A bunch of embedded agents, which have been proven to have good utility, and also you can see Spectre Attack Crafts already loaded up here. Astel's Glaive. We have Void Keeper, the previous Battle Pass card as well. Cyrene even being present here again. Just a callback again. And Salvation.
Well, she's so good in Brand,
Bars.
right? Not to cut you off, but like
good.
She's so good because when she kills a unit with combat damage, it's going to buff the Singularity using Brand's passive. So you're buffing your tokens, you're adding a Brand token to the Singularity. So I feel like Cyrene, actually, out of all the Shroud decks, Brand might be the best place, like where she really shines.
Definitely going to be shining right here as a unit-heavy deck, especially with the presence of 2 Trusty Belts. That means they want to double attack, especially if it survives. And guys, just a short caveat, you can bring back a dead Brand by using Dark Dealings, and nobody's bringing it right now. Why aren't you bringing it? I don't know, man. Bring it back. I mean, somebody use it in a tournament. And yeah, this is a good Brand deck, and let's see how well it performs in this tournament. Let's look at the next deck of Ranon.
We'll see Dark Dealings come back at some point, but don't let me distract you. Next, Earthen, go.
Oh, yeah, you go for Earthen, man.
Go for it. Me, go. Okay,
Yeah.
so we got Nehemiah from Ranon. So he's not running the Gafar, which makes sense. Gafar is fun because he's new and he's shiny, but Nehemiah is the proven Earthen Paragon. We do see all 3 Shroud get played, but in Earthen, it's generally going to be Nehemiah all day. And indeed, here, what's most interesting, though, of course, Helm of a Vigdor. If you've been asleep for a few weeks, it's a new card that gives Earthen even better energy ramp. And if you've been asleep since the patch, you might have heard me said that and done a triple take, not even a double, but a triple, and been like, better ramp for Earthen, excuse me? Yes, that is what it does. So, of course, Helm on 2 wins games like crazy right now. But there's actually a lot of other interesting stuff in this deck. Spoils of War, giving you draws when cards trigger Flourish or change attuned states, is really wild. We've got a Miasmancer in here, which I think Miasmancer Stonks should definitely be rising with more Asio in the meta, among other things. So that makes sense to me. Miasmancer, he's running Ritual Markings. He's got a Solitary Confinement, the 2 Fungal Grenadiers, which is a new card we're seeing all over. Of course, Cyrene again, still running Terramech. It's actually like a really interesting list. Frankly, I could ramble for a long time thinking this through. But bottom line, good draw, crazy board presence, some insane tempo spikes, and lots of potential high rolls with the Helm in the early game. This should be a really strong deck.
It's definitely going to be a really strong deck, and considering the presence of just 2 formidable presence, Ranon just like already has is saying that I'm going to be banking on whatever units I'm going to be bringing here to the table, and yeah, that's going to be the Nehemiah no Gafar. Let's look at the next deck that Ranon has brought to the table, and here we go. Scipius deck. I'm going to be taking this one, Q-Flux, because this is going to be the Scipius deck that Ranon is bringing to the table with this disassembly swarm, and you can see that there's no Gen Core present as compared to Egorik bringing 2 Gen Cores, but there are still effects with the presence of Triumph of Europa, 3 of them, and you can see that Russian X-Raider is already present. And dude, I haven't seen this in quite a while. The Rubicon is now here being played by Ranon, and for those of you who don't know, the Rubicon muster get copies of all the cards in your hand, right? So that's actually like a kind of a reload for the Scipius. Sometimes they run out, but mostly they don't run out because of the presence of the Convergent Recruiter and all those other musters. And this is actually interesting because this is a different take. There are some top heavy units that may or may not get played, but you can actually start playing them if you have Tabula Rasa at least, right? So, for example, like Drusian X-Raider, you can actually bring that out. And we have seen it get a pocket lethal from that interaction. So this is an interesting deck from Ranon, and I want to see as well what the bans are going to be in. Just a short caveat from our producers right here. Ranon has not appeared on stream over at the previous tournaments, and
first time making a top cut. So cool,
man. Flux, what do you think? Ranon's Earthen has been banned, and Egorik's Shroud has been banned. What do you think about these bans?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that Nehemiah list looked really strong and a little bit weird. Like, there was a lot of tech to consider. So Ego, if he's not super confident, he's going to be able to navigate all that, can just ban it. Marco and Skippy, he's got 2 aggro decks, and then over there is Neve and Skippy. It's going to be a tempo battle for sure. I'm curious to see, do they both like start Skippy, or I'm curious. It's like, do you go Skippy or do you not go Skippy on that first match? Do we see a Skippy mirror? I'm curious what the first game pick's going to be.
Yeah, definitely curious as well. Like, if there's going to be a Skippy mirror, it's going to be different decks, so to speak. We saw that, like, the glaring differences between the two, but it has to be. I'm kind of curious because there is no Memento of the Fallen present with this with both of these decks. So like, if you have like that kind of mirror, right? Like, kind of mirror that you get to like bounce each other off, and then like whoever has like the Memento will probably get the win. I don't know, man. But with Skippy, even having that kind of power level, even without that relic, it's actually proving to be a problem for some of the people. But yeah, first one might be that match. Oh wait, I thought we were just starting. But yeah,
let me say, the Memento thing, I'm kind of surprised. I feel like all of a sudden no one is running Memento in the knife, and I'm like, yes, it got nerfed, but it's still, I don't know. I feel like sometimes a card gets nerfed a bit, and then everyone stops playing it, and then a few months later it comes back, and it's like, oh wait, it's still good, lol, oops. And I feel like Memento is there right now. All of a sudden, no one wants to play Memento. Yes, it doesn't go back to your hand anymore, but that's kind of an edge. Like, you win more games when it goes back to your hand, but a lot of like the main win condition is you play the knife and it never leaves the board again. And it's an incredible 1-card win condition if you just get wide and they can't answer it. I feel like people are really overly reacting to that nerf, cutting Memento from everything, especially in decks like Skippy. I understand burn Kathy, it's not unit based. That's not going to run the knife, but aggressive Skippy, like, I think people are overreacting. With that said, it's going to be Kathy versus Brand. Okay, no Skippies yet.
Okay. Dude, Kathy versus Brand, and the tables have turned. in this matchup, guys. And because Egorik's Kathy is more burn, and Brand the shroud here is more unit based. So like that's why I'm saying it's like the tables have quite turned here. So let's see how this goes with this matchup. And what do you think with the mulligans? What do you want to get here, Qflux?
It's definitely a board battle, right? I mean, Brand, if he can establish the board early, can just be so aggressive so fast, and Kathy will be forced to use their burn spells to control the board instead of going face. Kathy wants to avoid all that by establishing a good board early. Definitely feels like a snowball kind of matchup. I will say Burn Kathy versus Brand is a bit of an eccentric matchup, not something we've
Yeah.
seen in a lot of metas. So it's going to be really interesting to see the dynamic, but I do think Brand Rannon with his Brand needs a really strong opener here just to make sure, like, if he doesn't have tempo early, he's going to end up losing to the Kathy burn. Like, because he wants to avoid that spot where it's like turn 4, turn 5. He's still fighting for board. He's down to 20 health. At that point, it's almost impossible to stall the game long enough. His demos won't be enough, right? So I do think
right.
tempo is going to be huge, and they're going to fix the scene. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and I saw Rannon just like on the mulligan, just kept both the Theolist, and I would have done that the same,
Yeah, with
right?
Brand.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, because you want an early Brand. Like, if you're turn 3 and like you're in 3 energy, just do both Theolist, put out the Brand, and it won't get no snitching because no snitching has been adjusted. And you just keep on ramping up those corrupted visions. They become larger and larger and more, and you can also use that, especially on the swing turn, which is probably going to be unseen allies. And look at this. We have seen quite a difference here with the nerf of Bloodhound Transport. Red Sands has taken its place. Qflux.
I like this because Red Sand is a more interesting card. Instead of just battle ready, 1 damage, go face, I'm wide, there's no AoEs till deception, haha. Like, we were all tired of that. Compared to that, Red Sand has a charge effect. It makes you decide if you're hitting face or trading, and there's all kinds of fun synergies there. And you can see Ego with the Researcher. He's going to be able to potentially get a double draw by playing Research or hitting face with the Red Sand Scout. But, man, Brandon really is living the dream with Baron on 2 and then double coin Brand on 3. And then Glaive on 4 potentially. Like, Brandon's early game ramp with these coins, it's not just the coins. It's that he also has like a bunch of other good stuff, and he's going to keep drawing. So this is good. Both players have a reasonably good draw, and so we get to see 2 good draws go against each other. Ego, we'll see. We'll see if Ego's fast enough. He's got a lot of draw, but just not a lot of like. I mean, he's pretty aggressive. I'm curious. This is a really interesting opener. I like this.
Yeah,
I mean, what do you think? Like, who do you think is favored right now?
Dude, I think Rannon is kind of heavily favored. Why? Because he's gonna be doing the double Tioli going into Brand, and it's very highly possible he will go to either a National Scave on turn 4 or an Unseen Allies on turn 4 because he can break out all the board the units right there. Even though Egorik has the Cendrillon on split with the effects, he cannot clear the board because that's just a bunch of 4/4s, right? He needs to trade, and when Kathy trades, that's kind of a kind of a weak spot, right? You want to burn as much as possible. You want to hit face as much as possible because if you don't hit face, you will run it short, especially when the opponent gets a chance to get health back in the presence of maybe Malia or some sort, right? So, yeah, I think he has a strong potential here, especially
Here
with the
we
absence
go.
of no snitching on Baron Square.
Yeah, here we go. So we got the 2 coins. Baron coming out. He gets an Archivist's Pride. He has to shuffle some copies. So did he shuffle extra glaives into his deck? I believe it's what he just did. Now Rannon's got 3 or 4 additional glaives in the deck, which is great against unit Kathy, although it might not be that relevant against Burn. But yeah, you're right, man. I mean, this early Brand is just so insane that it's definitely Egorik having to fight an uphill battle. But Ego has so many cards, and if he's able to set up his Burn engine, he doesn't need to win the board long term. He just needs to stall Rannon. The challenge, like you said, though, that Unseen Allies, Randon doesn't even need to trade in the brand. He can just start killing stuff and then play the tokens as he goes. I mean, Randon really has a god draw. Even with the scheming and the triumph, he has so much value in his hand. But Ego just needs to survive long enough to burn him down. He does have Cindy. What would be interesting is if he got Logistics Mastery, then he could play Sendrillin as a board clear, use the Ren to Earth, clear the board. But yeah, he's going to go for Kathy right here. And it's just, yeah, Ego's entire game is about, bro, it's crazy. Randon has Brand and Baron. That's in the 2Bs. This is like the craziest brand. No, Kathy. I mean, actually,
Ooh.
is that good? I wanted her to
dude.
kill Baron is the thing.
Dude, look at the draw, man. Look at
Yeah,
this.
the thing
This
is-
is Trusty
yeah.
Belt. Oh my gosh. This is gonna be double trouble right here.
Okay,
And
he can Trusty
you gotta-
Belt.
Yeah.
Then he has to
Trusty Belt-
float 2 mana, though. Then he has to float 2 mana. That's the trade-off there. It's not a free lunch.
Dude, it's okay. It's okay because you can actually it has more upside with a Trusty Belt. You just trade 2 and then just get the benefits right here and like not even worry about Kathy right there. Kathy's gonna kill herself if she wants to because she's a mad general. And you just have to. Oh, he does. He goes straight into aggro mode.
He's going to kill
goes
Kathy
into
because
the-
otherwise
Yeah.
Egorik could use artillery volley and wipe the whole board. So he definitely has to
Oh,
kill Kathy
dude.
there. The thing is, Ego's got this Sendrillin that can do a 3 damage
Yeah.
board wipe. And then he can have his Rummaging Researcher kill one of these tokens, right?
That's
So if
right,
he
that's
does
right.
something like that, Randon would have 2 tokens left on the board. That's
Hmm.
still a really strong board. So yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough for Ego to defend here.
That's
Let's
right.
see what he does, though. He
Yeah.
has a lot of options. He has no snitching. That could answer Baron. He has
Mhm.
a PS8. He has his fleet support if he wants to try to set up double spells. What he really wants to do but doesn't have time. Oh, he's doing it. He's going to fleet
He's
support.
doing it, man.
So potentially, to set up the AoE next turn
Mm-hmm.
and to
And-
clear a unit this turn. I'm not sure if he can afford to do Rend of Earth twice next turn, but he probably can. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's
Yeah,
going
he
to,
probably can.
because then he's going to do 6 damage to Randon's face and also clear the
Yeah.
board, right?
That's right.
So I'm kind of
Yeah,
thinking
he
out loud,
probably-
but yeah,
he's probably
that
gonna do it,
looks
man.
actually quite strong. I think you might have overestimated Randon's brand play a little bit. Trusty Belt looked good, but he had to float 2 mana, and Ego has some good counterplay. Look, Randon's down to 18. Brother, I think Egorik might be actually showing that our intuitions were a little bit off. Even though Randon had the crazy brand opener, Ego is putting up a strong fight.
Ego is
This is a
definitely
really
putting out a
interesting
strong fight
triumph.
right here, man. And the triumph with the fleet support, I was actually surprised. It can go to 0. I thought the floor was 1 cost. And look at that annihilate. Oh man,
Crazy
this
off the
is
Baron.
great. Great
Yeah.
for Baron, man. Great for you can also remove the fleet support with this
The
with this
Ego-
play.
Oh, true. That's Annihilate
Yeah,
destroys relics.
dude.
I forget about
Yo,
that.
man, that's amazing.
That's nasty. That's nasty.
love
That's
it.
so nasty.
Oh wow.
Okay,
Do you
that's
trade
rough.
here? I think he's gonna be trading here and then just go face afterwards, and then just reap the benefits. Even though we will be able to clear with the rent from Cedrillion.
I'm
It's still
confused.
yeah.
I'm
Go.
confused why Ego didn't just use no snitching on Baron last turn. Then he could have avoided that Annihilate high roll. He'd still have his token. Of course, Annihilate was RNG off of Baron, but that's exactly why I think he's like. I wonder what is he saving the no snitching for? I'm sure someone in chat is going to be like, "Oh my God, Flux is so obvious," but I don't really. I just feel like that Baron was the no snitching target. He has so many cards in his hand, But yeah, man, this is kind of wild. This is a really good match,
wow.
actually. So Ego just drew
Dude.
that Cyrene, which is 5 more damage to face. Randon's down to 15. It's a
Wow.
really close match.
Dude, Qflux, this is the dream. This is the dream. Double treacherous scheming into your Markolian opponent is the dream. You get to remove 2 units. You get to
So he
remove
sees the
2
hand.
cards.
Yeah, he's off of the fleet support. Oh my God. So Egorik's still not going to run out of draw, but he might be forced to use improvised tactics, which is draw 2, discard 1. So it's net 0. This is rough. This is rough. It really
Very
feels
rough.
like Yeah. Oh man, I really feel like not using no snitching. Of course, Annihilate was RNG off of Baron, but yeah, not using
That's
no
right.
snitching might have been a big mistake. Ranon just has to jam
Yeah.
this board full of units as fast as possible and not give Ego a chance to burn him down, right?
Yeah, definitely. What do you think? I think he should like bank and maybe play a Siren. He's or oh, wait, did he bank already? Or use
But he
Astro's
hasn't
Glaive?
banked
I
yet.
don't
He's
know.
banking Cyrene, which I find surprising.
Oh,
I find that
dude,
surprising.
it's surprising, man. Because like as a Shroud player, I would have
Huh.
used that corrupted damage for extra damage, and he draws a Leonid's
I mean, this
Salvation
makes sense to
Barge, man.
me. This makes
Yeah.
sense to me that he would want to use a glaive against a unit, Kathy, but I feel like against a burn, Kathy, you want to play Cyrene and focus on ending the game as fast as possible because glaive, yes, it's board control, but it's not really the best answer for not taking like for ending the game before you die to burn. I don't think glaive is the best option. Cyrene would have been more effective. I'm a little surprised he chose to bank Cyrene, especially like you could bank the Spectre attack craft. I
Yeah.
disagree with that play from Renan straight up. That seemed
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
look, now, of course, he can't predict what Ego is going to draw, but this is a pretty standard spot for Ego now. He happened to find another support. He's got a ton of burn in his hand. Randon is close to death when he could, yeah. I feel like Randon needs to force Ego to use burn on units to
Yeah,
defend the board, to
that's right.
stop Ego from doing face. He's not really doing it. In fact, Glaive is shielded. So he's basically saying,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely don't use burn on this. I just think he's playing a line that
Mhm.
makes sense against unit Kathy, but against burn, I think this is a mistake.
Yeah, definitely a mistake, especially with the no snitching a while ago. But look at this. This is presenting lethal right here. As you can see, we already have a potential 10 damage from the orbital strike. Catherine's expertise will bring 4
Right, yeah.
damage,
But he has
and
to
the
bank. He has to bank,
yeah,
unfortunately. If he didn't have to
yeah,
bank, this is 15 damage. You're right. Shoot, that's
yeah.
tough. That's why he's thinking so
Oh
long. He's
man.
thinking about maybe not banking. I think he's considering not banking. Because he wins in 2 turns if he doesn't bank. And the question
Yeah.
is, can you afford to just sit here for 2 turns and not bank? He does choose to bank, though.
Oh,
He does choose to
wow.
bank.
Okay. Let's see
It's
how
such a
this.
tough
Oh
call.
my gosh, dude!
Woo!
Another one, another treacherous scheming. Look at that
With
top
the fleet
deck.
support,
Oh,
he
with the
is.
fleet support.
Oh
Oh,
no!
dude. Egorik is
Oh no!
cooked right now. Egorik is definitely
Yeah,
cooked with this
I
play.
think that might
Man,
be the end for Ego right there.
yeah.
That's painful to
Oh
watch.
man.
Ranon drawing it
Oh wow.
just in time. He's stolen 4 cards from Ego's hand, dude.
Oh, dude,
Oh my god.
this is such so much pain. If he plays Malia right now, he's gonna say, "You're not gonna reach me. You're not gonna be putting me to lethal." He's gonna play Spectre Attack Craft with that Tioli and even play Malia and then bring him back to 17. This is gonna be it, man.
The good
Oh
thing for
wow.
Ego is that he did choose to bank last turn. If he hadn't
Yeah.
banked, he would be completely checkmated. He would have no way. But at least here, he's still drawing. His hand isn't
Yeah.
empty. He has 1 card before he draws. Don't get me wrong.
Mhm.
Ego is in an incredibly bad position. I'm just saying it could be even worse. And Rallying Cry, he can.
Oh wow.
But now again, he has to decide if he's going to bank or not. And of course, he is grasping at straws, but it's not over quite yet. He's got like 1 more turn to try to believe, even though it's hard to believe in a spot like this. He needs this
Yeah.
draw, but there's
Yeah.
nothing
You got to
left. I didn't
believe.
want to. I didn't even want to ask. I didn't even want to ask.
There's nothing left, man. You gotta
Nothing
believe,
left.
and that fleet support is gonna be doubling that Catherine's rallying cry. The only one that is in his deck right now, and he gets it right when he's about to get the ram with a bunch of damage. And look at this. You can see that he's gonna be using the last amount of burn that he's gonna be having, and probably banking that Markolian Bannerman just to get some draws in the next turn. And 3, 2, 5, 8 damage plus possibly 2 damage from the corrupted units
Yeah, the corrupted.
that Ranon will be playing. So or 3 from that
Well, it works out. It works out really well now because the glaive can clear
yeah,
this board, but he got bailed out by that scheming. That's the only thing to be
that's right.
aware of. Like, I do believe Ranon made some mistakes, and if he hadn't top decked that second scheming, he might have actually lost this one. But thanks to that scheming, he has such strong control, and now the glaive does do what he wanted it to do, which is just to get really effective board control while also letting him do face damage with his other units. So yes, it worked out, and it looks like Rannon's plan was successful, but I do think this all was completely dependent on that scheming top deck with only 1 or 2 schemings left in the deck. So he definitely, if I was Rannon, I'd be wiping the sweat off of my forehead. Like, dodged a bullet there a little bit because Ego was putting up some serious threats.
Yeah, definitely. And going back again, I would like to say no snitching into Baron is a very, very good play. Man,
Yeah.
Baron just goes crazy, crazy right here. And look at the salvation dealing some extra damage and top decks as well as Saboteur. Wong would buff himself, but to no avail. Get extra damage. That would be, you would artillery volley as well. Nice.
Yeah, I
Gonna
don't
be a good
know.
board here.
Is it too late though? Let's see. I got to see the board again. It's just so sad. I'm reeling because I'm just like, man, if he had just snitched the Baron and hadn't got annihilated. But yeah, this is a board clear. I need to get out of my get out of that and focus up. He's got a second fleet support and he's got crack shot in hand. Again, he's only got 3 cards left in his deck now. He might actually not want to bank this time. I'm really not sure. The banking for Ego has been like master difficulty for the last 4 turns.
Dude, the order. He has to do the order.
Well,
what's crack shot first?
Yeah,
He has to do crack shot first. Yeah, he was thinking
and
like
now, so this gets interesting. This gets interesting for anyone who familiar. Once your deck goes to 0, you draw randomly from the waste while taking increasing amounts of fatigue damage. So what Ego is hoping to do here. Oh wait.
What? What?
What did I miss?
Oh wow.
Harf... wait. Where did Harf come from? What just happened?
Dude, it's the discount that came from the fleet support, and it only applies to the first spell. He just did.
I totally missed it.
Found
too.
out he found that out in the. We found that out.
Oh wow!
During that,
put that on the list. That is a clip
man.
for all of the top 10 like tournament fails or whatever. Because that's so understandable.
Oh wow!
The fleet support was counteracting the Harf, making the Valdi cost 3, and he didn't realize Valdi would cost 4 after he cast crack shot. That only started happening after shotgun patch because fleet support discounts your first spell by 1. That is so understandable and so painful. Ego could have had the comeback. No.
Oh man, what? That's so painful, man. I didn't even notice it too, man. I didn't even notice it, dude.
I'm in pain. I am in pain, XL. I am in utter
I have to ask you,
agony.
man. I have to interview. What is your pain what is your pain level right now? From
my pain
1 to 10?
tolerance is 0, and my pain level is 11. I am in suffering, and I can't imagine how Egorik can even stay upright and queue into this next match. That is such pain. I think it's because it's a new patch thing. Like, I think it's a new patch. Like, Ego is a really strong player, but it's just because that got changed recently, and it's so easy when you're juggling 10 things in your head to miss that the Harf and the new fleet support buff are counteracting each other. We both missed it. It's
dude,
that's so sad. I was thinking he was gonna volley and then next turn fleet support plus crack shot. But anyway, I'll restrain my pain now. Next match.
Restrain the pain indeed. And now we're going on to the next match. Random just won with the first match, and now he goes on to play his Sippy, which surprisingly has a Rubicon. And let's see how it plays out against this very, very heavy burn Kathy from Egorik. Let's see with this next matchup. Now, what do you want for the top or the mulligan right here, Qflux, for as a Qatari player?
So I believe Ego is in a bad spot now. I think that Skippy is a bad matchup for Burn Kathy, is my understanding, because Skippy just dominates the board so early. Ego is definitely looking for his 1-drop unit, PS8, his rallying cries to hit on turn 3. Like, he just needs to get the board early before he can do all of his burn. But it feels like it's Rannon's game to win here because Skippy can just do what it does easily. Go wide, go fast, go aggressive, and single target burn spells don't really do enough against Skippy. Ego is going to need the volley and probably the Sendrillin later. That's what I'm thinking. And Rannon has a good starting hand too. The 1-drops, the subjugate, which he can bank and then get back with Tabula potentially. And he does do that. Although honestly, I'd probably be banking Cyrene there. So interesting he chose to bank Subjugate. But yeah, that's my
Dude,
first thought on
dude, I
this
think
one. I think
he loves the Cyrene. He's not gonna be banking that. The Cyrene's just too good for
but he
this
can get
kind
it
of
back
match.
from Tabula, so like maybe, but he's not, which is fair.
Definitely
No
fair,
relics
but
yet for Ranon. No relics. He has a standard
Mhm.
bearer as a 2-drop, which is good, but no relic, so it's not going to be too boring of a Skippy opening. We'll get to see some interesting lines here, hopefully.
dude, I don't know about you, man. Like, but I've seen a bunch of plays wherein they play the Valerushi Striker and you got a Katari Iterant and you get the Tabula Rasa, and that just screams to me turn two. It's gonna be the high density genetic replicator, right? That's
Yeah.
like telegraphing that you're gonna be playing a relic next turn. And if since he didn't play it during turn like the first turn, that means probably it's not gonna be there. Even though like, we see both hands, but yeah,
Yeah, like
what is gonna
now
be
now Ego can think, okay, Renin probably doesn't have a relic in hand. Draw
yeah.
one. I might not have to deal with it, which is that helps Ego in this tricky matchup. And the thing is, Ego can potentially snitch that standard bearer if he wants to. He could do like a snitch the standard bearer, double gunslinger, the Valeruzi striker, or he could hit the standard bearer, use one gunslinger to crit. There's different ways to do it. I do feel like double gunslinger on that striker is tempting, but nope. He's going to trade right in, so he's going to snitch the 1-3, and he's going to be setting up. He's going to stay flexible for future turns, as opposed to
Yeah.
blowing his gunslingers immediately. He gets that
That's
double
right.
one drop. The
And he
buff on
gets
the
the
Sand
sands.
Scout.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be 2-4. That's gonna be a good buff right there.
This
And
is the new. Go ahead.
yeah, you predicted this right. Like, this is gonna be a turn 3. This is probably gonna be
Ooh,
the Asian subjugate here, and he's gonna be banking
definitely.
that Drusian Accelerator definitely for
Yeah.
turn 5. The buff right there is gonna be needed if he does get it. But look at this. This is gonna be
See,
a
think about
definite
this though.
target.
Think about this, if you don't mind
Yeah,
me jumping in, is if he'd banked Cyrene, he could potentially bank the same way this turn, but he could play Subjugate plus Tabula, right? He could buff
yeah,
another unit. That was what I was thinking when I'm surprised he didn't bank Cyrene early, but this could end up being the right line. It's just he would have more tempo here if he had banked Cyrene. But looking on Ego's board, I mean, that Rummaging Researcher is super tempting. Cool to see him running that because a lot of people have stopped with the health getting nerfed from 5 to 4. I have a hard time seeing anything other than bank something and then play
yeah,
Researcher. Probably bank Solitary against Skippy.
yeah.
What do you think? Just bank the Solitary?
Yeah, I have to rank the solitaire, man. You don't need it as of the moment. But you
Yeah.
can actually his play right here would be probably to go Sands and the machinist going into the subjugate and just play that solitaire, or rather that rummaging researcher. You would want to get
Yeah.
more draws in
Well, he wants
right
to, okay, the
now.
interesting, yeah, he really wants to kill the Subjugate, but he could get an extra draw if he goes face with the Red Sand Scout. I have a hard time imagining that he doesn't want to kill Subjugate. I feel like he has to kill Subjugate, but I
Yeah, he
almost
has
wonder,
to.
is he about to go face? It sounds so crazy to me, but is he about to go face? No, okay. I
No,
just
he's gonna
I
trade, man. He's
there's
gonna
no
trade.
way ever, but I just had this weird feeling in my stomach, like, is he about to go face? Okay, no, he didn't. That would have been I was
Yeah.
about to be like, what the heck? Interesting draw from
Yes.
Ranon. Finding a 4-drop right on 4, so he could still play the Recruiter, or he can just curve out with this Domina. It wouldn't let him clear the
Yeah.
board, though. It wouldn't have that much impact on the board. Domina doesn't
No.
feel great here.
It doesn't
I'd I
feel great. I think I would bank it, man.
Oh,
I
wait,
would want to play.
it's no, I'm sorry, I'm getting tangled up. Yeah, yeah. You would bank
Yeah.
it and you just play the Recruiter, is that what you'd do?
Yeah. Yeah, I play the
Yeah,
recruiter, man. I get like a two cards and find out like what else I can play here, and maybe even
yeah.
just get some of those strikers in, because I'm feeling that there's gonna be some strikers that are gonna be drawn by the recruiter, and
Right.
he's checking out this option. He really wants, or Rana really wants to save the Cyrene, and he goes in. Let's see what he gets from that convergent recruiter. Oh, we can't. Maybe a bit later. We're gonna be seeing
We'll
it.
find
There
out.
you go.
Just the standard bearer
Oh,
here. Well,
now that's standard.
That's standard. Yeah. Well, the good thing is, I'll overlook that pun. The good thing here is that he's got a 2+2. He's not floating any mana. But yeah, not the highest impact, not the fastest opening. And while he does have Triumph in his hand, his waist only has 2 cards in it right now. That Meridus, though, Meridus with Cyrene has a lot of crazy stuff you can do. You can Meridus off of Triumph and turn it into a Cyrene. A lot of stuff there. So Ego needs to get his win condition cooking ASAP. He does have 2 fleet supports. That's immediately what jumps out. Other than that, he's just got these gunslingers. I'm assuming what Ego is asking himself is, do I just play fleet support here? Because otherwise, if he doesn't play a floor drop, he's got to float 2 mana. He could play 2 gunslingers and chill. I think he has to play. My blind spot. There's a card on the side of the board. I'm forgetting about the Kathy, so he's gonna go that way. Okay.
Yeah, he has to kill one of those one health units on the board, just to make sure that there's going to be a higher chance for Kathy to clear.
Right.
Any of the bigger units, or especially the 1/3 that's still active right there.
That's
So,
right.
oh wow, okay, there you go. And actually, that was a question I was asking a while ago, myself a while ago, Flux. Oh wow, it's now 7/7. Oh, okay, wait. Okay, so I'm getting ahead of myself. So for this turn, it looks like there is a possibility that you can go with either Cyrene just to set up a huge Meritus play a bit later, but you can also get a wider board with the presence of the Triumph Robot. The problem is if there's an artillery volley,
right?
the artillery
Yeah, well,
volley.
like you just said, the volley is a big problem. Also, I think he wants to play Cyrene because once Cyrene goes to the waist, he can then use Meridus and copy Cyrene's effect. What I see here for Ranon is Cyrene, trade into Kathy, next turn Meridus, make another Cyrene, Meridus goes to the waist, next turn Triumph, Meridus again, copy Cyrene again. You see what I mean? He wants to build up into this Triumph. I'm guessing he's considering those kinds of lines. And I'm wrong. He immediately goes to Bank Meridus. I think what I said is still roughly correct, but he's going to do it a little different. He's going to hold the Convergent Mass. He's going to go, I'm guessing he's going to go Cyrene.
Oh.
He's going to go for the Mass. I'm way off. Okay, this is fun. This is fun. I like it.
The Convergent Mass? Okay, he wants to buff up all those cards in his deck.
Did you feel that, Excel? Did you feel that?
No.
Did you feel that thing where you just got 2 inches taller because he played Convergent Mass, and it just makes you just witnessing it literally makes you grow taller with the power? Because that's what I just felt.
Dude, that's like that just blew me away, man. That's like
that's how I feel.
An amazing play, man. Amazing play. Let's see if it's gonna be rewarding him. And look at this draw. It's gonna be no snitching from Egorik with that play, and it's gonna be a problem because that's an 8/8. 8/8, man.
And no snitching doesn't reset the stats. So 8/8 stays 8/8, even if he gets no snitched. This is what I figure. He has to build up his win condition. He has so many cards. His hand is kind of clunky. He does not have an answer for Convergent Mass. He has to speedrun his win condition. But admittedly, he is in a tough spot, man. It's hard when you're behind on the board and Skippy is ramping up with Triumph and Cyrene in their hand and a Relic. It's hard for Kathy to get that burn through, but he does have 1 fleet support down. It's gonna be interesting to see how Egorik handles this. He needs to win this. His tournament life is on the line. It's and he does snitch the mass, which is gonna stop it from buffing the deck again.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Interesting. Another recruiter,
Dude,
okay.
Dude, he already has 1 more with the Relic and the Recruiter, so he can actually make the board a bit wider. And I'm thinking still the Mass must attack that Mad General because again, it's looming over the horizon. It's definitely possible you can clear the board with an artillery volley. And even though I mean the first play right here is to draw first and find out what you can play with the Convergent Mass.
If I was Ranon, I might think about trying to be a bit more aggressive. I might think about playing Cyrene, killing the Researcher, and then using the 2 damage ping to kill the Gunslinger. That way, you can leave Kathy alive, have the Mass hit face. if he hasn't already volleyed, like I wonder if Ranon should play around the Kathy volley now, or if he should just start doing damage. Because the risk here, if Ranon does board control for too long, can Egorik just find some burn and just end it too fast? He's gonna go Triumph, so we'll see. He's gonna build his board more. I do think that Ranon wants to start applying that damage. Rubicon, is that what you're reacting to?
Dude, yeah, I thought I saw the Rubicon, but it's not gonna be played because it's
in a
6
waste,
cost.
sadly.
Yeah, it's in a waste, it's 6 cost. Oh man, I wanted to see that in play.
I don't know why he's
But-
playing that, but that's a whole other topic here. So let's see. He's got some
Yeah.
buffs on the board. I mean, if he can, it's just so challenging for Ranon because he has to like play around these board clears, but he also has to be aggressive and not let it go too. And that's a really hard balance. But he is going to go full defense. He's not leaving Kathy up. He's not doing any of that. He is just making sure the board stays under control. And you got to admit, Egorik is pretty scared. I mean, this is a spot that only Sendrillin would really answer. So Ranon's basically saying, okay, do you have Sendrillin or do I win? And right now, Ego's answer is that he does not have Sendrillin.
Bro, Flux. I have a run play right here. Go with the second fleet support and just like go YOLO.
Yeah.
Like go face, man.
Well, they
And, like,
stack, right?
don't
They
even
stack.
worry.
So it would
Yeah, they
make the
stack.
orbital cost 2, and you would cast
Yeah.
twice more. You do 15 damage to face off
50 damage.
orbital. I actually
Just
like
go
that.
YOLO.
Go all face and just try to draw the win next turn. I agree. I think that's what he's
Yeah.
going to do. I think that's what he's going to do. That's really
do
smart.
it. Let's do it. Go Palpatine. Do it. Do it.
Let's go.
15. Let's go.
He's
Let's
trying to
go.
make up for that last game with a double fleet support Giga Chad play to make up for the miscounting against Harf.
Let's go. 15.
Come on, baby.
Damage.
He's got to go for it now. The only other thing he can do is he could PS8 and he could clear both the mass and the subjugate. And that is an interesting idea. Oh, yeah.
No.
This makes sense, though. This makes sense. We got a little too excited. He's going to do and he's going to do some face damage because otherwise he loses on board too fast. I guess because he could probably just die next turn. I didn't do the math, but if Ranon has a second Triumph or even just the Recruiter or the Siren, I think Ego probably figures he's too likely to die next turn, and so he has to hedge his bets, and he has to use that orbital for board clear.
Dude,
that's good. That's good. That crack shot right there.
Yeah, crack shot. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that was a good kind of a makeshift clear that Egorik did. And he went in and just destroyed those 3 units with overpowered orbital strike. But again, another point for Ranon to just use the Siren, the MVP of the Shotgun patch, and he's just gonna go straight to face, bring him down to 21. Goes in and does a trade. And nowhere to be seen is the relic removal from Ranon. Does he even have it?
Yeah, Ranon, I don't know. I forget how much removal he was running. I think maybe 1 copy. This is interesting, though, because Wong can find us some burn. We just need to find a second orbital strike. We are not finding it, though. Because now Ego can't keep defending on the board for much longer. He needs to turn to face damage. But without an orbital strike here, he doesn't really have a direct path to it. He might just have to use PS8 again and clear that Siren. Like now he's okay. No, he's gonna go triple rallying cry. He's gonna go back on the board. I see. I like this.
Yeah,
I like this.
Yeah, he's gonna go back on the board.
Yeah,
find some like thin the deck out, and find some more spells on the next turns.
That's true. He's not only this actually is super smart. He's not only thinning out the deck. He's not only building a huge board. He's also making it way more likely he draws his burn spells to try to close it out next turn. Actually, super smart, super good point. The thinning of the deck is big part of it.
Yeah, very, very big part indeed. Like you can also get like logistics mastery down the line and just finish it off with 1 turn.
Right? Yeah, that'd be the best. Logistics orbital would be 21 damage to face. Then he needs a little face damage. Yeah, so he's gonna clear out the 3/2. I guess he's gonna clear out everything except for Siren. Never mind, it's his second spell. Forget what I'm saying.
And he also has improvised tactics. He can draw out some more, like and maybe find out a way to find lethal over the next turn. And yeah, it's a lot of damage, guys. And that this is a wide board, and this is where you have to be thinking what Ranon may have or could have had just to get this clear. Like I'm counting it right now: 8, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15 damage on the board coming from Egorik. If that does not get cleared out properly, and it's gonna be hitting him straight to the face. And you can see if you use the crack shot right here, you're also getting 9 damage.
Yeah,
That's a lot of damage, man.
Randon is suffering because Ego is getting a lot of value from these fleet supports now. Having 2 fleet supports on the board and them not even getting answer is insane value. Now Ego was able to finish his deck with Rallying Cry, and it looks like Randon just misplayed the Meritus. I'm not sure
Yes.
what happened. I'm not sure exactly what he did, but he just played a vanilla 1/1 Meritus. What the heck? That might,
Dude. Oh man.
he was
played
already
this.
in trouble.
Dude, this is the problem. I think he played the Scipius, and he had 3 mana, and like, with the Tabula Rasa, that's it. That's what happens.
Okay.
There you go. Oh,
There's logistics mastery.
oh man.
Oh man.
Oh,
so
this is it. This is it.
is this lethal? He has
This is
9
this is lethal
15
presenting.
damage from crack shot, 21 on Wong,
And then draw.
22,
And then
23.
draw. Yeah,
And
this is
then
lethal.
draw.
Lethal. This is it.
I th-
Boom.
okay.
Boom.
If he
This
draws
is it.
another burn
Oh.
spell, right? He needs to draw one more burn spell, right?
No, this is lethal already. He has 15. And the add, if you draw more burns, it's gonna be good. But you
I
already
think he
have
needs to draw
buff
one
from
more
the.
burn spell. We all know card game players are bad at math, especially me.
It's good. It's good enough, man. It's good enough.
I think he needs one more burn spell, though. I don't think he's
6-1.
quite there yet. I think he
Oh
wins
man,
next turn.
dude.
But the key here is that Randon doesn't have burns. Randon doesn't have board clears. That Drusian in his hand is not going to be enough in this spot.
There you
There's the
go.
crack
That's it.
shot.
There's it.
I believe
There's
that's
it.
exact lethal
That's
now,
lethal.
I think. Or one
That's
more,
lethal,
yeah.
right?
GG.
GG.
Dude, that
GG,
was a big
man.
one.
Egorik.
That was a big
Egorik
one.
getting 2. Dude. Like, that was a
was
slow
good.
start, Uflux, man. That was a slow start for Egorik, but then he just got into like 2 fleet supports and was not countered with any relic removals, and that's where it kind of falls short. And that's the power of burn. Like, you find it out, and that's why you only carry one Catherine's rallying cry. You just need to thin out the deck. You maximize the fleet support, and then find out, like, everything else. It's gonna be left. It's gonna be the effects or even the logistics mastery. And we're going in with a 1-1.
Yeah, those were such
Nice,
good
right?
matches. I just have one fear, which is that we have to end this on a Skippy mirror. So I'm just gonna pray that it's gonna be another really interesting match, because that Brand versus Burn Kathy was super interesting. We saw both players even maybe making a few mistakes because it's such a weird matchup. And then that Burn Kathy comeback against Skippy, I was really impressed seeing. It seems obvious now that I've seen it, but just seeing how Rallying Cry thins out the deck, simultaneously building your board and accelerating your path towards the win condition of the burn damage. It's actually a really clever sort of play pattern that emerges there. Now it all comes down to the meat and potatoes, the Skippy versus the Skippy. And I'm going to say, I don't understand this Rubicon.
Yeah,
I don't
understand.
None of the matchups
Same
we've
here.
seen have made it make sense to me. Like, I'm trying to think, what matchup is it for? I just don't quite know why that's in.
Okay, I have an idea. But you need a lot of mana to play it, right? If you wanna duplicate your sirens, you have 10 burst damage. If you wanna duplicate your Magna, right? Duplicate your double what do you call this card? Double Maritus. You have and the Siren is already on the waist. Then you have like extra damage as well. That's a big setup if you want to do it, but it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of setup for it to happen. So
Yeah, it's
Rubicon
like
is definitely
a
higher
control
card.
deck kind of thing in an aggro deck. It's
Yeah.
weird. So
Yeah,
here
it's very,
they're
very
both
weird.
looking for relics. They're both looking for 1-drops, maybe a 2-drop, maybe a subjugate. We're gonna be seeing both players want to be as aggressive.
Now this is where where we were talking about a while ago. Like, this is where the possibility of having like a memento could shine. Like, because you would
Yeah.
outpace your opponent, out stat your opponent at the cost of your like health, it's good. And look at this, man. This is actually a really, really good hand coming from Egorik, especially with the
Yeah.
presence of the presence of the relics, the high density genetic replicators, and also a turn one
Wow. So
play.
Ego has a nice hand, although we can see Ranon just does have that Saboteur. So Egorik has to go second, and he's gonna. The problem here when you're going second is you play the relic, and then they have 3 mana immediately, right? So what we're probably gonna
That's right.
see is Ego play relic on 2, Ranon play Sabo on 3. Ego does
Mhm.
have the second relic to follow up. So we'll see how that all plays out. But yeah, it's definitely we can see both players with strong hands.
That's right.
That Magna for Ranon is also a big deal.
Definitely gonna be a good play. And I think Rana needs to track these musters because he had a problem a while ago with the tabula rasa being converted into a Maritus, and
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
that's
right. Skippy turning in. Yeah.
yeah,
I
because like
finally
if
understand what
you
happened from last game.
if you leave like a certain amount of energy and there's a playable unit, that's gonna be converted and it's gonna be stopping the train. And the play right here definitely is gonna be a relic, right? And you don't play a convergent recruiter,
I mean,
or
I
do
would be
you?
playing Relic like automatically. Yeah, I'd want to trade my token into the 2/1 and then have my striker kill their Scipion so they don't get more tokens off of it. Pretty sure that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep.
This is
Princeps is gonna
amazing because he
die.
gets to trade his token for an actual card. So that card which swings a little bit in Ego's favor, which he already, as the player going second, has more cards. So it's nice if he can get Renin to run low on with that Magna to give him some draw. Might not happen anytime too soon. And it does look like Meritus is getting banked. This is the tough thing at Meritus. It's so good later in the game, but in the early hand, you often have to bank it if you don't see a
Ooh,
clear path to get value. And he's not going to Sabo. He's going to go right into Magna. Interesting. Okay. He wants to get that draw a little
interesting.
bit sooner, I suppose. It's tough because when you put off playing Saboteur, sometimes you
Hmm.
never find that turn where it fits. It's like all of a sudden it's like
Yeah,
turns later you still haven't had a chance to play it.
yeah,
But Magna
yeah,
is such a strong tempo card that it's probably okay here.
yeah. It's probably okay. You also want that Magna to die as soon as possible, or be a target, because when it returns, with a
Yeah.
vengeance, using the Triumph of Europa, it has extra damage as well, and also extra procs
Yeah, for the
for your
Skippy, the double
Scipius.
Magna. That
Yeah,
gets really nuts. If
yeah.
you can Magna on 3, Triumph on 5. Only trick here, Ranon doesn't have Triumph yet, so he's got to hopefully draw it. Ego
Oh,
has all the
look, look.
relics and the Triumph. Ranon doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
that's, you know,
Dude,
pretty
like
good for Ego.
I would call Egorik like Indiana Jones right now. He found all the relics.
Indiana Rick.
Indiana Rick. He found all the relics early, man. This is like kind of the
Okay,
dream
yeah,
as
yeah, yeah.
well, right? Kind of the dream, but
Yeah.
also a kind of a good problem because you would have like a backup of sorts with the presence of these other two relics, and that Saboteur is already out, and the trades are gonna be coming in. Yep, that's gonna be the subjugate already being targeted,
Yeah,
and
Ranon
the
really
Princess is
needs
gonna
to
go out.
draw a Triumph. He really needs to draw a Triumph because then he can get Saboteur back, which will let him destroy a second relic. He finally draws a relic. Ego
What?
draws the mass right on 4. That is nasty.
I would mass.
Yeah, I feel like you
This is a
have to
mass
mass.
play.
He's gonna bank one of
What?
his relics,
You-
which
What? Wow.
that's a bold play. I was thinking he'd have to bank the no snitching.
No, no
He's
snitching.
gonna
Me
hold
too.
that. He's gonna hold that
Yeah.
for subjugate, standard bearer, stuff like that, I guess.
Wait, wait. Okay,
That's a
okay.
bold play.
I have the mindset right now. I'm thinking as Egorik. The banking of that relic is actually in replacement of the charge of convergent mass. So you still get the +1/+1, but it's more permanent.
That's a good way of thinking about it. I mean, that makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
and he has two saboteurs, and yeah, it actually
Yeah,
has
when you
benefit for
put it
him.
that way. Because he can't play both relics anyway because the cost
Yeah,
increase. He only has 4 mana. Okay, actually, that's very true.
yeah, right.
It's just it's tempting to be greedy and want to get both those relics with us. But yeah, that makes sense. Now he can still snitching that subjugate Thing is, Randon
Yeah.
has answers for all the relics. He's got a second Sabo in his hand, although he's gonna bank it apparently. So
Bank it. Okay.
never mind about that. But if he gets a Triumph, he can play Subjugate again. So Ego's relics aren't going to stick anyway. The fact that he used the mass and banked that relic could be really good. I mean, we are there now, where Randon is low on cards and he's not drawing Triumph. He's not drawing Recruiter. If Randon stays out of draw, he's probably just going to run out of cards and die.
That's right. And
Ego
this
has
is
a
going to be
ton of
like
cards.
it's going to be an Egorik play for Cyrene. I would like to trade here and trade with the Asian Subjugate and just just get it out of the way.
And then you
right?
can kill the
And
1/2
also,
with your extra ping.
the activate, right? With the activate. So I'm kind of imagining Cyrene like attacking, right? Attacking the 4/4, the Subjugate, then throwing an axe over at the 1/2. Like
exactly.
tomahawk, right? So it's like
Just throw the axe. I like that. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, that would be good. It doesn't get Egorik very wide, though. He could just slam Triumph and get that wide board as another compelling line. But he needs to kill that Subjugate. So, yeah, he's going to go Cyrene. Just like you said.
Let's go.
Here we go.
He's going to slam that
this
axe.
next draw, dude, this next draw for Randon is everything. Like, can we all just put our hands together if you're watching? Randon needs us to pray for him right now. Like, his tournament is hanging on this draw.
Dude, he just won like a terrific first match, but just
it.
he might get reverse swept. Oh, dude, Convergent Recruiter. Let's see what he draws though. Does he draw well here?
At least he has a chance. If he drew like some, he gets a Subjugate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a draw, but it is pretty okay. The thing is, though, he can't answer Cyrene, and Egorik has Triumph. So admittedly, it's still looking pretty tough.
Dude, and what's looming on 2 turns right now, Qflux, is that maybe after 2 turns there will be a play for Egorik to put down that Standard Bearer and just play into a big Triumph of Europa. That's it. That's gonna be the play right there.
That's definitely something that is pending. And the thing is, Randon is just relying on Buzz, Egorik. So like, Egorik definitely has the high ground. But Randon's got a good board. He's got double Magna loaded up. Actually, wait, does he have double Magna yet? No, he has single Magna loaded up on Skippy. He's got some stuff. Ego is just in a more comfortable position, though. He's got so many more options.
Oh, Drushan. Okay, he needs to clear this board ASAP, man.
Yeah, Drushan looks good until Ego just clears the board instead. So that's the question. What does he have available? His stats on his units are all bigger, but he doesn't really have a lot of board clearing things. Like he might use Cyrene to throw an axe at the 1/2 and then just trade into the Subjugate. He could have done a line where he traded in Cyrene and then triumphed her back out, but he's not going to do that. It looks like he's probably going to go Subjugate buff Cyrene. What line is he going to take?
I think so. He can buff Cyrene and then even fully heal it with 2 procs.
I don't know though. Yeah, but then he has to leave the Subjugate on the. I'm guessing he's going to trade Cyrene in. He's going to buff this token. That's my guess.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to full heal Cyrene because it's too slow. We'll see.
Just gonna kill the 1/2.
Okay, no, he is gonna buff.
Oh, he's gonna buff. Yeah,
but like, what happens to the Subjugate now? Am I being silly? Because like, if he wants to keep Cyrene alive, so I see what he's gonna do. He's gonna kill another unit, and then he's gonna double. Yeah. No, you can't double ping Subjugate. You can only activate once per turn. Is he able to make it 5 health? I'm just trying to.
Does he actually get 8/4 and just destroy the 3/3 and just full heal himself?
He gets it to 5 health. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize that was possible. What he's gonna buff Cyrene to 5, kill the Subjugate, full heal. Okay, that's nice. I just didn't realize it was possible for Cyrene to get that much buffs this turn. I'm sure Chad is mad at me. Y'all try commentating sometimes. See how easy it is. It's not. Chat's like, what the heck?
It's gonna get the full heal, and then like he has like control yet again, right? So next turn is gonna be big. It's gonna be looming lethal again.
He's forcing Randon to find a triumph, but even at this point, a triumph might not be enough. Like Ego's board is so big now.
Yeah.
Even a triumph, like Randon is low on cards, low on the bad hand, bad board.
Mhm.
It's
Oh,
trio.
9-9. Dude,
Sheesh.
let's say it together. You say it when you look at the 9-9, you have to say it. 9-9.
9-9. There you go. I tried.
9-9.
9-9.
There you
That's
go.
crazy. Crazy. It's crazy.
Dude.
What a
Oh
strong play by
man.
Egorik. He had all the relics, he had all the triumphs, he had the Cyrene. Randon just hasn't had the same quality of draw to be.
Yes.
But
Like,
notice how
I mean,
Rubicon wouldn't have helped at all. This dude,
yes.
got to take
That's
Rubicon out
right.
of that deck ASAP.
Yeah, definitely.
Someone's
Like
got to call
that's like
Randon.
a learning moment right there for Ranon. It's like Rubicon just turns into a banked deck or
Yeah.
a deck that goes to waste. Yeah, that's what's happening right now. And look at that. That's kind of a bait, so to speak. Like everyone's just getting baited into killing Cyrene, and all of the units on the board are already out.
I mean, that's a good
So,
play for Randon. Like, he is able to
mhm,
not die immediately, which is preferable
mhm,
to just instantly losing. But
yeah,
Egorik is just in the driver's seat. And even now, Randon has a 1-drop unit in his hand and nothing else. The deck just won't give him a triumph. It's like,
yeah,
oh, you want a triumph? Ha ha, I step on your face. Like, nothing. No, nothing good for you. So until that
yeah.
changes, Randon is just suffering, to be honest. He's just suffering.
Right.
The way I was after the
Yeah.
Brand versus Burn Kathy match. Now that's Brandon. He's 11 out of 10.
Yeah.
Pure pain.
Yeah, we're getting, and everyone is actually watching the suffering right now of Brandon.
Yeah.
Considering that he never drew out that Triumph of Europa. He had like a double, he had like 2 Saboteurs already drawn out, already maximized one, and Cyrene getting the maximum value from that play as well. So, man, it's not looking good for Ranon because he might get reverse swept during this match against Egorik, and it all comes back to Rubicon.
All because he didn't even draw Rubicon, right? I guess it went to the.
Yeah.
But yeah, it feels like that was
It's all
everything. Yeah, I
Rubicon's
mean,
fault, man.
I will. Yeah, I don't think Randon's ever gonna play Rubicon again after the series.
Man,
It's
look at
just
that.
that's how Skippy kind of is. You try to do something fun and like a little slower, it's just not gonna work. It needs to be
Yeah.
super, super, super aggressive.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Even here, bro, look at this. Nothing. It's that.
Oh,
Listen,
wait. Do
listen,
you play?
chat.
Do you play? You have to play. You have to play. You have to play.
Gotta play
Skippy.
Skippy.
Yeah.
But listen, I don't like to straight up lie to the chat. So like in reality, Brandon is completely freaking doomed here, as far as I can tell. No,
Rubicon.
but maybe he'll be saved by his Rubicon. We hope somehow. He does get the Saboteur charge, so that's pretty
Yeah.
nice.
That's nice. That's nice.
Domina in the hand.
Yeah.
Rubicon, duplicate the Domina. I want this to be. It's over because he banked it, but I
Oh.
want this to be Rubicon ends up winning the game for Randon and proves us both. But unfortunately, that's banking it.
No, yeah. He just banked it. Like, I'm not gonna be playing Rubicon today, guys. But I have Domina on the get go and the
Another Drusian in
Drusian.
his hand. Yeah, that's pretty big.
Oh, dude, this is gonna be a crazy play, man. Crazy
The thing
play.
is, even now, Egorik is still finding draw more than Randon.
Yeah.
He just has
Yeah.
that Domina.
Oh, he
is
also
a
gets
big
Domina
deal.
and yeah. That's a lot. That's a
That's something
lot.
else.
Yeah.
That's big.
And
It's got
looking
11
at this
damage on board. Go ahead.
looking at this board right now, guys, like I think what should be done is you can actually do a lot of damage if you don't go face, but the problem is you're gonna be at a disadvantage if your opponent has any units on the board, considering
Yeah,
that
we know he has
Triumph
that
of Europa,
Drusian.
and also Triumph of Europa has not been played, right? So it must get drawn maybe
Yeah,
on the next few turns.
Yeah, you know Randon is probably close to drawing Triumph. You know that
Yeah.
you want to end this sooner than later, but you also could get hit with a Drusian X-Raider, which happens to be in his hand.
Yeah.
So it's just that classic aggro question of do you go face or do you
Oh, he
still
goes
answer the
face.
board?
Wait, is it lethal already?
Is this lethal? This
It's
is
lethal.
lethal.
Yeah, it's lethal already.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
it's lethal.
You were not counting,
GG.
man. GG's.
I wasn't counting the huge Domina. So that's lethal right
Yeah.
there for I was
Yeah.
looking to future turns. It wasn't even needed. Egorik, the aggro master, making a big comeback with Burn Kathy after fumbling a little bit in the first game and then winning the Burn Kathy versus Skippy, which is a bad matchup. Following that with the Skippy mirror, proving that Rubicon does not belong anywhere near a Skippy deck. Get that thing out of there. Big plays by Ego. Really, really good series.
Yeah, really
was
good
good.
series indeed. Like that was like a kind of a reverse sweep right there, Qflux. Like I was thinking, oh man, like Ranon was gonna be running with it with this matchup,
like
but
it.
then
Yeah.
he was like going on a good streak, but then again, Burn Kathy just like from Egorik just went through with him with that setup, like double fleet support and double and then having logistics mastery on the board. Man, that is an amazing amount of damage. And dude, Egorik is just showing why he was champion at some point, man. Like that's amazing. Yeah.
It's
And,
just like Ranon was building up momentum like a wave, and then it was just like Egorik is like brick wall done. It's like it was building and building, and it was just like, nah, never mind. You get out of here.
Yeah.
This is my series. Like very, very impressive mental, because it's easy to kind of get discouraged when you feel that momentum building against you. But Ego, especially after the first match, he could have gotten frustrated, but no, stayed locked in. That's why he's so good at tournaments, I guess. He's just got a really good mindset.
Yeah, really, really good mindset indeed. And Ranon was actually looking at the Siren of Egorik, and it was something that he was wishing he had over the previous match, right? That Siren that Egorik played was like it was pristine. You got it to full
Pristine
health.
Siren. I like that.
Yeah, pristine Siren, right? You got to remove 2 units. You got to remove key units on the board, and then just use the choices that you have with the pings that Siren has, and that like it's amazing seeing a 9/9 Siren on the board, and it forced Egorik, or it forced Ranon to just trade in. Like that's one of my favorite moments right there, man. Like having that Siren show why she's an absolute unit.
Absolutely. Absolute unit. Couldn't have said it better.
Man, okay. So, with this matchup, that means Egorik is going to be moving towards the next round, and we're going to be saying bye-bye to Ranon for this matchup. And let's look at the brackets right now. Oh, man, look at that update. Zaratustraa getting knocked out at round 2 by Sparkling, one of the parallel Prime League World Championships top players. And Sparkling is going to be facing Comfortable after Comfortable beats out Harold 875 with a 2-0. Now we're going to be seeing Egorik move forward, and whoever is going to be winning between Sparkling and Comfortable will be facing Egorik right there. So, guys, amazing matchup. We have seen a lot of players get through this, and a lot of players over at the chat enjoying the action as well. Before we go, any words or any favorite play that you had right there, Qflux, over at the previous match?
Awesome series. Thanks to both players for playing so well and bringing cool decks so we could all get to enjoy that. XL, thank you so much for co-hosting with me and leading the chart. Thank you to the whole Parallel League team for letting me guest host. Tell them you love Flux. Tell them you want Flux on the full-time roster. Make it happen. Come on. But no, thank you all very much. I love you guys. Have a good tournament. I'll be watching. So good luck.
That's right, guys. So we're going to be seeing Qflux out of the roster. That's kidding. We're going to be seeing Qflux right now, taking a short break. And when we come back, we're going to be having Kinto and the Factor to be casting the next round. And guys, don't forget to follow Qflux over at his Twitch. He's already streaming and over at his content over at Paragons now as well. Make sure to follow him as well. He's giving us great content, great educational and also entertaining content with his streams as well. Don't forget to make sure to follow him and support him as well. See you next time, Flux, and happy to have been casting with you. And for those of you guys who are watching the stream, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be having some more Parallel Prime League Open 3 action. And we are back right here at the Parallel Prime League Open 3. And we are here back with our casters, Kinto and the Factor. I'm just, I'm taking extra brain power not to say the former name of the Factor. Like it's taking five. It's taking 5% of my processing power, dude. Like it's just for you.
I'm
Anyway.
so impressed you've not tripped up. Yeah, I'm so impressed. So I was expecting someone here today to say free tip scout, but it hasn't happened. So there you go. It's obviously sinking in.
All right. Yeah, definitely. And like, dude, that was an amazing match in the previous one that we had with Q Flux and man, like reverse sweeping with a 2-1 and Burn Kathy getting that huge burns from Egorik. Egorik never fails to to entertain us with his plays as well. And this is going to be another interesting matchup because this is going to be between two seasoned players. Comfortable and Sparkling. What do you think about these players? Let's start with Kinto. Oh, you're on mute, I think.
Yeah, Sparkling has been an absolute menace since forever. Since I remember playing the game. Really excited to see him in these stages of a tournament. I believe he has yet to win one of the Prime League official tournaments. This might be it. Let's not jinx it, but this might be it.
How about you, the Factor? What do you think about Sparkling and Comfortable? I know you've been able to cast them both at some point.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I'm not so sure on Comfortable, but definitely Sparkling. But I'm really happy that Comfortable is in this Open, and I'm really happy that he is far in this tournament. He's made it to the semi-finals because I speak to him quite regularly, and we play each other probably more than we'd like to admit on the ladder, and certainly more than I'd like to admit because he's very, very good. And when you're trying to gain a lot of MMR and you keep running into someone is just going to be such a pain to beat, and he's very much one of those guys. So I feel like over the last month and a half, his game's really gone through the roof, and so it's just nice to see that is like delivering in some results now. And hopefully, I don't want to pick sides here, but it would be a nice story to tell that Comfortable has then just kind of come to this Open and gone all the way. But he's got to get through Sparkling, and we know that Sparkling is no pushover, and so at this stage, whoever does get through is going to have to face Egorik. And so far, this tournament, wow, he's been fantastic too, hasn't he? So as you say, the last match, aside from that really kind of strange situation where you don't realize the change to the fleet support, which I think would catch a lot of people out. He played great, and it's just been a worthy finalist so far. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Definitely, guys. We're gonna be seeing two epic players right here, Sparkling and Comfortable. And let's look at their decks right now because this is gonna be our first time casting these guys in this tournament. Let's look at the decks of our players here, and we are now looking at Comfortable right now with his with the Skippy deck, which has been skipped because these are the bans. Just a spoiler alert, guys. Those are the bans. So we're gonna be skipping the two Scipius decks, and we're gonna be starting with the New Dawn. I'm gonna be giving this, of course, to the Factor because he really loves New Dawn to a point that it gets me a bit uncomfortable. But of course, let's go with the Factor now.
I'm sure it doesn't. But yeah, I mean, this is a deck that I'm really happy Comfortable has brought to the tournament. A lot of people know that this is a deck that I've been running all this season, and so I kind of put a lot of this deck together, and it's nice to see that he's taken it and kind of evolved it and tweaked it to his own way. In particular with the Cyber Deck console, which is always nice to see, and it's a very powerful relic. So I like that he's got that in because it really fits in this type of deck, which is all about just trying to control and get to that mid and late game. I also like as well that he's been able to find room to put in one take it or leave it. Now, you don't necessarily need that in this deck, but it is quite useful at times where it can just push you to be able to play, for example, an Adira slightly earlier, or maybe you're struggling on the board and you just need to find that one extra energy to get you to the demo, say against the Sippy or against like a Cathy that's getting out of control, and it just allows you to be able to do that. So I like that he's been able to find little bits of pockets of room just to tweak it, putting in a Triumph, which is always good, but still maintaining good control, high-end, late-game control with 3 demos. So I really like this deck. Of course, I'm going to say that. Yeah, I know he plays it really well because, yeah, I've played against him with this, and he's very, very strong with it. Yeah.
Yeah, very strong indeed. I want to see the Cyber Deck console just cancel out anything, any effect that the opponent has. Like that's such a good feeling. Plus the draws as well, extra draws for any cards being revealed. So it's amazing to see. Let's look at this next deck right now. And again, as we're waiting for the next deck of Comfortable, thank you to our sponsors for this tournament, especially Echelon Prime Foundation for giving us the chance to cast and even have the Parallel Prime League. And let's look at this next deck. It's going to be the Cathy Burn. I think this is a Cathy Burn deck. And how this fare, Kinto?
Yeah, we see that Comfortable here running the standard Cathy Burn list. He does include the Bloodhound Transport, heavy on the 1-drops, only 2 Marcolian Bannermans, only 2 Mercenary Gunslingers, the new kid in town, the Red Sand Scouts, 3 of them. Still, all of them running the Rusher, heavy on the Orbital Strikes, the Cathy's Expertise, the Crack Shots, and the Scimitar Captain, 2 of them. Overall, it looks pretty, I would say, pretty consistent overall. So yeah, really nice to see these burn decks.
Like, yeah, sorry to cut you off, Kinto. It's like it's nice to see like that. There's no Catherine's rallying cry. They don't even care about like getting that in, because like having 3 crack shots, 3 Catherine's Expertise, and 3 Orbital Strikes, that's like more than the opponent's health. Right? So like they're really like banking into that play, having fleet support and like just burn the opponent. And you know, the next deck is gonna be from his opponent, Sparkling. Let's look at Sparkling right now with his first deck, and it's gonna be Neve. So Shroudy right here for the Factor. This is gonna be a different Shroud parallel. Let's listen to the Factor.
Yeah, I mean, what more can we say about this deck that we haven't already said before? And I know that Sparkling's brought this deck to many tournaments in the past. He knows exactly how to pilot it. It is probably almost like the template Neve deck now, where there's maybe 1 or 2 slots that you could change, but essentially everything is pretty much locked in. We do know and we can see that Cyrene, since the buff from Shotgun, has now become, as Quinto said earlier in this tournament, it's become a staple in pretty much every deck. And so that has made its way now into Neve. And that works really well because, you know, one of the things that you wanted to do with a Neve deck is sometimes you just want to be able to find that little bit more damage to get over the line. And now that you have a unit that's battle ready, previously it was really only Adira that was battle ready, unless you decided to tech in things like well, it was really Adira. So having another 5-cost unit that is battle ready that also hits for significant amounts of damage is just great. So yeah, this is just nice and balanced, and it does the job really well. He knows how to pilot it. So good deck.
Let's see how Sparkling pilots this Neve deck and what they bring to this tournament for the next deck. It's gonna be Nehemiah. Wow, a lot of variants from our players. We see Cathy, we see New Dawn, we see Neve, we see Nehemiah. Now, how will this get played? Let's listen to Kinto.
Yeah, in this new version of Nehemiah, we see once again which is being used in case the steward of the garden does get no snitched. You can still ramp with this reduction now in energy from the shotgun patch, running 2 altars of Gaia, just 1 Aurora Fungi, which serves the same purpose. If your Stewie gets no snitched, you still have that answer with Aurora Fungi, going with 2 Primea Conduits, 1 Armored Support Vehicle, a card that we sometimes see in these decks. Really, really nice to have it overall. The rest, pretty standard with the Caretakers, the 2 Moonlits. He's going in with the Romayan Researcher. We have seen in other decks some of them going with the Spoils of War, replacing the Romayan Researcher after the Shotgun Patch nerf. So he decides to go with the Researcher in this case. He's running 1 Cleansed Earth and 3 Virulence, which is nice, and 2 Formidables. So really, really interesting list from Sparkling. Would like to see how consistent it is and why has he decided to go with different copies of each card that he has included here and not. So yeah, really nice.
Really nice indeed. Like I'm seeing like the strength of this deck is like having like multiple copies of the units that are big enough and that cannot be ignored, right? Yeah, so like it's amazing to see some big units, and also the Helm of Avigdor. If I remember correctly, Helm of Avigdor is about a year old, I think. I'm not sure because like almost a year old, 10 months old probably, because I missed the Helm of Avigdor when my son was born, so it's probably 10 months old, right? So it's a battle pass card that just came back because of the shotgun patch, and I'm excited because it's a big ramp. It's a big ramp play, but does Nehemiah need that ramp? Let's see how Sparkling will be getting displayed. And man, from the lineups that we have seen between these two, let me ask you guys. You've seen like all different parallels right here, but which player would have the advantage? Like just from eyeballing the matchups or possible plays here, what do you think? Let's start with the factor.
Yeah, I think Sparkling would have the slight advantage here. I think with Sparkling, he's got a lot of momentum from tournaments, right? And that can often quite help you, especially in late stages of the tournaments. But also, when you look at his decks there, I do really like his Earthen deck. And I feel that his Earthen deck would be able to get the job done still against the Burn. However, Comfortable's Burn deck is very, it's very direct. So we saw that he's really focused on 3 copies of those burn cards, so that he doesn't even need to really win on the board. He could, if he just draws as many of those copies as he can basically kill Sparkling with just pure effects. So I feel that Sparkling's maybe got the edge here based on momentum in recent tournaments, experience in recent tournaments, but then also I think his deck just edges it slightly.
Right. Like this. How about you, Kinto? What do you think has the edge here between Sparkling and Comfortable?
I think that Sparkling in this case, with the lineup that he has, especially with Earthen, can actually have this both ways. So in the case of Comfortable, I think Markolian will fail against Sparkling Earthen. We have seen before Trout being able to beat Markolian. So in this case, I think Sparkling just has the upside overall with his lineup.
Well, 2 votes for Sparkling right here, and let's see how Comfortable is gonna be playing this out. Let's. Sparkling has had a sparkling performance over the different tournaments, and is definitely has the confidence vote for our casters. But it all depends on how they are going to be playing. And dude, I'm kind of a skeptic not seeing Catherine Australian cry, because it definitely thins out the deck, as we have seen Egorik play it. Like thins out the deck and also gets you the extra effects for your players to be drawn out, especially when you have the setup already ready. So that's an amazing amazing lineup from our players, and seeing all different paragons on the board. I'm happy, man. It's like not just like a bunch of mirrors, a bunch of the usual suspects. We're seeing different paragons being represented here, but man, I'm sorry to disappoint you guys. No Gafar, no Gafar.
No Gafar.
Yeah.
Still haven't really seen much Algoncore either, have we? I don't think at this
Yeah.
tournament, and
Yeah.
that's a bit of a shame because we were seeing that. That was coming back to tournaments a few months back towards the end of last season, and that was really quite interesting. But yeah, I think the other thing, just to mention, your point was really, really good. Not really seeing any Catherine's rally cry, but also it's so strange for me to look at like a Cathy deck and not really see Triumph of Mars is in there, which has been such a staple
yeah.
card, right? 3 copies has often been standard, and it just provides so much tempo and so much momentum as well on the board, and for you to overwhelm your opponent. And now we're kind of seeing that get cut. So interesting development for the Cathy decks for sure, because of shotgun.
Yeah. Yeah, but what do you think about it, Kento, as well? Like having no Triumph of Mars, maybe replacing that draw potential with the presence of just the Rummaging Researcher and the Wong. Is it enough?
Well, I think the Romain researcher has been able to be has a nice stat line, somewhat of a good cost. So yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna be having a Shroud Mirror, sparkling and comfortable here for another semi-final match. Let's see which one goes to the finals and faces Egorik. And let's give it to the casters, Kinto and Defector.
Here we go. So, yeah, really interesting match. I've been having this matchup a lot since I've been playing Parallel, and it often comes down to if you're playing in comfortable position as New Dawn, you really need to make sure that your opponent who's playing Neve does not steal your demos, and you try and keep hold of as many as you can. From Sparkling's point of view, if he can try and at least steal 1 or even 2 demos, it could give him the the advantage. So yeah, interesting to see who has the faster start here and forces the other opponent to start being reactive and trying to remove threats from the board. Good start from both. Well, actually, we're seeing the same screen replicated, so we'll get that sorted for you guys. Here we go. But good start here, getting the Singularity Steward to begin with. And here we go. Comfortable is going to be playing New Dawn's Venerated Raider, which is often the thing that you do want to be playing if you are New Dawn. You want to be getting that down first and keeping the resources going. And immediately snitches the Singularity Steward too, Quinto. So it completely nullifies that Stewie early on.
So we see there the first treasure scheming for Sparkling. Probably, is he gonna go right away and take it or leave it into it, or just drop that Void Trapper? Comfortable, on the other hand, has saved his own treasure schemings. He, like, in the mulligan, literally chose to keep it. So what do you think are the main targets for Comfy's treacherous schemings?
So when Comfortable is basically scheming Sparkling, I think his main targets will be to remove other schemings so that he can then almost protect his demos. So just trying to nullify his ability to disrupt him by disrupting him with your own schemings. I don't think he necessarily needs to, well, unless it comes in the hand. So, for example, if he schemes, say, Sparkling, and he sees an Adira, that's a massive target always. But if he looks in his hand and he doesn't see big, huge legendary kind of targets, then I think just taking schemings or taking triumphs so that he can't copy what you're doing is more than an okay play.
Yeah. Sparkling doing the same.
Yeah.
Targeting Comfy's schemings.
Yeah. Beware the schemings, be scared of them, for sure.
So, yeah.
But 2 Void Trappers on the board.
Sparkling can't do anything, sadly. And if Sparkling draws something good, I believe Comfortable is going to be eating with his own Void Trapper.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things as well that is a big difference between these two decks is Sparkling doesn't run Ceres, whereas Comfortable's deck does run Ceres. And actually, Ceres is like a main component of this deck because you rely on even just tagging units or using the New Dawn's ping when it comes out the Singularity. Whatever it tags, you can then usually finish it off with Ceres. So the fact that he's got two Cereses here in his hand for Comfortable is fine, but he's probably not in a position to use any of them, or at least both of them soon. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of the Cereses gets banked and he keeps hold of the other one just for a potential later threat, like a Trapper, which has just come in Sparkling's hand now.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So another Trapper here. There's no way to remove a Sparkling's Void Trapper.
No. I mean, what's interesting is that very often when you see both players throwing a lot of Void Trappers down early, you can get into a situation where you're tagging a Void Trapper, you're giving them a Void Trapper, you get one, and then it's just like Void Trapper after Void Trapper, and that can get really, really interesting. But I think for Comfortable here, probably his play is to just, he's going to do it, and then play a Void Trapper if he can, or play Ceres. There you go. Interesting. So he's opting not to put double pressure on with the Trapper, get rid of it with the Ceres, and then, just kind of present Sparkling with the threat of, look, I've still got a Trapper, so you're going to have to try and answer it.
Yeah.
Banks the Ceres, banks the Siren, and there we go. Double Trapper down for Sparkling. He's really gone for it. I think Sparkling at this point could really benefit from like a Brand's expertise here, because he's just drawing one card at a time, banking one, then having one to play. And when you don't really want to be in that position against the New Dawn, because they're already going to outpace you with the resources that they can get from the Singularity. So not the best position for Sparkling, even though his board is okay, but he doesn't have any removal. He's got an embedded agent, which is not the best actually in this matchup at all.
Yeah. Sparkling running out of options here with only one card in hand. However, triggering his own Void Trappers, at least he gets some resources, because without it, like Comfortable is giving him resources actually.
Yeah. He's going to use Ceres here, I think. The second Ceres to kill or banish, should I say, the Void Trapper that's the 2/1, and then he buffs his Singularity Steward. So he is giving him some cards, but he's still building a board, and he's nullifying the cards that Sparkling has on the board. So just keeping that nice control, which is what you want to do with this deck. And there you go. Look at that. That's exactly what he needed, surely. There you go. He really needed that. What a top deck, because, as I say, and he gets another one as well, which I think he might just need to try and go straight into. So double Brand's expertise.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Double Brand expertise. Super good here for Sparkling. If he gets a Dominion now with that Malia in hand, it'll be really nice.
Yeah.
So what's... Like, this is a match that I know it's basically a slow match where New Dawn tends to wait for endgame to drop that Democ on a Neve board, for example. And on the other hand, Neve tries to establish some tempo in order to actually be able to land the lethal damage.
Yeah, look at that. You called it, Quinto. He's been able to top deck a Dominion here. I don't think he necessarily needs it at the moment, but it's nice he's got it in his hand for Sparkling. But yeah, this is one of the difficulties of playing against this sort of New Dawn deck, because this New Dawn deck is not super quick, although it is much more aggressive than what we've seen in the past. So it's really difficult to overwhelm them because there's so much removal, especially around removal of damaged units. And so you end up committing to the board, but most of your things get removed. And then it's okay for New Dawn, because then they can just get the New Dawn going and then start to bring stuff out and just outlast you in the end game. Yeah.
So Comfortable decides to go with the Treasurers, stealing Sparkling's Malia. I think
Big play.
Malia was good for Sparkling in this situation, especially because of the deck cycling, the Void Trappers. I believe one of them is snitched. So
Yeah,
the
the
other
middle one.
one is still going to give resources to Sparkling, making him survive with his very poor hand of cards.
Mm.
Like, actually, those Void Trappers have been really good for Sparkling to at least
Yeah.
get something going. And
Yeah, he's
Comfortable here is gonna keep on giving him
Mm.
resources. In this case, giving him 2 series.
Yeah. I mean, it's not ideal at all, but he's obviously very conscious that if he leaves the Void Trappers on the board, they're going to hit his face and then potentially get a Malia. So it's almost like the lesser of two evils. What do you give him? Do you give him a Ceres or do you give him a Malia? You've got to give him a Ceres. But yeah, not the greatest of trading there. Not as clean as he would have liked. And it's kind of refilled Sparkling's hand.
Good thing is that
yeah.
with all the corrupted units that Comfortable has been playing, he has at least some damage stacked up for Malia to be able to do something. Sparkling approaching endgame already.
I mean, I guess one of the issues though, one of the issues is that he lost his Malia, so he's going to have to try and get another Malia with a scheming, right? So he can stack all the corrupted damage, but he doesn't really have a way to like send it back unless he can get the Malia, and the Malia is going to be played. So yeah, it's a tough one. He's got 2 Cereses there, but he doesn't have any damage targets. So yeah, a little bit tough because with Sparkling, he kind of needed to be in a position where his deck is more the aggressor. But what we're seeing now is that he's actually now more reacting to Comfortable. Comfortable's more being the aggressor in this matchup. And that's absolutely fine for Comfortable because he can be the aggressor and he can just outlast. And it doesn't matter if at this point, if it gets to the Neve board, because he's just got so many options. He's got 2 demos in his hand. He's got a Malia as well. He's got a lot of comfortable plays. And that pun was intended.
Yeah.
Another
banking
Ceres as well.
Or Ceres.
Yeah.
Can't bank it. So yeah, Comfortable is just playing the game.
Ooh.
There it is.
Oh,
The
he needs that
treasures for
scheming.
Sparkling. 1 Democ down. It's gonna happen here.
He's got a big decision here though, because he probably wants to take the Malia to start trying to deal damage out, but then you've got 2 demos in hand and you know that your Neve is useless, but he takes the Malia. He takes the Malia. Wow, okay. Does he want to try and get this done before the demos can be effective? Let's see. Throws it down.
Start cooking with Malia.
Yeah, he's just going to go for it. He thinks,
There you
okay,
go.
you've got 2 demos. There's no way I can steal all of them.
It's a nice bit of damage there for Sparkling.
And he also gets a little bit of a heal there, which is nice.
Awesome.
I mean, okay options. I think Comfortable is still very much in control of this game. What he can do here is he can obviously then scheme him now, restrict his options. So you can see, Quinto. I know you know this game already, but this matchup is always a game of almost cat and mouse, really, and we're kind of seeing it here.
Yeah, it would all end up with basically Nudon being able to clear the board and then Neve just running out of options. So
exactly that.
I'm chilling this match. I'm taking it easy, not trying to be super active because I think we're sitting here comfortably watching.
It's definitely one of those matches where you can just take your time a little bit because the players are definitely taking their time. We get another scheming. Oh, nice. Okay, that's perfect. You can at least remove one of those demos, which I think he probably needs to do.
Yeah. However, Sparkling doesn't have anything to set up a board right now, which is the bad part of everything. Because if he doesn't manage to trigger at least 1 Democ without having to play Neve, then it's gonna be tough for him. However, he's going. This Malia is actually doing the job once again for Sparkling. He has been just cycling his deck little by little. He's doing it.
Yeah. It's absolutely perfect for him, really, because he was, quite low on cards. It was kind of, here we go, New Dawn's coming in. So this is kind of cool for Comfortable. I think it's actually a great time to play it. Now, it does mean that with the Neve, oh, look, he gets his own Malia as well. Lovely. Really good. The one thing we also have to...
Triumph. Triumph has a Malia charged in, right?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Triumph of the
That was his last unit. Yeah. I mean, the other thing as well that we have to keep in mind is that Sparkling knows that if his Neve win con, where he plays Neve and the board just gets wiped, he does have a slight out because he is running Unseen Allies, so he can repopulate the board that way, which is probably why he was stealing the Malia to begin with, because then he gets, a copy in the Singularity. So I think he's thinking about that now that he's had a look at his hand. Here we go. What a lovely Triumph here. Yeah, lovely. Gets a free scheme, basically, doesn't he? Which is ideal. Really good. He's playing this so well, Comfortable. Yeah, he's playing this exactly how you need to. Just restrict, just disrupt, just be as big a nuisance as you can. You've got to take the Trapper here, surely.
Taking it easy.
Yeah. He could take the Dominion too, but I think the Trapper's okay. I don't think you're really too bothered about Dominion. Yeah, I mean, look at the options here for Sparking. He's really restricted what he can do. He's got just basically removal. He's got no units there that he can be playing. I mean, I think he's still a little bit too far off from playing the Neve, so it's okay that he's got the removal because that's going to help build up his Neve. But he also knows, of course, because he's seen his hand, all that Neve is potentially going to be for nothing if he can't find a way to steal that other demo in his hand.
And he's running 3 demos, right?
Yeah, he is, yeah. 3 demos, yeah.
Okay.
So look at this as well. This is perfect. This is why this Ceres as the new Battle Pass card is so powerful. And I have to be honest with you, and I'm actually going to ask you as well, when I originally saw this card come out, I thought, it's probably not the right time. It's a good card, but maybe it needs like more deception cards for it to be useful. It's so good so far already. And we're seeing it, but look at this. This could be huge.
Can get a Democ here. Steal one of
huge.
the Democs.
Yeah.
With Adira, possibly.
Or even get a scheming. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, he's got. Never mind. He's just triggering Neve right away. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's gonna deal with that Democ in other ways, from what I'm seeing. Or maybe not giving him the chance to even play it. Like, making it so uninteresting to play it. Maybe.
Yeah, that you feel like you're not going to get proper value out of it, maybe, right?
If there's not, I mean, this is a Demon for sure. This is a Demon play no matter what.
Yeah, for sure. And it's kind of cool because, in a way, him forcing that demo now means that, like, he's taken Comfortable down to 10, which is amazing, actually, because, Comfortable's been, I feel, quite in a decent spot. He now has the demo, and then he's not really got to play. He's almost just reacting, and then it just leaves the door open for Sparkling. Another Malia coming in. So he's got 2 Malias, though. That's great heals for Comfortable if he can get them off.
One question. Does this... If Democ takes Neve to the Singularity, and then you can play Neve from the Singularity?
You can't. No, you can't. Yeah, unfortunately. That was my first instinct when the whole changes were coming in from the shotgun. I thought, oh man, you're going to be able to pull out like a Neve, but unfortunately you can't bring out Paragons from your Singularity that way with the New Dawn.
Yeah, I remember someone saying that it wasn't going to be that easy.
Yeah, it was Mooka. Mooka actually said it. he responded to us by saying, no, it's not going to be that easy, guys. But this could be interesting, right? Because now... Oh, okay, so he gets the Void Trapper. Okay, so he played Adira, he gets the Void Trapper, which is good, and he's able to play a half. So this could be a slight comeback here for Sparkling in terms of getting on the board, because now it's kind of forcing Comfortable to potentially get a Malia going. He does have
I
2. He
think
needs to
comfortable
heal so much.
can triple Malia here, right? For a lot of
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah.
I think he has played some corrupted units.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he's
going to be
going for
bringing
it.
out the
And a lot of
singularity.
heals
Yeah.
also, if he goes with a
Yeah,
triple
big
Malia.
heals. Okay, he was
Triple
just checking
Malia.
that, wasn't he?
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
I
this
mean,
is
that's
nice.
something you don't see. So if we get this now, this is definitely, guys, get the clips ready because you do not see triple Malia very often.
I would like to play
we also-
like one corrupted unit just to pile on the damage.
yeah,
But it seems he doesn't have any in this case.
no. It doesn't even look like he's going to be doing triple Malia either because if he wants to take the singularity, the New Dawn back into the singularity, he needs to not play, for example, the singularity steward. And so that's why I think he was hovering over it. Does he want to do it or does he not? I think he also needs to be conscious that he definitely needs to clear the Adira because he can't allow Sparkling to have another pop with the Adira.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he's going to maybe play it safe.
He needs to be careful also with his Irene, so definitely clearing
Yeah.
this board, making sure to clear this board, then setting up that triple Malia turn, most likely.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is good, actually.
I don't know
Really
how
good.
much damage does he has stacked in, though. I think it's
Yeah,
not,
he's not really
that
played
much.
a ton. No, he hasn't. He's not played like a ton of corrupted units. I mean, he got a few of them from the Ceres, I think, and also from the Void Trapper. But I quite like this play, what he's done here. He knows he doesn't need to rush it. He just needs to clear the threats on the board, get them into the singularity, and then he can start to bring them back. And he's still got enough time to be able to heal. So, yeah, really good. I mean,
Okay,
it looks
so-
like comfortable kind of spot, but he's not. He's because he's now got the New Dawn going. He is a little bit low on cards. They both are low on cards though, so yeah, could be interesting.
Yeah, but if we're talking about cards, definitely New Dawn has the advantage here. Look at
Yes.
that singularity. So
I
he
mean,
can
there's
double
19
Adira
and-
actually and start milling Sparkling. This could be the best way forward.
If he
for
doubled
comparable.
Adira though, if he doubled Adira, he
He will lose
yeah,
the New Dawn. But
Exactly,
New Dawn
he could
can't
lose New
be
Dawn.
targeted by effect, so it's not like it's an easy clear.
No, it could be a Dominion though, potentially, and then that would clear it. But yeah, I mean, he could. I like that he's taking it out because he can do it, and I think he could potentially do it this one turn, then save the one for the next turn. But I agree. I
We're
think this
talking
is the
here
thing.
for comfortable to start playing aggressive, and he is actually really comfortable in his position. Like
He's
just
super comfortable. Yeah,
playing it slowly, just making sure
Yeah.
he gets this win. And we're like triple Malia, double Adira.
yeah.
Forget
Yeah.
New Dawn.
We're getting too excited. Oh, look at that. That's really nice, actually. So that was 4, and then that was 5 damage, actually. So he only had 5 damage. This will take Sparkling down to 11, unless he does the Adira. I think Adira is the right play here, surely. That's it. I like that. Really
Yeah,
good.
just start. I mean, 7 cards. It's already.
Ooh. Ooh.
It's already
yeah,
at
Triumph is
it's a
useful.
decking territory. It's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Big time. I agree with you. I think if you got an opportunity to like basically empty your opponent's deck, you've got to do it, haven't you? Or at least try
Okay.
to empty as much as you can.
Erasing his own Adira here.
Yeah. I
So
like
it doesn't
that.
go
You
to
know,
the singularity with and get it back with unseen allies, which we haven't seen.
no, we
They
haven't.
are unseen.
Yeah. Unseen by name, unseen in nature. But this
Yeah.
is just lovely control. This is what I like about this deck is that if you can kind of just weather a bit of any early pressure and then be able to find that window to get the New Dawn going while still maintaining good cards in your hand and good removal plays, then you can just see the game out. You know, you really can. You can outlast them so easily. This is a kind of interesting triumph from Sparkling. Gets a Baron, but doesn't really get much else. And he's not really got much play, has he, here? I mean, he can snitch, for example, the Stewie, or erase a Stewie and then snitch the Baron. He definitely needs to deal with the Stewie in some way. But he's down to 3 cards in his deck. We haven't seen the Unseen Allies, and he doesn't really have units that he can start piling on for pressure. So I feel like it's an uphill battle right now for Sparkling. He's looking for a swing.
Yeah.
He hasn't quite found it yet.
So either way, he left that Nudon on board, which is
Yeah,
like
it's risky.
Why not play the Adira, like double Adira in that case? But well, anyways, no snitching the Malia, the Baron. Okay,
Oh, okay.
so this is gonna be it. Adira decking.
Yeah.
For the win.
He's gonna run. Yeah, he's gonna run his cards
Get
out.
the
of his
Unseen
deck.
Allies. No Unseen Allies.
Is it the last one?
Gets a Baron.
Is it the last one?
No. Where's the Unseen Allies? I think actually Sparkling is not running. I'm not sure. Maybe I was confused about it. So yeah,
Maybe
Sparkling
I
is
was,
already
yeah.
at 0 cards in his deck. He's gonna start taking double damage. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16 damage every turn. Every time he draws, actually.
Yeah, this is almost just a like a formality now, to be honest with you, because he doesn't have a way to completely go wide on the board. He doesn't really have ways to clear boards now, so I think Comfortable can just see this out. And playing another Malia means he gets more heal. He's going to be able to do more damage as well if he wants to do that. But he's just taking nice and easy. Just a slinger will do for now, you know. He's just seeing it out basically.
Use the brand's expertise for extra decking here.
Oh dear.
Pay the kickback.
GG.
A nice way to concede. No concede.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Yeah, I think he's doing it now. There we go.
Yeah.
So there you go. Well done to Comfortable. He played that so well. He never looked uncomfortable from any point in that match whatsoever. And he just really,
one
showed
step
the power
at a
of
time, really careful, panning out of his game. He knew, if he's going with Nudon, he must know what he's doing, especially against Neve, how to win that matchup.
Yeah, it's really tough, Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the matches where Neve beats Nudon is when they're able to just be really, really aggressive early on, because we know that one of the biggest weaknesses for Nudon is that they don't have early board clears, so they rely on a lot of single target removal. But with Dark Repose, it's a lot cheaper and more efficient for them to remove several things now in one turn. But yeah, unfortunately for Sparkling, he just didn't really get that aggressive start, did he? He wasn't able to get on the board. He wasn't able to establish a board and then force Comfortable to be reacting to him. In the end, it turned out that Sparkling was having to kind of try and find the removals for the threats of Comfortable, and then he also wasn't able to then steal the demos which he knew were going to wipe his own board. So he was in between a rock and a hard place really in that matchup. But I think the next one will be a little bit better for him, because we know he has his Earthen, and if he decides to go Earthen, which I think he probably could and should, then I think he's got a really good chance to win the next game. What do you reckon, Quinto?
I think we're gonna see Sparkling going with, or maybe he just wants to get Shroud out of the way first. I see this is something most players like to do, just trying to get the win with what they need to get the win.
Yeah.
But it might backfire, so...
Yeah. I mean, he's got to play it either way, hasn't he? So that's always the thing. For me personally, I would feel like if I've taken a loss there, and then the next deck that I'm going up against, I have a deck which is more favourable, I'd want to just get the next win, so that then I'm kind of at least still in contention. And then if it goes down to the final game, we'll see what we can do. But I know lots of players are very different, and we've seen it, haven't we, so many times in these tournaments where they'll stay on the same deck because they know that they have to win with it one way or the other. So it doesn't almost matter when when you play it or when you switch. You just stick to it, get the win, and if you don't, then you don't. So, but great first game for Comfortable. And he does switch it up though, so he does do what I would have done, switches to Earthen. And I think this is a much more favourable match for Sparkling, but Comfortable's got that first win under his belt, so maybe his confidence is flowing. Let's see.
I mean, there's a
And
world where
mm,
Kathy manages to beat Earthen.
oh yeah, especially with all the burn that Comfortable's running, right? Because there's so much direct burn, and we talked about it that he has more than enough damage in his burn cards to actually just bring Sparkling's health down to 0 from the burn cards alone. So yeah, I agree. I really do. He needs to have a good start though, Sparkling, I think. And he's already got it technically with the Steward of the Garden, which is what you really want to be trying to find. And also the no snitching's not bad. Let's see what else he is able to find. Okay, relic repurposing, Moonlit, and then the Terra Glider. What would you be keeping or redrawing here, Quinto?
So
I like this.
yeah, I like this too. The Moonlit's definitely a good answer to Markolian's aggressiveness. The heals really help here. So Comfortable is gonna go right away with the Machinist.
By the way, I just
Um,
want to point out here that sorry to just say, I want to point out that Sparkling just had there as his first 5 cards. The other 2 cards that he decided to redraw, he got the exact same 2 back. So
okay.
the redraw didn't. Yeah, he did. He got the relic repurposing, and then he got the Terra Glider. So the redraw didn't really pay off for him. But
So
decent hand, the Comfortable, decent hand.
yeah,
Can go
Comfortable right away.
Yeah,
Yeah, Red Sands.
double. Exactly.
Oh, Red Sands with a
That will.
big buff. Having the
Yeah.
other one on the right side will make them survive against Virulent Spores. But this is what I'm talking about. Like against Earthen, Markolian just it's so difficult to actually start chipping in damage and get close to that lethal range. It seems that Comfortable is just setting up a big board, probably not knowing that this is gonna get cooked via Virulent Spores. However, right now they are out of range. Everything is out. Well, only the Red Sands are out of range of a Virulent.
Yeah.
And to be honest, Sparkling doesn't even need to play Virulent Spores in a board like this. He could let Comfortable overextend a bit before actually committing to Spores.
Yeah, and I agree, and to be fair as well, like these are units which aren't necessarily going to buff crazy now. They have buffed already. They are evasive, so if he puts like say the Moonlit down, they can just bypass it. But then at least he's got a unit that could start to deal with them, especially if he then decides to play like Nehemiah, and then the Moonlit then gets really really big. So I agree. It's not like he's in a pressurized situation where he needs to play that Virulent Spores now, and he doesn't, and he plays the Rummaging, which I think is a really good call. Especially to kind of almost block out Comfortable's ability to be able to play his own kind of Rummaging, so that then you know that your opponent's going to be giving you extra card draw on their turn.
Yeah,
so
2 Virulent Spores for Sparkling are also wild.
Yeah.
Against this matchup.
Oh, and then the Terra Glider as well. Nice. Oh, but the Logistics Mastery comes in. Unfortunately, though, for Comfortable, he doesn't have any burn cards right now. But I was going to say I'd be surprised if he banks it. He decides to bank the Bannerman. I feel like the Logistics Mastery could really be a nice way for him to, in his mind, to be getting a lot of damage in against an Earthen deck is going to be scaling out of control. But for Sparkling, he's already got the Relic Repurposing in his hands, so if that ever did come down, he would just gobble it up with the Relic Repurposing and say, thank you very much, see you later.
Yeah. So a Ramain researcher here will make Sparkling essentially draw a lot of more cards. Am I wrong here?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, if Comfortable plays a Rummaging, he's going to be able to. He will have to draw a card. You don't get the choice anymore, do you? You have to draw. And I think that's what he's going to do. He almost has to do it, doesn't he? Comfortable. Never feels good when you're giving your opponent like 3 cards, but with his hand down to 1 card, he needs to find some more options. He does get a Trigger Happy, and then Sparkling gets the allocated provisions. Yeah.
And to be honest, giving this many options to Earth, then it's quite bad. However, Sparkling's gonna mill here. No, actually gets 1 more card. Gets Titan. Imagine milling that. Anyways, goes ahead and Virulence sports this board finally.
Yeah, it was the right time, wasn't it? For sure.
Yeah, he can actually drop these second allocated provisions just in case there are issues with his own Romain researcher, since he decided to go with a Romain researcher instead of other cards that cycle the deck. He could potentially be at the risk of milling.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Yeah, he really doesn't want to be milling any of his cards at all, does he? Because you'd rather almost just kind of get that down rather than have it in your hand and then potentially mill a way more valuable card. But he opts to keep it. He does get the Fungi. This is okay. I mean, this is a nice kind of pace really for Sparkling. With Comfortable, he has drawn the Orbital Strike, and so he's probably just thinking, okay, this is great because I'm starting to get some burn cards now. But again, the Logistics Mastery is only going to go so far. He's going to look to play it. I know he had a little look, didn't he? I think he's just going to try and establish another board. I think that's the better play. Yeah, get that down, draw at the same time, and then just try and get another board going.
Yeah, cycle the board a bit, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the deck. So, a Logistics Mastery, as we have seen before, these players are just saving it for it to combo in the end game. In this case, Comfortable goes with it right away, banking the Scimitar Captain, which could be a possible way to get key cards. I mean, Sparkling still has Nehemiah, has an insane hand. It has the Moonlit, the Aurora Fungi. It's going to be really difficult for Comfortable to deal enough damage that he can actually kill him because of the heals. Not only because he's still far away from actually doing lethal damage, but because of also all the heals and relic removal that Sparkling could get.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, for all of the endeavor from Comfortable here of like trying to apply pressure, trying to keep the tempo, he's only done 1 damage so far, and he's kind of really starting to run out of cards in his hand. Whereas, Sparkling he's just growing into his deck essentially. And as you say, he's got so much versatility in his deck. He's got like a board wipe. He's got, upgrades to buff more units. He's got the Terror Glider, which can just give him so much value if he wants to play it. It looks like he's going to be banking that though. Is he? Is he looking to bank that or play that? No, that's cool. Yeah, play that.
Setting up some tempo here for Sparkling.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Getting the Ardent. That's the Ardent, isn't it? For the Defender.
My man, the Ardent Defender. Ardent Negotiator.
Yeah. Nice. Really good. Do you think he was looking for that? What do you think he was looking for when he played that then? Because it was kind of early, right? To be playing a Terror Glider.
I think he was just looking for tempo, something that can deal with the board, like match Comfortable's board. Here, I mean, what's the out for Comfortable? Like, this Logistics Mastery is probably going to die eventually with Relic Repurposing. Sparkling is just trying to set up some kind of a board, get more energy to eventually end up overwhelming Comfortable, I believe.
Yeah, I think he needs to start going direct now because he's just completely running out of options to play on the board. So with the logistics mastery, just start going face potentially. He's thinking about, look, can I clear this? He's actually going to clear that. Sure, fair enough. I guess you have to, because if that blocks, then it's going to cause more of a problem.
Yeah. I mean, dropping Kathy here is actually good. He manages to probably do face damage. However, hitting the Terraglider might mean a devastating Violence Force against him.
Yeah. Oh dear, that was not great. Oh no.
And there it goes. And this Violence Force actually deals. Oh no, it's just the if it doesn't benefit from the logistics mastery. So
I mean,
relic repurposing.
how gutting for Comfortable.
Yeah.
This is the thing that he has to do, though, isn't it? This is the way you need to play that deck. Just keep applying the pressure and hope that you can get through. But Sparkling just had all the right answers. And so now as well, like when you look at both of these players' hands, Comfortable's got a Red Sand Scout. That's his only unit. And then you look at the units that if he plays that he's going to have to face, trying to get through the Moonlits, trying to get through Provoke Caretaker, trying to get through a Terra Mech, and Nehemiah hasn't even come down. I just don't know how you get through it now.
I mean, there's still options for Comfortable. However, they don't look too bright right now. He's still at early game, basically, moving on into end game.
I mean, getting the Rummaging top deck was great, actually, here, wasn't it? Because you really do want to be trying to find some of your bigger, better units and power cards.
I mean,
so that was
if you're comfy, like if you're comfortable right now, you want to see your whole deck in the hand. Like you want to see the whole deck in your hand. This is your only out right now.
Yeah. I think the really concerning thing is that there's just not been enough damage so far, has there, directly? So, and, with Comfortable, I think his only real draw engine is the Rummaging, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. We didn't see any Triumphs in his deck. No, we didn't at all, because he was really just focusing on burn. So he's just been relying on the Rummaging to draw through. And because you're, being aggressive, playing lots of cards, several cards per turn, and then you're only really drawing from one source, it does mean that you kind of get in this situation where your threats have been answered and you've kind of dwindled your additional threats that you've got in your hand. You're then kind of looking for them, but very slowly. And against Earthen, that's perfect for them because they can easily go the distance.
Okay, so Nehemiah goes down here. 10-10 Nehemiah.
That's a scary Nehemiah.
Yep. There's actually Cyrene, like if he hits with everything, he still can't deal with this Nehemiah. Well, actually, he has to hit Nehemiah with everything that he has in hand, the Bloodhound and Cyrene, for him to kill it.
And he needs to play. Yeah, and he plays Cyrene last so that he takes the least amount of damage on the Cyrene, and then he can take the the kill from Cyrene. That could work.
Okay.
It's a lot of trading, though.
Ooh. If he had 8 energy, we could probably have seen these 2 orbital strikes drop on Nehemiah, but that will leave Comfortable without that reach needed once he has the fleet supports that he doesn't have actually in this situation. So
no.
And we're probably gonna see this Terra Mech if Comfortable, and also Comfortable being forced to bank one of the orbital strikes if he wants to actually clear this Nehemiah.
Yeah, he's going to have to do it, isn't he? Because you can't leave the 10-10 on, but it never feels good because you've almost got the orbital strikes in there to just try and push through and hit hard face. But yeah, he's got to work with the situation.
Probably a Kathy's expertise might help here. just to survive. No, actually nothing.
So yeah, he's gonna.
Yeah, he's
gonna
hovering.
take
He's
the
doing
turn.
that.
Yeah, yeah,
The hover, and
yeah. He just ran
finally.
out of steam, didn't he? Yeah. I mean, so difficult. Like, because when you're playing Kathy, you know that you need to try and get the game won nice and quickly. And at least by this point, when you're kind of getting to 5, 6, 7 energy, if you've only done 2 damage to your opponent, you just know you're never going to be able to get that momentum, or you're going to need like a huge amount of luck to do it. And so I think, yeah, fair enough. He gave it a good go. But Sparkling's Earthen, as we kind of predicted, would just be too strong for Comfortable to get through and really make any significant damage. So, yeah, that's the win for Sparkling. They go 1-1, which then now means that Sparkling has to revert back to his Neve deck, and his Neve deck will go up against Kathy. And I have to say, I think that that's a pretty good position, actually, for Comfortable, because it's not a good matchup, really, for Neve. But you never know. His Neve deck is pretty solid. Where would you be kind of leaning towards at this stage, Quinto, based on the decks we know for these two players?
I think Comfortable gets the win here against Neve. Overall, I think that, I mean, what are these Kathy burn decks doing against Earthen decks in the ladder? I know that they have the lowest win rate since forever, because, like, as we are seeing here, these Markolian decks, even if they have the burn, they don't manage to actually get boards that stick against Earthen at all. It's so easy for Earthen to just destroy the whole board and be able to just out-tempo the Markolian decks and just remove any of the threats. If like, let's say a Markolian wants to start stacking up the fleet supports just to get a setup for a combo, but there's the relic repurposing that on top of everything will heal a lot, 4 damage, like 4 health heal with the relic repurposing on a fleet support. So I mean, Markolian is just has a big hill to climb against Earthen overall. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, and you're right as well. I mean, like, the relic repurposing, in my opinion, is the best relic removal in the game. The ability to remove anything, any relic, for a cost of 1, and you get a heal. I mean, that's just absolutely insanely good. And yeah, you know that with Comfortable, to be fair, Comfortable didn't really draw his relics, like the fleet supports, right? And it would have been interesting if maybe he'd started off with like lots of fleet supports in his hand, because then he could have just like put the pressure on early and just try to go for the burn as much as he could, but still really, really tough. But yeah, this will be interesting. I have to say, having played this matchup so many times, I haven't played it so much in the kind of like the shotgun meta that we're in now, but just from before, I know that this is not a very good matchup for Shroud. So I'm interested to know and see if Sparkling can produce some kind of a surprise here, though. Oh, wow.
Yep.
Look at all that burn in Comfortable's hand there. Wow.
Sparkling keeping all the life siphons.
Yeah. It's like, I know.
Like life
you're gonna be
siphons
coming
and
at
Void
me.
Trapper.
Yeah. He's surely got a. I mean, yeah, I was going to say, please redraw one of them. Yeah. At least try and look for another unit or something.
He's like, I'm gonna go all in. I mean, life siphon is probably the best answer he could get, because of what we were mentioning before. Dominion might just be too much damage that Neve will take to the face, and plays Markolian, this Kathy burn decks, especially at a range where it's just easy to get lethal.
Yeah.
And
Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to just say, like, there's a general misconception that, like, when you are playing against, say, Kathy and your Neve, because you know that you've got Dominions in the deck that can kind of clear the wide board, that you try and get them, or if you have them, you use them. But actually, the reality is you almost don't want to be using Dominions against Kathy, because it really will be the end of you. And so ideally, in this scenario, it's great to kind of get those low-cost like removals, like a Siphon, or if you run like Dark Reposes, great. And then to try and find like those low cost units, ideally your Void Trappers, because then you've got enough ability to remove and play stuff really early on and try and at least keep up with the board. And that's almost the way that you can keep up and come out on top against Kathy. So he's probably had like more of the most ideal hand that you could hope for. But yeah, look at the hand for comfortable. This is just fantastic, really. Just keep
Yeah, this
playing
is
your
a
units.
quick hand.
Yeah,
And
really good.
Sparkling was forced to actually bank one of the siphons.
He was, wasn't he? Or was it not used on a unit? I have to be honest. I kind of missed that slightly.
No.
I mean, if he
wasn't.
had to bank it, then that's a shame because you really don't
Yeah,
want
he
to be
had to
banking
bank it
them.
because he
Oh
went
wow!
first, so he had to
Oh
bank
yeah,
one
he
of the
did.
siphons.
Yeah, he did.
And he gets
Yeah,
a
you're
Void
absolutely
Trapper.
right.
Void Trapper actually might collaborate him on something. Let's see if Comfortable starts dropping up widening up the board, which is the best thing he
Yeah,
can do here. Even
yeah,
if
he's got
there
a
are
good
the
opportunity
minions,
to do
he shall not be afraid.
it. I mean, ideally, I think in that scenario, it would have been nice if he could have played the additional unit. But no, he didn't have enough energy. Sorry, ignore me. Ignore me. He done that right. Double Bannerman was the play.
Okay.
But double Bannerman versus the trappers. This is what you want when you're playing Shroud. Those trappers can really work hard for you. They're
Sparkling
actually
setting up
amazing
for
early
an
on.
early Wong here.
Yep.
However, Comfortable will be able to. Well, actually, I think this is a
But you know what you
turn.
could.
Like this is a good spot actually for Sparkling with the two Void
Yes.
Trappers. Comfortable is board still not that powerful, and he doesn't have that many options right now. He has to attack phase to just if he goes up with the guerrilla tactics, no.
Yeah, are you
Is it
thinking that
guerrilla
he needs to
warfare?
kind of look in his hand and basically steal what the Wong or something, so that he can't go straight into Wong?
Yeah, but these Void Trappers,
Yeah.
guerrilla warfare. I'm gonna steal. Not steal, discard, make him discard a Wong for sure. But I think he was hoping to discard something else, a Dominion maybe. But the Void Trappers are gonna give so much value to Sparkling, like many options. And he also played a guerrilla warfare to buff up his Bannermans.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was a really good play.
Now,
I like that.
yeah, really good by him, managing to keep up his board, leaving one Void Trapper alive, still being able to chip some damage. Malia.
Here comes
For Sparkling.
Malia, which is actually a pretty good card to get. I mean, ideally, you want to kind of have Malia with a lot of damage already kind of built up in her, but you're going to need to use her because she provides such vital heal in this matchup. He's got to be careful though, isn't he? Because he doesn't almost want to hold on to her too much that he maybe gets guerrilla warfared again and then ends up having to discard Malia. Because when that happens, that's really sad in this matchup. But this is a nice opportunity for Sparkling to just try and keep chipping away, use the Void Trapper, maybe get some more card draw with either the Malia or the brand's expertise. I'd probably be a little. What would you do here? Would you be playing brand's expertise or Malia?
I think brand's expertise to probably get a Dominion. The thing is that could take too many turns. I would have rather go with brand's expertise right away. In any case, I think Sparkling's just trying to set up a Malia this turn.
Yeah,
Start
and he's
the
actually got a
healing
little bit. He's got a little bit of corrupted damage built up here, right? From playing the two Bannermen.
and also
So it might
managed
be
to
able to
buff
kill one of them.
both Bannermans. So this was really good by Sparkling.
Oh, it hits one. Okay, it's great. It's at least cleared one, which is okay. And he's going to get a heal, nice heal, which he needs. And it's also, That's pretty
Yeah,
nice, actually, getting the Baron.
this is exactly the type of situation that you want to be in playing Neve against Kathy Byrne. Having the tempo, getting that Malia early on to start the heals going, getting the value out of your hand, getting resources, control of the board. So let's see if this sticks. A Kathy here. Now we see that Comfortable's strategy of going with wide board units is starting to not be viable. He needs to go with Kathy to start doing some type of removal here. Probably want to deal with this Malia that's going to be healing Sparkling, and that's exactly what you don't want to see.
Yeah, no, you don't at all. I mean, I'm actually kind of impressed, though, that he's been able to at least turn the board around a little bit. But yeah, it's a difficult one because when you look at the hand that Sparkling's got too, it's not super great. I mean, he's got a Baron, but Baron with a Snitch. The Snitch could be useful, but he needed... Where's his Erasures? We haven't really seen his Erasures.
Yeah,
we haven't really
no
seen any
erasure.
of those Dominions. You know, so he kind of needed to have at least found an Erasure by now, I think. But all he can really do at this point, I guess, is just keep putting more units down, make it hard for Kathy to hit your face. And I think, you know, if he can get lucky and Kathy hits one of the units here, he might actually have a chance. But he needs to find some, he needs to find some like actual removal, because we can see with Comfortable, he's in a great position where he can follow this up next turn with, you know, for example, Wong if he wants to. He's still got Cindy, which, you know, he can use if he feels the board's getting out of control. He's in a great spot still, Comfortable.
I mean, Sparkling getting the double draws here with Malia, it's definitely good.
Yeah, it is.
So I wonder, Cendrillon here might not be the answer. Tricky spot for Comfortable. Sparkling dominating the board. He is in possibly the best position he could be playing Neve against Kathy. Against Kathy Byrne.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's going to play it, though. He's going to go for Cindy to clear most of this board. He's going to leave, of course, the Baron and the Bannerman. But I think getting rid of the Void Trap is quite useful.
If this Kathy doesn't hit the Baron...
Oh, she does.
My God.
You jinxed it, Quinto.
I jinxed it. The Triumph that was going to drop there was going to be insane.
Yeah, it would have been really cool.
And lots of stacks for Neve also with that Triumph here. Either way.
Well, he's going to be getting Cindy down. Or is he?
Can't. He has to play the effect side of things.
Yeah. So has he just done that? I guess just to say he wants played another effect. Yeah.
He wants to just stack here for Neve.
Yeah. Getting rid of the Dominion.
With that embedded agent right away. Well, this is not just like this. Even after all of this, Sparkling still at a low range of health gets a Tioli that he can't actually bank for anything, so he will be forced to bank whatever comes next. Definitely the Tioli helps for dropping Neve earlier. Comfortable thinking about setting up fleet support already.
Burn. Yeah, I like it. It's time to burn. It's burn time.
Starting the burn. Why bank the Wong that he can give more burn, but well, so yeah. There we go.
This could be interesting. Yeah, this could. I agree with you. I think that Wong could have been really useful here on the next turn to look for that additional burn. To be fair, he's probably thinking, look, I've still got rummaging, so I could literally rummage to find something. But I think Wong would have given you more options, right? At this point, you would have the energy. So,
and Sparkling's one turn away from Neve. Probably Comfortable's gonna have to play Guerrilla Warfare. Ooh, and Comfortable finds the orbital strike. for
Oh my
the
god.
end of
Clip
it.
that. What a top deck. Oh, insane. Absolutely insane. Orbital your way
Getting
to the final. He's done it. Incredible. Wow. I mean, we thought that he might be able to get this done comfortable with the matchup, but what a way to get it done. You know, top deck in
Yeah.
Orbital with your fleet support you'd already put in place on the previous turn. There you go. Just when you feel that you've seen it all, you then see something else
I mean,
in these tournaments.
we thought that Sparkling had everything under control, and in the end, there with like even with having the perfect setup, the Cathy Burn just beats up Neve no matter what.
Yeah, incredible.
Dude, that's absolute cinema. I'm doing this right now. Absolute cinema. Yeah,
One of those
like,
moments you're like, wow.
Yeah, dude. Like, it's like me. I'm playing Neve, and if I'm getting the receiving end of that burn, dude, like, I'll just like let it take the wheel, man.
I think that's maybe why he banked Wong with a Romain Researcher. He been able to find that orbital strike and play it, like cycle through his deck. With Wong, he wouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think so. Like the last play, he would either draw a Wong, he would either draw a another crack shot, or maybe two. But it's not gonna be enough if he's gonna be playing towards getting Catherine's expertise. It's just gonna be 8 damage. Yeah, that's right. It looks like the kind of play that he has done like 1,000 times, man. He is comfortable with playing Burn Cathy. Oh wait. Yeah, he's comfortable. That's right.
He's comfortable.
He is comfortable. Yeah, and he's gonna go to the finals as well, because he's gonna be facing, of course, the one and only Egorik over at the finals. And man, that was an amazing match. Let's look at the bracket right now as to what happened over the previous rounds. And again, semifinals that we just watched was comfortable getting a 2-1 against Sparkling. And over at the other side, Egorik over the previous match was a 2-1 against Ranon. So, guys, we're going to be having Comfortable and Egorik at the finals, fighting for the spot and the championship of the Parallel Prime League Open 3. But before we go on to a short break, let me ask our casters, guys, what was your favorite, play, of course, with our match? Let's start with the Factor.
Favorite play? I mean, to be honest with you, I quite liked the way that Comfortable played with his New Dawn deck. So I feel like that whole match where he played against Sparkling's Neve, I just thought that was a masterclass of how to play that deck. And it was really impressive because often it's a lot of people consider that Neve should be able to beat New Dawn. I don't think it's so clear cut. And when you have a deck like that, we saw that it just completely throws out Neve's ability to dominate. I just thought he played it so good from kind of the first turn to the end turn. So for me, that was kind of like my favorite part of the tournament. I almost have to say that because again, that deck has some origins with me putting it together. So yeah, I've got to say that, right? I have to say it.
You're biased. You're biased.
Biased. How about you, man? Like I'm not listening to you, the Factor. Like you just biased the hell out of it, man. How about you, the Kinto? The Kinto.
No, I mean,
yeah, go.
I mean, great to see New Dawn, even if it's a really comfy matchup against Neve. Great to see the answers that the new Battle Pass card, for example, how it synergizes with New Dawn is really nice. In the end, like there's so many things that New Dawn can do in that mirror match against Neve. Like we were talking about the triple Malia, the double Adira, that would have been insane to watch. But Comfortable was just comfortable. He was playing really, really slow and ended up winning both of his matches. So yeah, huge congratulations. And he advances to the finals now.
Yeah.
Right, that's right. Yeah, he advances to the finals, Comfortable, and Sparkling, still good performance with that match, and he just cannot win with that Neve. And it just goes to show, I was skeptical about Comfortable's Catherine Rallying Cry carrying deck, and it just goes to show it's still consistent with the presence of Red Sand and the Crimson Fleet Machinist and the presence of a rummaging researcher. It's just enough to get that done. And with that, guys, we are going to be taking a short break. And when we come back, more action here at the Parallel Prime League Open 3 going on to the finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
I'm here.
And we are back here at the Parallel Prime League Open 3. Let's look at the brackets right now. And what we just saw a while ago was comfortable getting that 2-1 against Sparkling and moving on towards the finals and facing Egorik, who just beat Ranon a while ago. Now let's look at the kill list of Egorik, taking out Rezhanov during round 1, and then also BlizzconJan, the top player in the leaderboard, and Ranon with a 2-1. And also Sparkling, or rather, Comfortable a while ago, was able to defeat the Meat on round 1. And of course, round 2 with the 2-0 as well, Harold 875. And round 3, Sparkling over at the semifinals, now being able to get a spot at the finals against Egorik. Now, there's nothing going to be different here. It's going to be still a BO3 between these two players at the single elimination. And with that, of course, we are happy to be here at the finals. And thank you again to our sponsor, especially Echelon Prime Foundation, for making this happen. We are going to be your casters here today. And welcome back, Kinto, for, I think it's going to be our first time to be casting here together in the Parallel League. And yeah, what do you think about our finalist? This is the first time we're seeing both in the finals, right?
Yeah, so I think both of them have played really well this series. I especially liked how he has been playing his decks, the way he plays quick, he knows what he's doing, he takes max advantage of situations. Comfortable, on the other hand, is really slow in terms of thinking, but takes nice decisions in a way that manages to end up reaching his goals for whatever he's trying to do. So yeah, really interesting to see if Comfortable manages to defeat Egorik here in this series. However, I'm not sure about that. Not sure. What are your predictions, Excelsior, for this one?
Man, in terms of experience as well, Egorik has been a champion, right? And Comfortable. I'm looking at my history. I'm not sure if he was able to get a championship, but in terms of experience, yeah, Comfortable has it, but hasn't won any championship. So I'm going with Egorik here on this one in terms of snap decisions and looking at the deck list as well from their previous matches. It looks like it's more streamlined towards Egorik's as well. So let's see how that is going to be happening. But from all these decks, Kinto, what has been your favorite one so far? Like over the whole tournament, what did you like so far?
I could say that definitely the decks that are different. For example, I actually liked watching new Kathy tries. However, I know that they are not performing really well in ladder. However, the fact that if someone actually manages to figure out a meta where Kathy burn makes sense, I would love to see it. I really don't see it very viable right now, especially because of Earthen. Earthen has too many answers against it. We saw it in both the matches that I casted while Earthen was playing against Kathy. I could say that there was no chance whatsoever for Kathy to actually win that match. Definitely the changes with Cyrene. Also, the fact that Nudon is somewhat viable, not like the fullest sense, but still viable. And well, we also saw a brand deck that managed to perform quite well against Kathy, which was refreshing. But overall, yeah, new changes. It's what I've mostly liked about today's tournament.
Dude, like for me, like one of my favorite ones is like having a cyber deck console being featured in one of the decks, man. Like I haven't seen that. We have seen that in the previous tournaments, but haven't seen that in quite a while. So it looks like it might get back into my own deck list. Like I'm always inspired by these tournaments, man. Like when I see some of these decks and I see that I can possibly use it, it's a good way for me to like tweak them out and just be inspired, right? Like not necessarily copy pasta because I'm like, yeah, maybe I need more copies of these. Maybe I need more copies of these because like these tournament decks, they're built for tournaments. They're built to counter other decks in the tournament. It's a bit different, as you said a while ago. Seeing it in the ladder, so you have to tweak it out a bit to make it more viable in the ladder. But yeah, I mean, in terms of Sippy though, like, do you see it as being more consistent right now? I mean, I just got wrecked a while ago with a huge 4 cots 11-11 plus a combo with Domina, man. Like it's amazing to see, man. It's like it's like something out of a combo deck. Sippy, like any changes with that that have made you like play it more?
Well, definitely a convergent mass. The big change going from start of the turn to end of the turn makes the whole difference. However, I was discussing with Lambi, for example, that even though it was changed, this convergent mass manages to actually stay on board. So that means that even without the change, probably the convergent mass was actually a powerful unit to include in decks pre-patch. So definitely watching it be there in these decks is really interesting. I do like the combo capabilities of Cyrene, also being able to get from, like, you can get it from the bank with Tabula. You can make it a clone, so it benefits from buffs from the the replicators, relics from Cathari. I mean, overall, I like it. Just made Cathari super powerful now. The new changes, which is nice to see. We have seen mostly bans of Cathari in this tournament. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to have that convergent mass change being highlighted as well. Cyrene seeing more play. I think I missed the gun on that, man. I was like trying to get a Cyrene, like when I read the patch, and like, dude, it's like 1 week after the patch or the shotgun patch was announced. Like I fully read it. Like, oh no, I missed it. I missed the sale. It went from a lower price point, man. That was amazing. But yeah, dude, I would love to see, of course, just to have a short review of the decks that these guys already brought in, and okay, if it's available, I would love to see it shown on the screen so that we get like a kind of a review as to what Egorik and Comfortable brought into the table. And you can see here, Comfortable with his Sipius deck, which was, I think, banned a while ago. Can you help us break this down, Kinto?
Yeah, sure. We're seeing here the high density genetic replicators, the Tabula. This is another inclusion here, the convergent princeps, the convergent recruiter, that package of convergence. Now seeing also Domina and the convergent mass. So convergent recruiter, once again, really good card to cycle up your deck. He's running up those master poisoners, which still help against the earthen matchup. Going with a Cyrene, and also one Drussian Exorator, who has become really powerful and just a staple in every Cathari deck lately. One genetic correction, which also helps in the earthen matchup. And yeah, overall pretty standard. This is the list that's been going around with 2 Saboteur, also.
Yeah, 2 Sabos and just 1 Drusian Accelerator, man. Like, because he knows, like, there's a high possibility that he can bring it out with us, with just Tabula Rasa. And that's an amazing deck list that Comfortable has. Let's look at the next deck that he has. And as we were waiting again, again, guys, you're watching the finals here at the Parallel League Open 3. And we are now looking at the new Dawn deck that Comfortable is bringing to this tournament. It's one with 1 relic in the Cyber Deck console. For those of you who don't know, Cyber Deck console triggers when there is an effect being played by the opponent. And if you have like the cost of the deck or the cost of the card, like even though it's reduced or increased, it has to be the exact cost. Like that's one thing I learned when I'm playing the Cyber Deck console. You can counter that as to the cost played by the opponent. So if, for example, it used to be an erasure that is 3 costs, it became 4 costs. You need a 4 cost card to play to counter that play. And now we are. Oh wait, we're now seeing the bans of our players. Sparkling's
Egorik.
Katari. Oh, sorry. This is Egorik's Katari has been banned, and Comfortable's Markolian has been banned. So, what are your thoughts here, Kinto?
Yeah, I mean, Egorik going with the Markolian ban, I believe he just wants to have a better opportunity playing with his Neve in this case. So we're going to see here Egorik going with Markolian against Comfortable's New Dawn.
Starting in with the new match here at the finals. First one, we're gonna be having Egorik versus Comfortable, and now we can see the New Dawn being played against Kathy. Now this has been a bad experience for New Dawn players, right? Mostly it's heavily favored towards Kathy. But let's see how this deck fares as compared to the ladder decks that has been circulating around. And let's see if Comfortable brings out that the counter to remove, or rather counter, all those effects that that Kathy plays.
Yep. So essentially in this matchup, Egorik wants to set up a board as quickly as possible. This is a really good situation for him. Definitely going second. It's not what he wants to see. We're seeing Comfortable right away with the New Dawn's Venerated Raider, getting that Iron Rifleman, which works on turn 2. However, you want to see a Void Trapper. Then Egorik here with a Fleet Machinist. He wants to get those Red Sand Scouts right away, be able to actually start flooding up the board. So yeah, probably you're gonna see a Void Trapper here.
It's a good start for Egorik right now. He has two Crimson Fleet Machinists, and then he can just power up those Red Sand Scouts really, really high in terms of health, right? And like it's gonna be out of range for any Life Siphon, and you can only counter that with the possible ping using using damage and then going to Ceres, and he's gonna be, oh wow, that's a nice target for no snitching to decrease that health buff possibility. And he draws out the Cyber Deck console.
Yeah. So Egorik goes ahead and is probably playing this second Crimson Fleet Machinist, getting that Red Sand Scout right away, and probably dropping one of them just to start populating the board. Next turn, we might be seeing a Kathy's Rallying Cry if clear. Like if Egorik gets another 1-cost unit, we're probably gonna see 3 of them being played instead of the Kathy's Rallying Cry. So yeah,
it's gonna be a wide board, man. Like Red Sand Scout will be possible Like, will be the possible play here, making it 2-4.
There it
Now,
is.
nice. Okay, this is gonna be quite exciting uh for Comfortable to try and find the counter. Now, I think he's gonna be playing that cyber deck console because he knows down the line he may be able to counter that that Catherine's rallying cry, and you know, and if you're in the position of Egorik, you're gonna be kind of feeling it, right? You're gonna be kind of feeling what cards he has, if he does have a counter, and 3 cost cards have not been played yet, so it's
Yeah.
definitely possible, right?
Yeah, with a cyber deck console, it's actually playing right here. In any case, we will like playing the treasure scheming. If Egorik wants to play that Kathy's rallying cry, however, I mean for the Kathy's rallying cry in this case, cycling the deck since he has like he will get 1 cost units basically, so it's not like he's getting the value out of the Kathy's rallying cry of getting like 2 cost units. So in any case, he's just gonna go ahead and bank it. Still has a big board, can deal with this Void Trapper, and now tops deck Cyrene. Now we see Ceres in Comfortable's hand will be able to do some damage there. This corrupted Crimson Fleet Machine will be able to stack up some damage there for Malia. What will we see here? Ceres, or Malia?
I think
What do you
it's
think,
a
so?
highly possible, man. Like that the series is gonna be played here. Just remove that red sense has already been damaged, man. It's like less damage, and one thing, Kento, is like there is does I have a question for you? Does Ceres get targeted or get targeted by the random hit of Kathy? Does Ceres get targeted? Like, because it's stealth, right? So
I think
is it part of the random
I
hits?
think it can get targeted. I think it can get targeted. Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, to be honest. What's the interaction here? But
Yeah,
either
I'm kind of
way,
curious too. Like, yeah,
Egorik just wants this Kathy to go face for sure. Yeah, goes ahead and goes face. There's no clear answer for this Kathy right now. Ceres will only be able to clear with the mercenary gunslinger. Will be able to. Oh my god, this is actually not bad.
amazing.
If he
I like
goes
it.
face, drops the claymore, and then do some nice trades there with the slinger by going face. So
I love to play this, man. Like, just go play face. Oh, I don't know, man. Or is
he's
he
going
gonna
ahead
hide?
using Malia right away to start the healing, start the tempo. Okay, only 1 damage for Malia there, but he's gonna start getting some heals.
That's right.
Now
More heals right
21.
now.
We're gonna see probably Ceres going down here. Wong even. A Cendrillon here might be prove to be very good. So he goes ahead and plays Ceres. Is he gonna start clearing or just gonna get some of that damage going on? Yeah.
Yep. I think that's
Now he
necessary,
will be.
Kinto. Like, he has to remove like the Malia, but he won't be able to target again that Ceres right there. It's still on stealth mode, but I think Comfortable is definitely on a timer right now. Like, he can only copy that Red Sand Scout. He cannot get a copy of Cyrene or the Paragon. So there's only one. So he can only gain 2 health during this turn, or rather, yeah, 2 health. Oh,
So
he
he's getting
wasn't
some heals
able
with
to.
salvation here. Only 2 damage there. So now probably a Wong might be good in this situation, just to see where it lands. Cyrene still on stealth. I mean, Ceres still on stealth. Cyrene can actually deal with the Claymore, however, not with Salvation. I'm not sure if he wants to actually deal with Salvation.
I have
So, yeah.
a line of play here. Like he can bank the Wong and play the Trigger Happy Trooper and use the Cendrilion to get it to a 6/6. But no, that's a different play. He's trying to buff. I think. Let's see what he gets. He needs to get one more relic. Oh, no relics in play, man.
A Slinger there is super good. He still has the energy to play it, clear the Claymore, probably attack phase, just to start. I mean, there's still room to keep on trading since Demok turn is not yet there, so he's not like he doesn't have to rush it. He's going phase right away with a Slinger. He doesn't care
Oh.
anymore.
Yeah, dude, this guy. Oh man, he's gonna attack. He's gonna attack the Salvation and just make sure it's clear. Oh,
He's gonna go. No,
he
he's
goes
gonna go full phase.
He full Gamba coming from Egorik, and he knows he has the
And now
possible
we're
lethal right
seeing
here.
a Demok, but yeah, this won't cut it off since there's an orbital strike, and Egorik's gonna take this one home. Well,
But
not
wait, man,
home.
wait.
Gonna take it to the
Wait, not
porch.
yet. Not yet. There's a cancel right
Oh,
here.
there's an Eclipse Fates that
Yeah,
can be
there's a
used to
cancel.
counter the orbital strike. Let's see.
Wait, he has to discount it.
Oh no, he just is gonna go
Oh,
for
nice.
Cendrilion, not take any
Nice, nice.
chances, and he's gonna take it either way. Really nice,
Nice.
really nicely played by Egorik. He knew that Cyber Deck console might be a strike, so he went on buff the Cendrilion by playing first the Trigger Happy Trooper and get that last remaining bit of damage. He knew everything
Yeah.
was calculated.
Yes.
By
Everything was
Egorik
definitely
and
calculated.
takes this win.
Everything was definitely calculated right there, Kinto. Like over at the previous round, I was thinking he was gonna play that Cendrilion just to make sure that damage goes through, but instead he goes on with a different line and still goes in with the buff Cendrilion to get it up to 5/5, and that was enough. That is a good counter for a possible Cyberdeck console counter. So kudos to Egorik for getting that first win.
Yeah, he played around the Cyberdeck console really well, starting from the Cathy's rallying cry that he didn't play. I mean, it was not needed, but he identified that and just started playing around the Cyberdeck console. He didn't actually need to do it, and now he's gonna be facing probably New Dawn again. Are we on to a New Dawn Neve matchup? The long run, and there it is, New Dawn versus Neve.
New Dawn versus Neve. Now this is gonna be quite a matchup. Like a lot of mind games right here, Kento. We saw this in the previous matchups, and this is one thing I've learned when I'm playing against Neve is you don't play, or you don't you bank your Malia. I don't play Malia when I play against Neve because they have a chance to steal my Malia and then use it against me because they're sometimes using their Neve's Dominion, and it's kind of, it messes up it messes up the balance. You get damage and then it heals, your opponent heals as well. So I just bank it. But look at this mulligan.
Yeah.
I think he's digging for more units on the board, but also removes the Cyrene for comfortable side. But Egorik gets out that stabilized shard. He's gonna be faster right now and has a bunch of units that he can use. And also, look at that Lord Harf. That's actually really helpful against New Dawn.
Okay, so comfortable starting. Has that New Dawn venerated Raider there to start getting some resources, start getting some tempo up. Egorik, on the other hand, sees the stabilized shard, Harf, and the embedded agent. Egorik will be able to generate some tempo moving into this matchup, which gets the series out of the venerated Raider. This synergizes really well with New Dawn. So now Egorik sees the Void Trapper. I wonder, how is this going to play out, especially for Egorik, since he's in the hot seat right now, facing a deck that probably counters him, needs to get lucky on those treasure kings, needs to get steal those demolecularizes and get the tempo going. No Singularity Stewards in sight here, so it's going to be about setting up some type of tempo as fast as possible.
And this is where you can see like the embedded agents will be played. And you know what will you remove here? I would probably remove the Void Trapper or the Baron. But dude, look at this. Instead, you can see that Egorik puts a premium on the Baron square right here, and Comfortable is shooting his shot, trying to get to target that embedded agent, but of course that shield pod is going to be blocking it. And man, this is going to be an interesting matchup. Cyrene is going to be drawing. Might be a stabilized shard. What do you think, Kinto?
Yeah, definitely. Embedded agent was good to deal with that Void Trapper. Wonder if Egorik is gonna start ramping up right now. He's not even thinking about ramping. He is trying to set up tempo. The Void Trapper is especially good at that. However, Comfortable has many answers. 2 erasures, has that embedded agent, some corrupted units that could help him with his own Malia. Start to stack even some damage there. The erasure, good answer. Void Trapper, venerated Raider still there. Wonder. Okay, time here for Egorik to start dropping something, especially Harf. Harf might be a good one at this stage of the game to let him at least establish some board presence. But I wonder.
Definitely,
Is he going
Harf
for
would
Brand's
be
expertise? Start getting some of his treasure schemings.
Yeah, definitely. Harf would be the play here. Harf into a Brand's expertise just to draw out. Maybe if you don't get what you need right now, it would be a good play to use a kickback. But I think he won't be using a kickback. That's enough cards that he needs. And look at this play. This is going to be interesting because we might see a Ceres play here, Kinto.
Yeah, you called it. There it is. Easy peasy series play. I mean, Comfortable knows what he's doing. He's just playing a game where it's like if he manages to control the board good enough and play to his strengths by being patient, he knows he has this in the back. On the other hand, Egorik is kind of struggling to set up a board. Here he goes up with a Dominion play, clearing Egorik's board, but this Singular Steward is just going to face an erasure again. And there it is, the treasures for Egorik being able to take away that Democ, the first Democ.
Oh.
So What about a Baron play here with Erasure into a Treacherous? That will be the absolute best play ever.
Dude, that would be an absolute unit play right there. I mean, the Siren here, it doesn't have a good place, especially if you're in a mirror. I would remove that because if you don't have a way, or there is a void trapper there, it might get stolen. But I don't know, man. I would be using that play. I would be
Yeah,
banking
probably Egorik's gonna be
Siren.
forced to bank that Siren in this situation
Yeah.
since the take it or leave it, he can't bank them. He needs the Treacherous. He needs to remove this Void Trapper. So it's a tough spot, definitely.
Yeah, definitely a tough
Okay.
spot, man. Like, oh, oh, okay.
So he's
He
going for the
doesn't want.
Treacherous right away.
Yeah, he gets
Is
sabotage
he?
supply caches, dude.
Wow.
I mean, it's okay as long as you use it for Malia, but yeah,
Wow.
it's a
So lucky.
not
Like,
a good.
was he actually trying to do that? I'm not sure about
Sure, man.
that. But that was
I'm not
possibly
sure.
the best play ever for him to get that that cachet there. Oh my god, so lucky.
Okay, here we go. I think it's time for Comfortable to start digging into his new dawn singularity. There you go. He gets into it and draws a Wong. Oh
Treacherous.
wow, I love this. Come on, let's go treacherous. And he targets the D-Mall. That's one of the D-Malls here. And there are
Yeah,
three, if I
but
remember
he needs
correctly.
Wong first. He needs Wong to be able to bank something. Yeah.
What?
He gets Wong. Gets this assembly swarm to deal with this Baron, which is great. He knows there's a Demok there. Now, is he gonna bank Wong or Cyrene in this situation since he's kind of running out of steam? So playing Wong right now might not be bad for Egorik next turn. He can even play it. I believe. No, he can't. He can't let him. Like he can't play it actually because it's just gonna disappear with. Yeah, he's gonna go for the treasures here, get that Demok, leave comfortable without any options. I don't know what's in Comfortable's singularity, but this is a situation for Egorik managing to get up a board, making Comfortable very uncomfortable without any sort of resources. The Void Trapper definitely helps. Probably Egorik can manage to drop Neve next turn just to start getting even more tempo. And now comfortable with the Baron, but he will be forced to bank this Void Trapper. It's a fortified supply cache to get some shielded going on, which is good. It's Irene, can deal with the Baron. Ceres, I mean.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good play though, Kinto. Like it's a good strategy just to make sure you have board presence. But this is very dangerous as well because he picked Void Trapper instead of putting down the Harf, which can actually block a potential early Neve play. So right now, next turn, it's possibly going to be Neve. There's a high possibility that Neve is going to be coming out.
Another Treacherous, but I don't think he's gonna go.
He's gonna go for it.
He's gonna go for Neve right away, forcing Comfortable's hand. He already dealt with one of Comfortable's Demok, so and he has some options there. The second Treacherous to deal with the last one. Wong to just cycle his deck and search for answers. There he is, dropping a bunch of stuff. He has played a bunch of 3 effects, so he probably has a nice Neve going in. Egorik is in a nice spot here against Comfortable.
putting in a bunch of units. You have the Ilana there as well, one of the battle pass cards before. Logistics officer. Oh, wow. Miriel?
Muriel's
What do you
great.
get from a Miriel? Like, you can
He
convert
needs
the
to
zeros
think
into ones.
what will he get in this case.
Zeros into ones. And yeah, I think I love
He
it.
can get
Let's
Singularity
go.
Stewards, Embedded Agents from the Bloodhounds. He can
Yeah.
get he can get actually. Is there a 4 cost? No, there's not a 4 cost. He could
Oh.
get Adira, get Ceres
Serious.
to deal with the
Nice.
Baron. This is a
Like,
nice,
tabula rasa.
like. Well, let's see if comfortable top decks. Still 23 cards in deck. The odds of him top decking a Demok are lower than usual. And let's see if he manages to get it, because if not, things don't look good for comfortable here in the finals of the Prime Open number 3. And he doesn't get it.
Oh. And it's also bad for him, Kento, because if
Power
he
Instructor,
uses
but Power Instructor will just make it easier. Like it's in a bad spot here. He can't play that corrupted Power Instructor. Will take too much damage and just place him in lethal range. Wong will also help him. Look at all the damage that Egorik has on board. This is a nice Neve, especially getting that Muriel for better day. Got some nice cards there. Can't actually use that Dark Repose on Neve,
No,
though.
he can't.
I don't know if he's aware about it.
And
No,
the problem here,
he
Kento,
knows
is
that
like
he can't.
if he...
Yeah, he wasn't aware that Neve can't be targeted by effects. So this is gonna be it. Egorik absolutely controlling this Prime Open in a way that I've never seen before. He beat everyone, wiped everyone in this tournament.
Definitely a good wipe for Egorik right here. And you know, even if Comfortable already has like 8 mana right there, or 8 energy right there to play the there you go,
Uncomfortable gets the Demon in the end, but it's not gonna be too late. It's gonna be too late for him already.
Too late.
So it's gonna. He has 10 plus 5, 17. He's 17 off. He needs Wong to not buff himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Comfortable is gonna concede here.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yep, that's a concede.
There it is.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Egorik right away dealing with this Nudon deck, showing how to play Neve against Nudon. Really well done by Egorik. Second time he wins a tournament in this season. During this season, wow. Absolutely dominating.
Wins minor 1 and open 3, Kento. Like, this guy is just went in with a 2-0 against his opponent, Comfortable, and getting a lot of points as well. And he just got 5 points and $1,000. But of course, second place goes to Comfortable, getting $750 and 4 points as well. Man, that was a really, really quick match. What happened there, Kinto? Like, with the first match with Egorik, like, how was it? What was the winning factor right there?
Yeah, he managed to deal with the Demox. Firstly, he got some luck there, getting a second Treacherous. He managed to do what he needed, which was set up some type of tempo, drop Neve early, get a good Neve going on. And yeah, this is just what you need to do in that case, getting the tempo going and being able to deal with the main threats, which are the Demok mostly.
Like it's kind of a skill as well, like trying to find out which cards are not moving in your opponent's hand. Like, that means it's It's high cost and kind of track it as well, and plus a sense of luck in a sense like you would be praying that there is a demock right there or demolecularize from your opponent's hand that you have to remove. And treacherous schemings do not just like are very valuable. You have to target the right cards at the right time, and you can also get them from Baron Square by playing Erasure, like other your pre-cost effects. It's amazing to see that. And Masterclass, definitely. Egorik just had like an amazing run here in this tournament, and just went in with a bunch of 2-0s, if I remember correctly, right? I
Yeah.
can tell, like, the edge, like, he had the edge. It was clean plays, quick plays. You don't even have, like, it's kind of muscle memory, right? You get that kind of sense that he knows what he's doing and he makes quick decisions. How important
Yeah.
is that, Kinto?
I mean, you usually in tournaments want to think as much as possible, take your time. But he seems really like he seems to get that he gets a good grasp about the game. So I mean, it's clear in the way he plays that he is on a different level than many other players and knows exactly what he's doing in this game.
Definitely knows exactly what he's doing. That's you got the words right out of my mouth right there, Kinto. Look at this. Egorik going 2-0 against Rashanov, getting 2-0 against BlizzconJan, getting like the only challenge that he had was going 2-1 against Ranon, and he did it with a reverse sweep. And now at the finals as well, he went 2-0 against Comfortable. And Egorik is our Open 3 champion, getting 5 points and $1,000 US. And, man, Egorik is another force to beat right here, and he brought the right cards. And if you want to see the decks that he brought, just go to the Sanctuary website and just click the matchups right there. And you know, Kinto, amazing day today. Before we go, you have any any favorite moments during our tournament, especially from our players here in the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, watching Egorik play, I think it was really satisfying. Watch the quick thought process of Egorik, the good decisions, the way to maximize the punishment against his opponent. I think I really appreciate that from a player when I see it.
The decks that we saw a while ago as well. We saw some different variants as well. Nehemiah. We saw New Dawn, Brand. We saw the whole roster of the Shroud Parallels right there. But for Margolian, only Kathy has shown up, and for Earthen, only Nehemiah. Core nowhere to be seen. Man, we have but Qatari. Scipius is still going to be the one to represent the Qatari parallel, and yeah, shotgun patch. We have seen some changes and some highlights right here. And with that, guys, we would like to thank everyone who went in and watched this tournament here over at the chat, over Twitch chat. A lot of viewers have been engaging as well. Thank you for joining us here, and for everyone, for our casters, we've had the Factor and Q Flux as our guest caster. Thank you as well to the production and to our sponsors right here. We have Wolves Dow, OpenSea, Avalanche, and especially Echelon Prime Foundation for making these tournaments happen. And guys, again, thank you for joining us here at the Parallel Prime League Open 3. We have been your casters here, Excelsior and Kinto for the finals. See you on the next one. And don't forget, guys, stay competitive and follow Parallel League over at our social accounts. Bye, guys.